All right. I have no idea if this is working. Is there any way I could check and click on the YouTube page where this is supposedly streaming to? And nothing. Okay. Let's see. Come on, Betsy, give. Uh, no one is listening at the moment, so if you are hearing this, it's because you went back and you could feel free to skip until, let's see, come on, do I know? Looks like it's up, looks like it's live.
All right.
Yeah.
I have no idea if this is working.
And the lag,
Anyway,
perfect.
I have to check.
All right, so we are officially live. I posted just a few minutes ago that I don't have a script. I have tons of different notes and links and things I want to. Oh, air. Uh-oh. What is the air? YouTube is. What? Might be down already. Wow. That's what I get for being last minute. Try it again. What are you saying? My signal's just too slow. Let's I'm gonna go back onto the original link and see if it's live before I get started. Come on. Sorry if anyone happens to be on here right now. I doubt it. But just in case, I'm sorry. Let's see. Still says air.
I have tons of different notes and links and
looks like
things
it's still
I want
working.
to. Oh, air. What is the air? YouTube is
Okay.
down already.
All right. All right. So we're good. I'm gonna go for it, like it or not. If anybody listens to this that doesn't know me, my name is Luke Glenn. I will tell you a little bit about myself, but first, just to say something about what I'm hoping to share today. I call this in hoc signo vinces, if I pronounce that correctly. I haven't done Latin in a while, but what it means is, what exactly does it mean? I should have thought it for sure exactly. But in this cross, you will conquer, or in this sign, you will conquer, I think. Signo, of course, sign. Just look at the line. Anyway, so that's a quote from CBS, I think, writing about Constantine the Great conquering, going across this bridge, going into, I guess, Rome in 312 AD CE. And it is supposedly a vision that Constantine had of Jesus, of the cross, and he made the emblem. I think it was I forget the name of it, the Chi Rho, I think, like the P with the X, which means Christ, and painted on the shields, and they went and killed a bunch of people and claimed that, Jesus gave them the victory. Constantine became the first emperor to supposedly be baptized by Eusebius, I think, and definitely promoted Christianity, first outlawed the persecution of Christians, and called together, oversaw the Council of Nicaea, and I think 325. And that's where the Bible came together. Certain books got chosen, certain books got excluded. In the Nicene Creed, which certain Christian beliefs got excluded and certain ones got, promoted. And it's very much in line with who Constantine, the emperor, the conqueror, the great, had in mind. Certainly, it's not the full vision of Christianity that a lot of other people have had the perspective in history of seeing. But Constantine had that. And that quote, in hoc signo vinces, is something I posted, as you can see, on November 9th, 2016, the moment that I found out that Trump won the election in 2016. And what I saw in that was Trump using Christianity to conquer, to first conquer Christians, and then, to win the election. I think 87% of evangelicals voted for Trump. It's a big part of his base. And certainly Mike Pence being chosen was a big part of that. Mike Pence had the reputation as, a conservative Christian that helped overshadow everything that we knew about Trump, which, if we have the ability, I'm going to try to share, because I don't think anybody really knows nearly as much as what we found out just through Google. All the rapes, all the Epstein stuff, all of it. He was a shady guy from the start and a con man, and continues to be that, which I think if we give it the time to look at it all, we could prove it. And of course, adopting Christianity as a shield, for him to be getting people to vote for him, I think is one of the saddest things for me. At the time, I was a pastor, and it was truly sickening to see people think that Trump was a person that Jesus would vote for. So that was the first time I ever didn't vote for a Republican or Jesus. For the prior two elections, I wrote in Jesus as a method of, I guess, a theological practice, an orthopraxy of saying that Jesus is my president, my Lord, my King, my Savior, that I put my trust in him, and I would let God choose who he wants to be there, without me having to do anything but pray. Every election I would fast and pray, and I would write letters to both candidates, wishing them well and telling them I'm praying for them. So that was my habit for those years, until Trump. And I think there's good reasons that anybody that thinks about him being our next leader would want to not have him be that. And I want to talk about things that are common objections. The one that I'm most familiar with is pro-life. That was a very big thing for me. I had, since I was a young teen, I think, I had gone to the yearly March for Life in Washington, D.C., I think January 21st, if I'm remembering, which the anniversary of Roe v. Wade, and I carried signs, and I brought my friends, and we learned a lot and talked to Congress people. I remember asking a stupid question of a Democrat pro-life person in Congress from Pennsylvania, and it definitely got us fired up to be political. I've been a part of my family's pro-life actions, starting pregnancy centers and doing a lot of good for a lot of women in need. and have seen it from that perspective. And of course, being a pastor, I studied it and thought about it, and um, came to different perspectives from that. And I could go on and on with the work that I did for being a pro-life type person. I think I have been on that side pretty strongly. But I think looking at the Bible, looking at science, I think it'd be pretty straightforward to see it a different way. And so I'd hope to explain that. I don't have like a time limit or any kind of idea of what I want to do. And there's one thing that I've been feeling pretty strongly as I thought about doing this that isn't necessarily connected to all this, and yet it is. And I want to, I guess I want to do it. I said I'm a pastor, actually ordained reverend, and as some people know, I no longer believe in any supernatural or know that there's any supernatural being, certainly not ones that, were the ones that I was told and believed and taught people about. And yet I believe there's plenty of things that are true and good in what I was taught and believed and taught people. And so maybe one phrase that would kind of explain that is that transcend and include, that keep learning more and keep keeping all the good things that you have gotten. And my path through life, being a Catholic altar boy in a church that was the hub of child, abuse for the city of Pittsburgh, unfortunately, to being a Baptist, youth group president, very passionate, to Pentecostal churches, social justice churches, different ethnic churches, living in Jamaica, where I've been 25 times, and learning a lot from just an incredible nation. It taught me, and I kept on learning more. I went back to Franciscanism twice, and I've gone through all these different groups and stages, and was a pastor of a congregational church and a vineyard church that became Blue Ocean at the same time, and they were very different. I wear a robe, and then I'd go and have my dreadlocks in our band, and so I want to say, like, I've continued on a path of trying to learn things and trying to include things, and yet the hard thing I don't like to do is to look back and have regret or have shame or have sadness. But I don't think I could speak truthfully about Trump or anything if I don't. I feel like I have to represent who I really am. Whoops, and who should turn off my phone, and what I really think is true. And so, so without getting into a long story about it, I do want to renounce my ordination in the Vineyard USA churches. I do that with very heavy heart because I know that there's, whatever the term, I think people would use the term evil, sin, corruption, cover up. of abuse, cover-up of cover-ups of cover-ups. That's my opinion from what just is public information. And so I can't be in any way associated with it, you know, the belief in God or not. That's way less important to me. And so I just want to state for the record that, you know, I will, you know, send in whatever attest to my, not just retirement, but my renouncement. And, you know, I love the people that I am thinking of right now. And I love them enough to ask them to come clean, to repent, to do the things that they have tattooed on their bodies. You know, seek justice, love mercy, walk humbly with your God. So that's all I want to say about that. I also feel like I have to say that I am a person that, like I said, have regret and shame. And I know some things that I have clearly done wrong. And I also am sure that there are things that I don't know. And so in light of, you know, I was just thinking about, like, you know, I want to come clean. If there's anything that I've ever done that anyone holds against me, I want to know and ask for forgiveness. And certainly, if there's anything that, you know, you need to report me on, please do. I don't think there is, but that's an issue with a lot of churches. So. So I would also actually make this point to go on the record to say that if you've ever experienced abuse or shaming or manipulation, harassment, power dynamics that weren't healthy in any context, but especially churches, I ask you, do not call the abuse hotline that they offer you as your method of justice, because I think the correct thing is to call your local authorities. I know there's the biblical argument about, you know, bringing things before people and having that interaction for healing, but I see it happen all the time that is used as a way to continue abuse, to cover up, to not be held accountable. And I just think people don't know to, or don't feel encouraged to, you know, seek their local authorities, and that is the right thing to do, as far as I know. Yeah, so all that said, just a little bit more about me, because it definitely is relevant, and to get a little fun to this, well, weird to this, I'm gonna play a few songs. Here we go. Don't worry if it sounds like crap, because it is actually crap. But my speaker system might be bad too. If you don't understand, Bill Clinton, Bill Clinton, Bill Clinton, mess up our country. Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton. Mess up our country. Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton. I don't like socks anyway. Was my voice, my song I wrote. Very very deep poetry there for my band with my friends. And in case you thought, sort of threatening, not sort of threatening, directly threatening, violent, vulgar songs was just a one hit. Here's more. Let's see. You got that? Hillary Clinton, goats, goats, goats. Okay, so this is in the 90s. Bill Clinton is president. I had a bumper sticker on my car, two of them. One said, "My boss is a Jewish carpenter," and the other said, "Impeach Clinton and her husband too." That I got at the pro-life march, one of my first. It was fluorescent yellow, if I remember correctly. Well, hating Hillary, hating Bill, hating Chelsea, some of my basically same age or younger, and their cat. It was somehow just a part of my life so much that that's what I sang about, and and it continues. Sorry, slow start. This is one to Al Gore.
Al Gore. Al Gore. Al Gore. Al Gore. Al Gore. Al Gore. Al Gore. Al Gore. Al Gore. Al Gore. Al Gore. Al Gore. Al Gore is staying alive. 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 Al Gore. Al Gore. Al Gore. Al Gore. Al Gore is staying alive. Al Gore is staying alive.
I know, it's monotonous.
Staying alive. Staying alive. Al Gore. Al Gore. Al Gore. Al Gore. Al Gore.
So you get the message, I guess, right?
Hey, you're on the front row. Those it's a nice lady.
So I make a pretty crude comment calling Kipper a
I'm going to stop. I'm going to get your beat down.
Okay, so I tried to skip to the second half because I didn't want to have the introduction of the band on here. I'm not sure what people would think, but I skipped the part of it that I wanted to hear.
Help us out tonight. It's keyboard rocks. Hey, most of the 2 days ago.
There you go.
Okay,
working up in their rage, I guess. To get them all back in there. But you let homosexuals in the Navy, Al Gore. You were born babies.
What's wrong?
Okay, so abortion, guns, if you heard that, sexuality stuff, calling people hoes and goats. If you don't know the goat reference, it's multifaceted. It's associated with Satan, actually back from that, but what did I know then? And the scapegoat in the Old Testament, where all the sin goes on there, and the separation of the sheep and the goats go to hell. So it was a theological statement to call her a goat, to call Bill a goat, to call Chelsea a goat. And in case it seems like I didn't get all the common talking points that still are around, here's one more sad song. This has more lyrics. This is a rap, but, well, I don't know if you kind of rap. Don't know what you did today.
Tell y'all it's not the way. Even if it is, it shouldn't be. Cause everyone's screwed. Shocker mentality. No one here wants to die. And you know it's from God's eyes. To live the crime and do the time. Your life is worth more than a bag of dimes. Hope the future might be a lie. But if it isn't, you're gonna fry. Things are hard and it sucks. Risking your life for a couple of bucks.
So obviously this is like an anti-gangster song. At the time, I wouldn't be thinking of like the Irish mafia or the Italian mob.
When it's over, shows and gunsmoke. All you hard cause you killed some folks. Colors blaze and hatred runs along. This fuck boy ain't no happy song. Try to tell me who you think you are. Spitting out death from a ripped off car. What you are ain't nothing to me. As long as you stay away from my TV. Pop up bang bang ain't the older. If you were here, it's all his. In anger, you're going around. Putting others in the ground.
Now, to be a little bit more fair to myself than the way that I feel, there was a lot of gang activity in my school and neighborhood. I won't get into all that.
No one here cares about you. You have no right for what you do. Plastic gangster on P for fun. There's one that cares, he's God's son. Open your eyes and see the truth. A 40 and blunt is not the root. Sink in your hole of poverty, cause everyone's screwed. Shocker mentality. 1, 8, 7.
Alright, that's all for the music. I don't know how loud or bad that was, but it was pretty bad. Black gangsters, the immigrants and gangsters, or gangster immigrants of today. The people that are scapegoated, that are taught to fearmonger, to cast all society's problems on, and to make all kinds of assumptions about, and while judging all these people, telling them what they need, which is what I have, what my view, my beliefs. So it's very proud, and that was me, almost 30 years ago, screaming those songs that I wrote. And as I think about that time, what I remember is that every one of those lyrics I wrote that I disagree with now. Um, I had a question when I wrote it. There was a part of me that wondered if if it was wrong, or if it would what other people would say it's wrong. There are people that I couldn't say sucks in front of, but more importantly, are the people that um, was it one of those songs or another one where I call things gay? But there's a lot of anti-gay, um, the misogyny is sort of built in with Hillary and Chelsea, I think. But so yeah, I I had those things in there, and there's a part of me that wondered, is there something wrong with that, and would other people say something was wrong with that? Um, and I don't remember ever not going with it. I think there was a part of me that just said, "Well, let me try it." Like got the flow, and and no one said anything about it. Like I said, I was the president of my youth group. Uh, Became a pastor very young, and carried with me these songs as sort of anthems um, that directly people that I played them for didn't bring up any issues with them, and just in general, my ideas were welcomed in the circles I hung out with. Um, but over time, I changed my circles. I've learned new things and saw things from different perspectives. Um, and now looking at it politically, I could say, yeah, these are the talking points of my generation, and they haven't changed all that much. Uh, Certainly, Trump has added a lot of things that he likes to say pretty frequently, like anybody that doesn't agree with him is stupid, low IQ. Um, Definitely, those are things that are used a lot for black people and women. Um, so, of course, he says that a lot to Kamala. He obviously talks a lot about immigration and immigration violence in crossing the border. Um, and he'll use one specific story told in a very emotional way to um, to create the feeling that he wants in people. Of course, Democrats do the same thing with stories, but I do think there's a way that Trump does it that's worse. But even if he didn't, it's absolutely true that the numbers, the facts, his favorite chart that he likes to talk about, are false. I could go through all kinds of different data points about everything. It seems like he almost can't tell the truth. Like everything has to always be not just exaggerated, but completely made up, completely you know, lied about, um, and it's hard to know, especially when it's heard often, and not just from him every time he speaks, but from whatever circles that people are in. And so I'm hoping, if possible, to kind of help people to cross over some of the circles and hear this perspective. I obviously am very much hoping that people don't vote for Trump. I am not at all asking people to betray their conscience to vote for Kamala if they don't want to. But I do think there is very good reason to not vote for Trump, or to write in Jesus like I did, or to leave that blank in protest, like a fast from voting, and a way of saying to God, what is it, Romans 1:9 or 27, something like that. That God chooses the kings, and I would like to persuade you that God would not want you to choose Trump. But if God chooses Trump, if that's your theology, then you know you would want to also admit that God chose Hitler. I think it's not a bad reference to make because of many things that I like to share about. But a hero of mine, someone that I have learned a lot from when I was a pastor, was Dietrich Bonhoeffer. And I do think Dietrich Bonhoeffer did things that I wouldn't do or couldn't do. Going back from the U.S. to Germany, knowing that he was going to get himself into trouble there, was so brave. Organizing people to resist Hitler was so brave. Being part of one of the attempts to kill Hitler, I can't and I'll think that's good. So, but I wasn't him. I wasn't there at the time. I don't know how I could think of that. And that's certainly not something that I want to associate with Trump. That's very much in the air, as we know, and I'm 100% opposed to it. I would even just want to put out there that my greatest hope, that I don't think is possible, but my greatest hope is that Trump would repent. I thought if I was president, I would consider offering him a complete pardon if he repented. If he turned from his sin, acknowledged what he did, asked for forgiveness. I, again, know just from everything from Trump's life that he wouldn't, but including his own words, something that we could play numerous times, him saying that he doesn't ask God for forgiveness, that he's never asked God for forgiveness. And other than the Access Hollywood tape video he made after, I think that's the only time he actually had ever apologized in any kind of way, which I don't even think it was a real apology, if I remember. So I don't think that would happen. But would that be good for our country if he got up and acknowledged that everything he said about the election being a fraud, and that he was being persecuted, put on trial like Jesus, and that they tried to kill him like Jesus, and God had a miracle. All things that he's gone on. In fact, actually, maybe this would be a good point to take a break from talking a little bit and transition to watching just a 15, 16-minute video about some of the things that Trump has said, and maybe I'll comment along the way and move into more information that way. So thank you if you've got along this and listened to this somehow, somewhere. I appreciate your time doing that. All right, here we go.
Hey everybody, it's Will from The Bulwark. So we're just a few days out from the election,
I like Will a lot.
And Donald Trump is pushing hard on a message that he hopes will persuade you and millions of other people to vote for him. That face is
real.
And that message is that he, Donald Trump, has been chosen by God to be our next president. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, really? God wants us to elect a convicted felon and adjudicated sexual assailant who tried to overthrow our government? But remember, this is a guy who's financing his criminal defense by selling people a $60 Trump-branded Bible. So today, I want to take you through some of the amazing fantasy garbage that Trump and...
there's so many things that uh, will come up as I'm listening to this. And like I said, I'll try to comment on things I think are helpful to say, and also try not to do that too much. Um, but just the whole Trump Bible thing, if you don't know, it's very much relevant to all this. Trump Bible. Come on. Let's go. Where are you, Trump Bible? Trump is selling the Bible. Trump Bible. God bless the USA. That's the name of that. God bless the USA Bible. It's actually the Lee Greenwood Bible. To be technical, there's Lee Greenwood right there. And something to know about Lee Greenwood, he wrote the God Bless the USA song back in the 80s for Reagan. Reagan was a big user of that. Another Reagan overlap is MAGA. For anybody that doesn't know, Make America Great Again is a direct slogan from Ronald Reagan that Trump just took. So there's a lot like that in Trump's America First. There's an old Nazi organization in America, fascist organization. You know, so many things that he says he made up. I've heard it from his. I've been to a rally of his and heard him say 4 more years. No one's ever said that before. This is brand new. Of course, everybody says that every year. Yada yada. So Lee Greenwood, though, this old dude, he's got really famous from the Operation Desert Storm, where the Norman Schwarzkopf played a song to his men before he invaded, and that was a moment I remember pretty vividly. I remember him saying that, and I remember the song. It moved my heart. If you're unaware, Trump uses the song at every single rally he does right before he speaks. Lee Greenwood actually just released a country version this week. Lee Greenwood also has a version of the song that is God Bless Canada. He claims Reagan put him up to it, but I've heard it. It's bad. Anyway, so Lee Greenwood is a grifter. He is the guy that has a factory in Louisiana that's selling these Bibles. The Bibles were made in China, as Trump's ties are. We'll go through maybe all the different Trump products that there are, but starting off to just the Bible, this man who claims to love the Bible and holds up the Bible after clearing Washington Square outside of the White House. That was the same peaceful protest. Mitt Romney marched in as well. After George Floyd, Black Lives Matter protest, well, Trump wanted to shoot with real bullets on the protesters. He was denied that by his Mark Espers, I think, was the one that wouldn't do that. And there's a lot of stories to the whole thing, but they were able to clear a path to Trump to go and hold up a Bible. It's very absurd, is probably the best word for it, absurd situation. He couldn't figure out how he wanted to hold it. He kept on trying different ways to present it, and someone asked him, "Is that your Bible?" And everybody remember what he said? It's a Bible. Well, now he's selling the Bible, the God Bless the USA Bible. It's a King James version. It's $60, made in China. I've seen them not that long ago, not this version, but just King James Bibles in the dollar store as the only thing left in the dollar store, still for $1. They're not necessarily that hard. I'm going to just say this. If you want a Bible, Christians will give you a Bible. I have given out at least hundreds of Bibles, maybe thousands. I've bought them by boxes all the time, gave them to everyone in church, obviously, but everywhere, missions and random and whatever. I'm a big Bible thing. A lot of people are. You can go to any hotel and get a free King James Bible the Gideons have placed it there for you to have free. Sometimes people put money in the back of it, so always check, even if you don't want the Bible. There's Bibles everywhere. You never have to buy a Bible in this country. But if you do, you could buy from Trump's holding up this beautiful Bible. A lot of people would like to point out that adding to the Bible, like within the book, other things besides the Bible, well, there's charts, there's graphs, there's, index and things like that. Well, there's also the handwritten chorus of God Bless the USA by Lee Greenwood. Some people think that's elevating your song a little bit. The U.S. Constitution, Bill of Rights, Declaration of Independence, and Pledge of Allegiance. Well, there is, a law that government is not to make any religion. Anyway, $59.99. Well, guess what? They have a new version of it just recently put out. God Bless the USA Bible, The Day God Intervened edition. The beautiful God Bless the USA has been custom embossed in remembrance of the day that God intervened. So they claim that God, and you might believe this, but you have no way of knowing. God intervened during President Donald J. Trump's assassination. So if someone's claiming that they know, and they're putting it on the front of the Bible, that's the only difference. So it's still the same price. They just embossed it with, they really want you to think that God intervened to save Donald Trump's life. That's important to them. They also want you to know that if you want the signature edition, Donald Trump's signature edition, you could buy that as well for $1,000. Each Bible contains him signed signature. Oh, it also includes the day embossed. It's the same one. So if you've ever been on Trump's emails or text things, you also have been familiar, I'm sure, with all his very old school donate now and it'll be multiplied 5 times, 10 times, and you get that text 3 times a day, every day for, it's pretty, so limited edition BS. Who's buying $1,000 Bibles? I don't know, but certainly if I was, there's other ways that people could do this, but, if I was looking to, donate money to Trump without anyone knowing, this is one way to do it. Limited time offer. Okay, Lee Greenwood, looking real cool. Do we want to listen at all to Trump?
Partnering with my good friend Lee Greenwood, I encourage you to get this God Bless USA Bible.
Introducing the limited edition God Bless the USA Bible, inspired by Lee Greenwood's hit song and the most recognized patriotic anthem in America, God Bless the USA. The God Bless the USA large print leather-bound King James Bible also contains America's founding documents, designed for an easy reading experience in the trusted King James Version translation. This large print Bible is perfect to take to church, Bible study, work, and for traveling. Order yours today at GodBlessTheUSABible.com.
This Bible is a reminder that the biggest thing we have to bring back America and to make America great again is our religion. You all should get a copy of God Bless the USA Bible now and help spread our Christian values with others. Let's make America pray again. God bless you, and God bless the USA.
Yeah. So now you got all the people that have endorsed it. Donald Trump Jr. is not doing the pose. I don't know why. Yeah, we got more. Automatic, more lead. All right. Like, where's the money in this Bible? I thought this was. Anyway, okay. It does look creepy sometimes, but we won't point that out too much. Is this officially endorsed? This is where I think this gets kind of funny. Yes. Could you answer this before I even clicked it? Of course. Yes. This is the only Bible endorsed. So any other Bible that you're reading, he is not endorsing that Bible. I know it's maybe a little bit too picky, but it's also just ridiculous. Like, who would say such things? Anyone that wants to sell Bibles, and who would just want to sell Bibles and saying, like, if anybody really believed in, had a fear and respect for God, could they do any of this? Is this not an affront to God? Maybe this is the most important kind of thing that is on my heart, is that, like to me, everything that I've been taught in Christianity, both, from people and books and what I believe was, prayer and spirit at the time, logic, reason, everything I know would say that, this is wrong for Trump to mock God, to use Christianity, to do whatever he wants, to get a full license to do whatever he wants, and to shape Christianity and his image. And I know people would disagree with that, but MAGA churches, if you know that term, if you know those churches, they're growing, and non-MAGA churches are not as much. And certainly just a lot of this is like, not just like churches, but, more militant ideologies, groups, militias that are very Christian as well. And maybe we can look at that in some ways. So is this Bible officially? Of course it is. You know the answer. What makes it unique and special? Only Bible inspired the most patriotic song. So, so when you use the word inspired to someone that talks about the inspired word of God, like the Bible is not at all inspired by this song, God Bless the USA. That's the wrong, like maybe that song is inspired by the Bible, but that the Bible is not inspired by that. Of course, there's no other Bible that does have those things in there, because it is, a conflict for anybody that believes in that separation of church and state. What translations? Well, of course, it's only in the King James, because the King James is the only one that's not copyrighted, so they don't have to pay anybody. So the trusted, King James is the least trusted for anybody that knows translations. Like, there's a lot of corrections that are made in modern translations, and it's the least readable. So when you're reading it, you won't understand a lot of the things, what it's trying to say, because it's written in a language different. So it's just in every way, shape, and form not true. Please know we do not offer. Okay, we get that. Can you tell me more? I don't really. Short thing. I don't need to know more. Gold ribbon. Good gift. Of course, it's a good gift. Can I buy? What do you think? Can you buy it in the store? No. You can only purchase it here. I will ship right to you from Louisiana. Where's my order? Or Alabama, I'm sorry. Right next to Louisiana. Is there a return fund policy? Let's see. We want our customers to be 100% satisfied with their Bible purchases. Oh, good. 100% satisfied. In the event the product is damaged during delivery, we'll gladly replace your Bible with a new one. You ain't getting your money back. You'll get a new Bible if there's a damage. All sales from God Bless the USA Bible are final. So not 100. What if it has sticky pages? I don't really want to put that. No, it's just, the pages are thin. They give you a video. So any of the money, this is the key thing, is any of the money from this Bible going to Donald J. Trump campaign for president? Oh, for a campaign for president. It's pretty specific language. No, it's not political. It has nothing to do with any political campaign. Nothing to do with. He speaks at Trump's campaigns. He's selling it. Anyway. It's not owned, managed, or controlled by Donald Trump organization, or their people. Uses his likeness image under paid license. So not managed or controlled, but they do have a paid license from Trump's organization, which may be terminated or revoked according to its terms. So Trump wanted to have it in there. At any point, he wanted to cut. If you know Trump, every time someone turns against them, as I think they do in good conscience for the most part, not completely, but for the most part. He never knew them. They were bad people, yada yada. So I think he's always prepared to do that, maybe. Anyway, what do we know? Does Donald Trump get money? Yes, Donald Trump. I could show you his August filing for his financials. It said he got $300,000 from it. Other people were saying that there's a way that looks like it's double that, but that's at least $300,000 that he's already been paid from selling these Bibles that are not copyrighted, printed in China. Some people said that they cost $3 to make and ship. So $3, and selling it for $60 or $1,000, and Trump's getting a big fat check. All right, let's hear more about Trump's godliness. What we got?
His disciples are peddling about how God has endorsed him. It's a window into his cynicism and the bizarre mentality of his cult. Let's go back to July, when Trump was the target of a failed assassination attempt. He and his buddies decided that that was a great opportunity to tell Christians that Trump had been shielded by God because he was God's chosen candidate. Here's what Robert Jeffress, the senior pastor of First Baptist Church in Dallas, told his congregation on Sunday, July 14th, the morning after the shooting.
I believe God spared Donald Trump's life for a purpose. I don't care whether you're a Democrat or Republican. That's not what we're talking about here. I think he has a purpose. My own feeling is God spared him for the purpose of calling our nation back to its Judeo-Christian foundation. He has said that vocally.
Now, it's one thing to say that God has saved somebody's life. That's the kind of thing religious people often say. And mostly they're just expressing gratitude. But that's different from what Trump and his political allies said. They didn't just thank God for saving Trump. They said the whole point of saving him was that God wanted him to be president. Here's an example. 2 days after the attempted assassination, Lee Greenwood, the country music singer, performed at the Republican National Convention. And he opened with a statement. Here's what he said about God's decision to protect Trump.
Prayer works because he was sure, as Donald Trump turned his head just slightly, that the bullet missed him just enough to save his life to be the next president of the United States. We have believed for so long that God will make some changes in this country, and he's about to make a change in the current administration and send them home.
Wow. So apparently, God isn't just pro-Trump. God is also against Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And did you catch those two guys nodding along and clapping? That's J.D. Vance, Trump's running mate, and Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House. And then the next day, the second day of the convention, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the governor of Arkansas, said basically the same thing, that God saved Trump in order to save America.
God Almighty intervened because America is one nation under God, and he is certainly not finished with President Trump.
This went on through the whole convention. Speaker after speaker said or implied that Trump was God's candidate. And Trump, in his speech at the end of the convention, went along with it.
There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
Now let's be clear. Trump doesn't believe any of this. He has no concept of anything bigger than himself. And he doesn't know the first thing about Christianity. Remember this moment from 2016 when he referred to 2 Corinthians
I'll just
as
chime in.
2 Corinthians?
Yeah.
I asked Jerry and I
I'm
asked
sure
some of the
this
folks
is how
because I hear
Trump
this
said
is a
it.
major
But
theme right
pastors
here.
and
But
people
2
sometimes say
Corinthians,
2
right? 2
Corinthians.
Corinthians
But yeah.
3:17. That's the whole ballgame.
That's the whole ball game.
The whole ball game.
It just had the
that's
word liberty
totally
in it. That's
how
all.
a sincere
That
believer
liberty.
talks about Scripture. But that story about how God saved Trump for a larger purpose, that story was politically useful. So for weeks after the convention, Trump milked that story for all it was worth. Here he is in an interview with CBS News in August.
It's a miracle that I wasn't killed, as you know. You saw the flight of the bullet and everything else. So it was, they say, 1/8 of an inch away, 1/8 of an inch. And there has to be a reason. And I do believe in God. I also believe perhaps God had a purpose that he wants to save this country.
And then here's Trump a week later in an interview with Dr. Phil.
And you believe in God?
I do.
You believe God's hand was in this that day?
I believe so, yeah. I do.
And you talk about the country. You believe you have more to do. You weren't done. You were spared for a reason.
So same
Well,
talking
God
points every time.
believes that, I guess.
In that interview,
Just keep repeating
Trump
it.
said that if he were to win, it would show that God chose him to save the world.
There's some incredible power up there that wanted me to be involved in saving, and maybe it's more than saving the nation, maybe it's saving the world.
All the way through September, Trump kept harping on this story. Here's an interview he did on social media that was supposed to be about cryptocurrency. Instead, Trump went off about the guy who had tried to kill him.
He didn't exactly hit the target the way he wanted. There's something going on. I mean, perhaps it's God wanting me to be president to save this country.
And then here's what Trump said 2 days later at a campaign rally in New York.
And God has now spared my life. It must have been God, thank you. Not once, but twice. And there are those that say he did it because Trump is going to turn this state around. He's going to turn this country around. He's going to make America great again. And maybe.
Yeah, he says it. And his people say it.
But in the last 2 weeks,
Phil spoke
this
at
talk
his last
about Trump
big
being
rally.
anointed by God has gotten way more intense. A week and a half ago, on October 21st, Trump and some of his evangelical allies spoke at a so-called faith leaders meeting in North Carolina. Eric Trump, the son of the former president, led off with a story about a prophecy he had personally witnessed.
I'll never forget, it was the primaries of 2016, and Mike Huckabee just came off the stage from one of the debates, and he comes up to me and he goes, Eric, I'm going to drop out of this race because I feel the hand of God on your father's shoulders. And I'll never forget that. It is so clear to me, more so than ever before, that he was put here for this mission to save this country.
And then, after Eric Trump spoke, Franklin Graham, the son of Billy Graham, declared that God was the key to a Trump victory.
Rallies and positive poll numbers are not going to win this election. It's going to be God. So, Father, we come tonight to say thank you.
Which,
we pray for
you know,
our
he did
nation.
get elected, right?
And Father, if it be thy will,
But then they said the
that
same
President
thing
Trump
about
will
the
win
next
this
election. He didn't.
We pray this in Jesus'
So
name.
were they right the first
Amen.
time and wrong
And
the
then
second time?
Trump came to the mic, and he told another story about
About
a
this time?
prophecy
Is it
that
God this
supposedly
time?
happened 8 years ago. This one was about Ben Carson, the former Republican presidential candidate who went on to serve in Trump's cabinet.
And one day in a church, it was a Sunday morning,
Also, Franklin
and he
Graham
was doing
is
well, really well.
very corrupt.
And in a church, he came over to him and he said, you know you're going to win, don't you? And I said, what's this all about? Because he's a tough competitor. I said, what is this all about? He said, God has picked you to win.
Ben Carson
By this
was tough.
time, Trump was fully absorbed in the legend of being God's favorite. Listen to what he told the audience at the faith leaders meeting.
But as I look back at my life's journey and events, I now recognize that it's been the hand of God leading me to where I am today.
Remember, these are all scripted lines. You can see Trump reading from the teleprompter. Here's more of what he said.
And my faith took on new meaning on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania.
He now calls it a
where I was
memorial or something.
knocked to the ground, essentially,
last rally
by what seemed like a supernatural hand. And I would like to think that God saved me for a purpose, and that's to make our country greater than ever before.
Okay. So these are
and then,
points.
A day after that speech in North Carolina, Trump did another event in Florida. And at this event, pastors literally laid hands on Trump and prayed that God would deliver the election to him.
President Trump is here because there's a purpose, there's a higher assignment for him to finish with this nation. So we're going to pray prayer. The Bible says that let's pray for the will of God to come. Yeah. Meaning, what's the will of God? The Bible says God sets up kings. He removes kings. We're going to pray for the will of God for him to be the next 47th president.
In fact, that pastor, Guillermo Maldonado, said explicitly that Trump was anointed and that God would put him in office.
And Father, we anointed him today. We anointed him to be the next 47th president of the United States, to restore the biblical values. Father, and I thank you today. You protected him. No weapon formed against him shall prosper. And he will go to the White House, Father, to represent you and to do your will and your assignment. I pray today that your will be done, and we'll be celebrating that you have put him as the next president.
Now, it's important to understand that this cult, the cult of Trump, is not a Christian phenomenon. It's not about Jesus. It's about Trump. For example, here's a Hindu politician, Vivek Ramaswamy, proclaiming the glory of Trump just hours after the attempted assassination.
I personally believe that God intervened today, not just on behalf of President Trump, but on behalf of our country.
And then here's a Muslim cleric endorsing Trump last week in Michigan.
I believe personally that God has saved his life for a reason, which is to save the lives of others.
So this is beyond Christianity. This is essentially a new religion. The idea is that Trump himself is God's prophet. He is the chosen one, which is a totally bizarre idea because Trump is so obviously greedy and profane. But his apostles, the guys who pretend that he's divine, actually glorify his greed and his profanity. Listen to Charlie Kirk, one of these apostles of Trumpism, at a rally in Georgia last week.
And in a series of events that only God could orchestrate, in a series of events that only our divine Father could put together, the most unusual set of circumstances is that a billionaire from New York had to get in the arena to tell the other billionaires that have been robbing you, the game is over, you're fired, and the American people are back in charge again.
Can you believe this guy? Remember that Bible story about Jesus expelling the merchants from the temple? Well, apparently, that story has been replaced by a new story about a billionaire expelling the merchants. In fact, the cult of Trump celebrates his wealth. It claims that God not only saved Trump's life, but God also deliberately made him wealthier after Trump was found liable for fraud and sexual abuse. And the cult says God protected Trump from going to jail after he was charged with dozens of felonies and convicted on 34 counts. Listen to Ben Carson.
I saw President Trump, a dear friend, escape death by mere inches, and my thoughts immediately turned to the book of Isaiah that says, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper." And then they tried to bankrupt him, and he's got more money now than he had before.
Which isn't true as far as...
And then they tried to put him in prison, and he's freer and has made other people free with him.
Franklin Graham tells the same story. He says Trump's indictments and criminal convictions are part of a diabolical plot, and that God is on Trump's side.
There's a spiritual element that's at work here. There are dark forces that are arrayed against this man. They've tried to put him in prison. They've tried to assassinate him twice. He's attacked every day in the media. And the only hope for Donald J. Trump and our nation is God.
Oh, and by the way, while God was saving Trump's life, God was also apparently trying to injure or kill Joe Biden. Watch the crowd at this Trump rally laugh just a few days ago when a comedian, Tony Hinchcliffe, told this joke.
Trump survived an assassination attempt and Biden got COVID. We vote next week. God voted 3 months ago.
Look, if you're an atheist or agnostic, you're probably rolling your eyes at all this nonsense. But if you're a believer, this Church of Trump isn't just phony, it's an insult to faith. These apostles of Trumpism have replaced the values of Christianity and other religions: justice, mercy, compassion, sacrifice, love, with a twisted cult that worships money and cruelty and corruption. So, hey, I don't know what God wants. None of us does. But if it's anything like the best values we teach in our homes and in our communities and our congregations, I'm pretty sure it's not Trump. See you next time.
Yeah, I thought that was good. I know that for some people, that's probably only going to sound good to you. You know, you're probably more convinced that God chose Trump. I think I've had conversations when we bring up that idea that God chooses the king, and a lot of biblical imagery around Trump, that people say, well, yeah, God could be doing that. And I say, well, what about Kamala Harris? And people will begrudgingly say, well, God could be doing that too, but they don't believe it. You know, they'll go on and on about all the reasons why, you know, Kamala is obviously wrong, and Biden was obviously wrong, and Obama was obviously wrong, and Clinton was obviously wrong, and that God is, you know, as far as they can understand it, on their side. So where can we go? Maybe I'm thinking a lot about, you know, the clear things in my mind from early on, when we knew that Trump wasn't what he said he was, and the things that he did say he was were obviously bad. His treatment of women in so many contexts. Or we could go to any of his rallies. As we saw in that montage, there was, you know, multiple rallies where Trump is saying the same thing, because he works things into his speeches. And, you know, I unfortunately have watched pretty much all his speeches, and some of them a couple times, and have, you know, researched facts to find out things that are true or not true. And so when the other day he talked about having Liz Cheney with, you know, 9 guns trained on her head or in her face, you know, I understood it in the context of the current violent rhetoric, which is not just current, but it's a ramped up, you know, form of it. And yet, you know, in Nazism being associated in very real ways with his rally in Madison Square Garden. And so part of me just wants to share some of that. I think even just for my own kids to know some of this. I think it's probably important that I keep doing it. While I'm doing it, I feel like, of course, nobody will think anything good of this. And I just got a bad text that made me feel a little defeated. But I'll press on because I believe I'm sharing things that are true, and regardless of what people say. So yeah, I'm very new to all this, and I don't have it planned out. But let me go here. So this is a new allegation about Donald Trump from a woman just recently shared, and maybe this will lead us into some other important things to look at. Okay.
The second he was in front of me, he pulled me into him, and his hands were just on me and didn't come off.
Former Sports Illustrated model Stacey Williams says that Donald Trump groped her more than 30 years ago in Trump Tower, with the later convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein watching and smiling in the room as it happened.
Then the hands started moving, and they were on the side of my breast.
But in the 90s, Mar-a-Lago was Trump's South Florida party palace, one frequented by...
Sorry, I was
and
queuing up the next video.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry too. I don't really want to hear all this. This is someone in public stating this about Trump, and I think she's worth listening to.
I froze.
If we're
Williams
going
has
to
not
vote
spoken
for this
out
guy.
about the incident extensively until now. And in her first on-camera interview, she tells CNN the most detailed accounting of the incident yet, alleging that in 1993, Epstein, who she was briefly dating at the time, brought her into Trump Tower.
This context made no sense because the hands were on me, and then he and Jeffrey just kept talking and looking at each other and smiling.
After leaving Trump Tower, Williams said that Epstein berated her for allowing Trump to touch her.
I just had this really sickening feeling that it was coordinated, that somehow the whole thing was... I was rolled in there like a piece of meat for some kind of weird, twisted game.
Soon after the encounter, she severed ties with Epstein and said she was unaware of the kind of predatory behavior that would come to light in later years. She also says she received this undated postcard from Trump delivered to her modeling agency by courier shortly after the incident. Stacey, you're home away from home. Love, Donald.
I felt sick to my stomach.
Williams says she did not tell anyone about the incident for over 10 years.
I felt a wave of shame, and I just couldn't think about it, face it, talk about it for a very long time. I put it in a little box and...
I can imagine some people saying, well, it can't be true if you didn't tell anybody about it. Of course that happens, and you tell people. And I would like to say in response to that actually when people go through very painful experiences and they're complicated, they're involving people that you're dating and looking up to, and these power dynamics and celebrity, sexuality, there could be a mix of things involved. But even if it was just purely painful, those aren't necessarily things that people share. Their pain, So, and I would say everybody's life probably has examples, not just women, but I would think this type of story, if you ask, women in your life, if you were a safe person to ask them for them to share, I bet you would hear it from all of them sometimes. So we would say, okay, well, if it happens to everybody, then Donald Trump isn't any different. Well, he is different. is different from me. I think there's times in my life that I was a lot like Trump in ways. I think my early songs are similar to him in very clear ways. And I also think that who I am and who I want to be and who I think most people I know, everybody I know, I think, is and wants to be, is not like Trump. He is a uniquely bad individual. So I'm sharing one story, and I know some people have already criticized me, saying that I think I've studied Trump more than most people I know. I don't think most people have read every story from Trump's accusers multiple times. I think most people have listened to every rally, have listened to multiple interviews, and I don't think most people can't. I think I'm uniquely able to know more about this guy than most people. And so defending that statement in that way, but if I'm wrong, fine, great. I really don't care. I just was stating what I thought was a pretty easy guess to make, but I'm fine to be wrong. I still would like just to go through, because I think, seeing the videos that I have of Trump with women, hearing the allegations, hearing this story about Epstein dating this woman, which all indications are true. We knew Trump and Epstein were besties. They weren't just friends, they were best friends in the 80s and 90s. Tapes have just been released in this last couple days of Epstein talking on tape to a journalist and saying that Donald Trump had a habit of what people call cuckolding women, other men. And I don't even know the term all that well, but what he would do is he would invite wives over to his office, call the husband on speakerphone without him knowing she was there, and get him to talk about affairs, and then use that to have an affair with the wife. That was a normal practice of Donald Trump, as told by Jeffrey Epstein, the convicted of dozens and dozens of cases of sex slavery, child trafficking, all the worst things. One thing that is very obvious to me, I'm not sure if I'm unique in this way, but it seems very obvious to me, is that we hear over and over again allegations made about Democrats or Kamala Harris or Tim Walz or anybody that disagrees, that are the very thing that Donald Trump and Elon Musk and whatever are guilty of. They like to say, "Oh, they're the ones that are doing it. They're projecting on us their accusations or confessions on us," when that is what is in the opposite, which is not just a psychological thing. It's a strategic thing. It's how you muddy the waters. It's Steve Bannon, Trump's advisor, called it flooding the zone with shit. And if you claim the other person is doing this, and similarly right now, Elon keeps talking about the Epstein list. Well, Trump is on that list. You can go through the list. There's great articles about Bill Clinton on the list, and Trump is pretty high on the list. Him and Epstein were close. This woman said that Trump did to her what we could watch in videos Trump doing to people. So let's continue listening to this person's story that was very brave in this last week, knowing that she'll get some negative experiences because of it. She's speaking up. No one's going to believe her. She's going to say trying to get a book deal or get famous, and all kinds of criticisms. I'm sure there's memes about her, even though I haven't heard very much about her at all. But I want you to hear about her.
Side of me turned the key, locked it.
CNN has spoken to 3 friends of Williams to corroborate her story, who each said that she told them about the incident with Trump and Epstein in 2006, 2015, and 16. The Trump campaign has denied Williams' allegations, calling it a fake story contrived by Kamala Harris's campaign. Williams' account only adding to the lengthy list of women who have alleged that Trump groped, kissed, or assaulted them. Trump has also denied those allegations. Trump, who was close friends with Epstein, once calling him a terrific guy, has long sought to publicly distance himself from Epstein since he first faced charges related to inappropriate sexual conduct with underage girls in the mid-2000s.
I was not a fan of Jeffrey Epstein.
Williams has been engaged as a Democratic volunteer for decades and shared her story on a Zoom call on Monday at a Survivors for Kamala event, supporting the vice president's run, although the group is not affiliated with the campaign.
I felt like that was some sort of sick bet or game between the two of them.
With the election less than 2 weeks away, Williams arguing that her decision to speak out now was not driven by the presidential campaign, but with the release this week of a documentary about Sports Illustrated, one she participated in 2 years ago, during which she briefly alluded to the incident.
What do you say to those critics that say this is politically motivated?
I can't control when that documentary comes out. I can't control the fact that it's premiering 2 weeks before the election.
And she says she could not stay silent any longer.
It takes a lot of guts, and you have to really prepare yourself to be ready for that onslaught. And I'm ready now. Just bring it.
And despite her saying that the timing so close to the election and choosing to speak out is coincidental, in our interview, she does make her support for Harris very clear, in addition to not wanting to see Trump retake the White House. Wolf.
All right, Simon Sarfati reporting for us. Thank you.
All right, so there's one story. I'm going to listen to some more stories, but before we do, let's just hit the Epstein thing a little bit. Another thing on the Epstein tapes is that Trump and Melania, for whatever reason, he knew, or they said he knew, that's when they first, got together. It's on his plane. You could look at the data as far as Trump flying and at different times with his. Anyway, I won't get into all the details, but Trump and Epstein were close. And here's some footage from 1992.
Jeffrey Epstein, who is facing charges for sex trafficking. He has pleaded not guilty. The president says his relationship with Epstein was no different than anyone else in their elite circle.
Well, I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him.
So
he was a fixture in Palm Beach. I don't think I've spoken to him for 15 years. I wasn't a fan.
Yet, a tape in the NBC archives of a Mar-a-Lago party shows Trump giving Epstein his personal attention. The footage, shot in November of 1992, before Trump opened the resort as a club, shows the future president surrounded by cheerleaders for the Buffalo Bills and Miami Dolphins, capturing Trump's fun-loving bachelor lifestyle for an appearance on Faith Daniels' NBC talk show.
You're going to get great ratings in your show.
Trump is surrounded by women as music blares in the background. After a while, Trump goes to greet 3 new guests. Among them, the financier Jeffrey Epstein. More than a decade before his guilty plea
He didn't have to
on
agree.
state
Epstein
prostitution charges.
passed him in.
Later
He
in the
knows him
footage,
too well.
Trump is seen talking to Epstein and another man as women are dancing in front of them. Trump alternates between dancing and pointing out women to Epstein and the other man,
He's feeling it.
and telling Epstein about the cameras.
Look at
Though exactly what they say,
Yeah, which
it's
one?
difficult
2,
to
3, 4,
understand as they
5?
discuss the
What do we
women
gotta
and
do?
their appearances. Trump gestures to one and appears to say to Epstein, "Look at her back there." She's hot.
Yeah.
And then Trump says something else into Epstein's ear that makes him double over with laughter. But as the president says now, he never liked Epstein.
I was not a fan of his. That I can tell you. I was not a fan of his.
Looks like a big fan of Epstein.
I feel like I saw Ghislaine Maxwell. I believe that's the reported recruiter for Jeffrey Epstein, and I thought she was in the background there. Again, here's what Donald Trump said to New York Magazine about Epstein in 2002. I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do. And many of them are on the younger side. No doubt No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life.
Oh, yeah. And we certainly saw
No
that
doubt
there,
about
Willie. Saw it very clearly. He and Epstein, they're very much enjoying that party. And Donald Trump saying he never liked Jeffrey Epstein, once again, proven to be a lie.
Yeah, he says, I was not a fan of his. That I can tell you. The president said that last week. Obviously, he was a fan. We can see there. We can see it in the quote from 2002 in New York Magazine. It's all there. He says the relationship broke off about 15 years ago. The good news, Elise Jordan, is that the Southern District of New York is going to put all this out into the open. There's going to be a trial, and we'll get to the bottom of this. We don't know if President Trump or then businessman, TV host Donald Trump is implicated in any way, but there are a lot of powerful people in New York and elsewhere that have reason to be nervous for what's happening downtown in the Southern District.
They should be, and Epstein should be should be in prison right now. And I'm glad that these victims are finally getting to see a predator where he should be. And many.
Yeah, Epstein did get in prison. He didn't get a very stiff prison. Trump was left out. The pictures that Epstein alleged he had or said he had on tape of Trump getting a blowjob from a preteen, 12, 14, I forget the age. Which is weird for Epstein to say. It talked about the argument or the rift that happened between them. The story that I've heard is that they both wanted the same property in Palm Beach, and that was enough for them to get in a fight. Women, Trump could put his hands over any girlfriend, and there's all kinds of sharing, but the property, no. Okay, so here is 2020. And I want to read some of this. At least 18 women have accused Donald Trump of varying inappropriate behavior, including allegations of sexual harassment, sexual assault. But 2 came forward with the accusations before, during the first bid for the White House. Latest accusation comes from Amy Dorse, former model. Vehemently denies Brett Kavanaugh. One thing that unfortunately I've done is Google everybody around Trump and finding out how many of these people have been accused of sexual assault with reputable, credible accusations. Brett Kavanaugh is one of them. He's in the Supreme Court. And yeah, that the Believe Women, the Me Too movement, is there for good reason. It's not there enough. When people have good accusations, if you know what happened, there was some releasing of this documentation that they set up. If you remember the Brett Kavanaugh hearing, that accusations came out. They said, let's give it some time to figure out. Jeff Flake was the one that did that because some people confronted him, and that was something I didn't like. I didn't like seeing him get begged, berated, I don't know, in the elevator, but it did, or something else impacted him, I don't know, but Jeff Flake has been an honorable man in many ways, He didn't do all I was hoping he would do in that Brett Kavanaugh hearing, but he did let a voice be heard. He didn't let it get silenced. And yet, one of the agreements was that there would be a FBI hotline set up for people that have more allegations to come forward. The Trump administration didn't do it like that. They set it up going directly to the White House, and they handled it all. Again, when you got allegations, don't go to the people that did the thing, because you know what happens with that. Anyway, Kavanaugh, he doesn't do everything bad from the Supreme Court, from my opinion, from the way that I think, and I obviously don't know everything he does or everything about everything, the right thing, but the things I do know about, I disagree with. Obviously, obviously for people that would understand my point of view, the giving immunity to Trump decision and others, but he had made a couple good ones, in my opinion. Anyway, so here we go. Let's go through a rundown. Jessica Leeds lets Trump grope her on the airplane. I got a video of her, so we won't go fully into her story. But she seems credible, and it definitely sounds like Trump in the time period that. Anyway, Trump groped her, kissed her, and what Trump referenced, he said, "I've had many false accusations. I had a woman sitting in an airplane. I attacked her while people were coming and playing. I have a #1 bestseller out. I mean, it will be a total phony story. There are many of them," Trump said at press conference. One way that we judge a person's credibility is by what they say. And Trump's, line, he says, "I've had many false charges." So, for one, he says that about every charge that he has. And we now know that he is guilty because he's been found guilty of 34 felons in the hush money payments to Stormy Daniels, not accounted correctly, the election interference, and all the things he says that the laptop did, 19 points, things that are ridiculous on their face. I'm sorry if I'm speaking in code, if you don't know all these different things, but anybody that knows what Trump says, could understand this, and I don't want to belabor every single nuance, but he was guilty. Was it a sham trial? It was the same trial that his fixer, his attorney, Michael Cohen, was on trial for. And Trump was listed as whatever the other person won. Not defendant won, but he was listed in it. Just his name was taken out. Again, when people release documents and names are not included, but a word is put in place there, that's a sign of something too, and not the sign that they were necessarily covering up Trump, but they didn't name him, but that he was guilty. And if he wasn't the president, he would be on trial as well. I guess co-defendant one, maybe what it said. Anyway, Michael Cohen went to jail. I think he had got 3 years. I think he spent 13 months in jail. And that was under Trump's DOJ. And he also was in solitary confinement for 51 days, I think, in response to him releasing a book. He backtracked on Trump. He said, he realized, he has a podcast called Mea Culpa. And if there's an inspiration for someone that seems to have truly repented, it's him. He still has a dark, dark, dark past. If we want to go into a part of this story, how did Trump get the endorsement of Christians? in the 2015 primaries over Ted Cruz, who announced his candidacy at Liberty University, who had hired Cambridge Analytica to help, manipulate Facebook for his advantage. And I think he's the one that originally paid for the Steele dossier. That might have been Jeb. And so what happened? We got the head of Liberty University, Jerry Falwell Jr., all of a sudden invite Trump. That's where he is quoting 2 Corinthians, or called it 2 Corinthians. And I've watched all these videos. I know the context. I could go through it with anybody, but I see Jerry Falwell Jr. endorse Trump in that moment, much to the chagrin of Liberty people. People resign and protest over the years and different things. And Jerry Falwell is out at Liberty. I think he sued them for millions and millions, and I think they settled with him. I forget the details. But why is Jerry Falwell out? Because pictures of him and stories about him and his wife and their financial dealings with the quote-unquote pool boy came out. And so this is a real thing. There's real, the story about his wife with the friend of their son who's staying at their house because there's a problem at the dorm, like a Liberty student, her assaulting him. But it just seemed like she went nuts, and he went nuts, and there's pictures to prove it in documentation of millions, and buying sex hostels in Miami. Just the craziness. Anyway, what happened? Should we look it up real quick? I got plenty of this stuff. Do we want to listen to Falwell and Trump? Let's just do this. Let's jump around. Come on. Oh, okay, that didn't work. All right, because I have to double click it. All right, we'll come back to Jerry Falwell. Now let's do it. All right, so this is Jerry Falwell. This is him standing beside Trump. This is after, I think, the tapes came out for Trump. The Access Hollywood tape.
Well, name-calling certainly doesn't seem to have hurt Donald Trump among his supporters, but how do religious leaders feel about the way the conversation is going? Joining me now is Liberty University President Jerry Falwell Jr., who's a Trump supporter. Jerry, thanks so much for being with us. When you hear Donald Trump refer to Elizabeth Warren as Pocahontas, when he calls Secretary Clinton a lowlife, do you take issue with that at all? Is that a Christian thing to do, in your opinion?
Well, I'm president of a university. We have a Division I football team. And we have lots of players who might have relatives or friends on opposing teams, but when the whistle blows, it's every man for himself. And I think politics is the same way. And I think it's the way that the game is played. It's a blood sport, and I wouldn't expect anything less from
whatever is true, what is noble, what is good, what is trustworthy.
People should stop trying to choose political leaders who they believe are the most godly, because only God knows people's hearts. What about judging candidates according to their actions? Isn't that really the only way to assess who a candidate is, what they actually believe in?
No, I think the way to assess a candidate is their experience. I think with Donald Trump, his experience and success in the private sector is one of the reasons I chose to support him, because
if you know Jerry Falwell Jr., his dad was Jerry Falwell Sr., and Jerry Falwell Sr. started the political right. Is it the righteous majority, or? But he was a big influencer of elections. Started Liberty Church, Liberty University. I'm pretty sure Liberty was segregated for a while. and then Jerry Falwell Jr., his son, comes in and goes heavy into recruitment and online schooling, and it's still major online schooling that makes millions and millions of dollars from it. And I've listened to many of his, calls himself a, whatever, president or businessman himself, but, he preaches at his school, and he wears a gun, pretty, says if the tariffs is coming in, he's got them, and ramps up those things as well. But the moral majority, that's it, the moral majority certainly had different ways of judging presidents back then. So there is a change.
I've been president. Before that, I was general counsel of a university that was in financial trouble in the 80s and 90s, and we brought in the best experts to make it the most prosperous university in the country now, one of the most prosperous, I should say. And it's, I think the country needs the same type of, I think the country needs a doctor who has the cure for America's ills. I think we're at a turning point. I think we could lose our country if we don't choose the right president this time. And I think Donald Trump is the man for this point in history.
A lot of comments about losing this country.
You worked obviously closely with your dad, who founded the Moral Majority. What do you think he would have made of Donald Trump?
I think he was roundly criticized for supporting Ronald Reagan over Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, just to say, like, the argument we're going to lose our country. We've had a country the last 4 years. It's a pretty good country. We probably all know by now that it's the strongest economy in the world. It's rebounded the quickest and best after the pandemic. Most other countries we are propping up. China, we're keeping afloat to some degree. And, we want international stability, even as there's great international instability and great tensions. And they're not new. It's not just because of Biden or Trump, as it's claimed. But regardless, if we nominate Kamala Harris for president or elect her for president, we will still have this country. And I will happy to talk about the different aspects people think are important. But we just have to also agree, like, the country will still be here. Donald Trump is claiming that he wants to do things a different way than how we've done things as a country governmentally. He wants to bring in all his own people. Project 2025 is clear about that. He's clear about that. Boris Epstein is clear about that. And, they're going to try to not have the FBI do background checks because Trump himself couldn't pass a background check. Neither could most of his people that he wants to bring in, including Boris Epstein. So he wants to have a different type of country that includes him being dictator on day one. We've never had a dictator as president, and I hope we never will. I hope that's a belief in this country that everyone shares. I probably think people that would still vote for Trump probably just don't believe he would or could, and yet what we see right now at this time period is all the people that were keeping him in check from breaking the law grossly, shooting protesters and calling in the military, claiming the Insurrection Act, and confiscating election equipment and all the things that he's done or tried to do that he was denied. Selling Puerto Rico, buying Greenland, like silly things that he just tried to do that he thought he could, because he thought he could do whatever he wants, but he couldn't because there was people that wouldn't, and those people are gone, and they're speaking out against him. And all the people that are around him now are complete sycophants, yes people. They'll do whatever he says and wear whatever silly outfit he wears and agree with him with everything he says. And one thing that is all the worse at this moment for that happening is Trump is worse. He is definitely less constrained in what he says. We are listening to Jerry Falwell speak about Trump and not judging him. I could put up a video of, we just want to put up the video of Donald Trump this very week making a blowjob action on a microphone. Like, it's the kind of thing that you don't want to see. But, Donald Trump did it, and his fans cheered. And I wish it wasn't that. I wish he was doing something else. I've had to dig for it when I look for it in this one speech. What was it? Milwaukee speech. I think it's around 30 minutes in. All right, I won't get into that. Maybe figure that out later. But he literally did that. He literally, made sexual references to a microphone. There's a reason why Biden is not out. Dr. Joe Biden is speaking in Scranton yesterday or today. But Joe Biden is not Scranton's homeboy because he is unable to constrain himself. He has said some things seemingly accidental with the garbage, but just repeating and not having the ability to process his words and control his tongue. And then smack, whatever. That's I completely am against any reference to violence in any kind of way, even from a man that is that frail. That doesn't matter. Anybody could be inspired by that, and whatever. I don't want to try to play up like that he wants to kill Trump like Trump is claiming, but because I know that I don't know anything, but from all accounts, that's not the kind of guy he is. That he can't control his tongue, and neither can Trump. And there's plenty of evidence of that we could watch and just watch his speeches, watching his Truth Social posts. But let's listen to Jerry Falwell back Donald Trump.
Carter, who was a Southern Baptist Sunday school teacher. Ronald Reagan was a Hollywood actor who
still was
remarried. Everybody said my dad was.
Jimmy Carter was a Sunday school teacher up until 2000, and I'm gonna say 15, something like that. And all throughout his life, his Secret Service people, have told lifelong Secret Service people tell the stories about how great he is and everything they've gotten to do, travel with him to negotiate all his peace deals and help people and everything. But no matter where they went, they always had to get back Saturday night because Jimmy Carter had to prepare his Sunday school lesson. He did that every single Saturday night throughout his life. He is serious about Sunday school. This guy is very unique. And if I'm remembering correctly, he renounced his I don't know if he was ever ordained or anything, but his membership of Southern Baptist. Is that who he was part of? And it was over one thing, mistreatment of women. He decided to make a stand at whatever age he was, and he just said, it's wrong. Enough is enough, and he gave up something he loved and was good at for something that was more important to him. So again, Reagan, there's people that could only see good in Reagan. Some people could see both, good and bad. And then obviously some people probably don't see good at all. I'm probably in the middle. And the same thing with Jimmy Carter. I'm probably in the middle. There's ways that he got blamed for stuff that weren't his fault, and he also failed in different things. But the guy was a student, studied. Anyway, I like Jimmy Carter a lot. I'm inspired by the man, and it's good to know about his life as much as you can, he's done. But here we go. We got Reagan and Jerry Falwell.
An apostate for supporting somebody like Reagan. But Reagan turned out to be a much better president for issues that Christians were concerned about than Jimmy Carter was. And I think you have to look past
issues he claims.
You can't Christians. We're not electing a pastor-in-chief. We're electing a commander-in-chief, and we can't.
The age-old saying. Definitely, I heard it after the Access Hollywood tape. Probably the only time I saw Christians, second guess Trump, I think, from my vantage point. But that saying is what that just made people just forget what they heard.
Can't expect our commander-in-chief to have the same qualities as our pastors. And I think most of the rank-and-file evangelicals have figured that out on their own. I think some of the leadership
after I told them
has been slow to catch up with the rank-and-file. I think if you look all through the primaries, Donald Trump has had the.
What he means by that is that leadership, good leaders, and scared leaders, scared of blowback, they started turning on Trump at different times. But Jerry Falwell is being a little bit of a boundary keeper, saying, hey, you leaders, you get in line because, we got the people, and I'm going to, put my voice there, put my reputation on the line. I'm building up to why would he do this? Did he really believe these words he's saying? Or his eyes telling the truth? Or is he lying for nefarious reasons? I'm going to tell you it's the opposite, and I think I have proof.
Evangelical support, maybe not a plurality when there were 15 or 16 candidates in the race, but now that it's just now that it's just down to two or one, or even when it was down to two, he was roundly beating Cruz with evangelicals, and I think it's because evangelicals are voting on different issues this time. I think they're concerned about the same issues that the general population is concerned about. I had one pastor tell me that if we don't secure our borders, if we don't rebuild our military to fight terrorism, if we don't do something about the terrible debt problem, then the social issues are going to be a moot point. We've got to save our country first.
Social issues are
maybe next time we look at who can help with social issues. But for right now, we're in a bad situation. And the Supreme Court issue alone, I had a law student do a report for me the other day. With a 4-year Hillary or Bernie presidency, the Supreme Court could move to 7-2 liberal, and if those new appointees are young people, that's the court will be a liberal court for the next generation. That's something that should concern every.
And just to say, okay, so they got their majority, the Republican majority on there. And yeah, that's going to be a Republican majority for a little while. They got some retirement age, so this next election, it could balance out. For the sake of a nation, that's a good thing to have a non-extreme. And if you study jurisprudence and history of law, I've done that this last year. I've become very interested in that. And so people's ideology becomes very important. But also what they call the Overton window, what is the normal stances for dialogue and for, judicial, review and what could happen. And that Overton window, if it's kind of split and you have a couple of people that are in the middle that go either way, it tends to be a lot more balanced than when you have a big majority like you have now. Even if a couple people want to be in the middle, like John Roberts, predominantly, he can't, because he's not a swing vote. And so, anyway, just to say, I'm a person that does think that there's a lot of overreach because ideology is able to have a lot of a stronger influence than if it was a more equal court, which I would hope, Harris would help make.
Every Christian, every conservative voter, and I think at the end of the day, the few that are still on the fence about Trump because they don't like his behavior will do what's best for the United States and will elect Donald Trump.
We've had Dr. Russell Moore on the program a lot, and he says that having to choose between Donald Trump and most likely Hillary Clinton, many evangelicals are, in his words, horrified that evangelicals are facing what he calls a real crisis right now. Is he wrong? He's obviously not a supporter of Donald Trump. I mean, is he? How do you see his position from the evangelical standpoint?
I think there's always been a small group of evangelicals who tend to vote Democratic, and I think there's a certain leadership that's been criticized, certain evangelical leadership that's been criticizing Trump lately. They tend to be lean toward more the Democratic side. So I think that's who you're hearing from. I think Jim Wallace, for example, they those leaders only represent a very small segment of evangelicalism. The vast majority, tens of millions of evangelicals, are conservative voters, and there's still a small group of them that are still undecided, but they're a very small minority. I've watched the percentage.
So basically, they're sheep, right? Is the phrase that likes to be used in these situations. Like, they're conservative voters. They will vote this kind of way regardless of the candidates. They're going to go with the party. I've gone against my party. I think that's important to be able to do. So I'm highly encouraging people to think about that.
Just in contacts that I have, just increase. I've had evangelical leaders who were never part of the Never Trump movement who contact me in the last few weeks, ask me how they can get involved. These are African American evangelical leaders, Hispanic leaders, white leaders, just all across the spectrum. And I think that
it is a fascinating thing. I remember early on in the campaign when Donald Trump appeared, I think it was at a faith and values forum, and he made a comment about communion and taking the little wine, the little crackers. I remember Eric Erickson at Red State wrote that he could now write off evangelical support, which, as you pointed out, was completely not the case. And Donald Trump has won evangelicals throughout this, and I do think that surprises certainly a lot of people. Is it that you described it very well earlier, but is it? Are evangelicals putting aside? Kind of thinking, well, okay, he may have things in his past, he may have indiscretions, he may not be the standard bearer for the evangelical movement, but that's not what we need right now. Is that essentially what it boils down to?
That's exactly where most of them are now. I talk to them every day, and it's just we've got to save the country first. It's just like if you had a sick child and who needed a doctor, you would want the doctor most qualified to treat that child, not necessarily a doctor that shares your faith. And that's where I think Donald Trump's the doctor that can cure the ills of America right now. And I think that's where the rank and file of evangelicals are. The press always interviews the quote leadership, but the evangelicals, the rank and file, don't listen to that leadership. They think for themselves and they come to their own conclusions. And it really doesn't matter what that leadership says. What matters, they sort of look at that leadership as the establishment of the evangelical movement.
They think for themselves, but they also think the same thing.
The establishment has been rebuffed, including the evangelical establishment.
So where are they in there?
I think that's a good thing.
We've also done a lot of reporting over the last couple months about opinions about Hillary Clinton.
The new book from President Trump's former fixer, Michael Cohen, claims for the first time that an endorsement for the president from Jerry Falwell Jr. was tied to Cohen's role in suppressing racy photographs belonging to the evangelical leader. In Disloyal, the memoir, Cohen describes how he helped keep, quote, personal photos of Falwell and his wife Becky from going public. He links it to Falwell's 2016 endorsement of Trump's Christian virtues. Falwell's backing of a twice-divorced candidate who had talked about grabbing women's genitals and engaging in extramarital affairs was a major surprise of the 2016 campaign. Cohen doesn't explicitly say that the endorsement was the favor he sought in return for keeping the Falwell photos from getting out. But his book marks the first time he has linked the two issues, saying, quote, "In good time, I would call in this favor, not for me, but for the boss, at a crucial moment on his journey to the presidency." Cohen was convicted of campaign finance violations and other crimes and is currently serving the remainder of his 3-year term in home confinement. He says he became close to the Falwells in 2011 and that he saw the help he offered them as transactional and enormously significant. Cohen claims he helped persuade Falwell to endorse Trump just before Republican voters gathered in Iowa in February 2016 to nominate a presidential candidate. Falwell, who at the time ran Liberty University, not only publicly vouched for Trump but also barnstormed with the candidate.
Cohen did not immediately respond to efforts by Reuters to reach him, and the White House also dismissed Cohen's account. Falwell spoke to Reuters on the phone after this story was published, saying, quote, "Someone stole some pictures I took of my wife in the backyard, topless. Big deal, okay?" He added that his endorsement of Trump had nothing to do with Cohen's role in suppressing the racy photographs, and there was, quote, "no quid pro quo." Toward the end of the call, Becky Falwell, who has not commented on the Cohen book or the photographs, could be heard urging her husband to hang up the phone. Falwell stepped down as president of Liberty late last month after Reuters reported that a business associate alleged a years-long affair with him and his wife. Jerry Falwell has denied involvement, saying the sexual relationship was between his wife and the associate Giancarlo Granda.
The wife under the bus. His story with documentation, text and everything, has been proven. Those photos that...
And exhausted and seemingly just...
Those photos from Trump have not been released. Apparently, I guess, Falwell gone back, or I think Cohen said he might have had some, but I don't know. But anyway, yeah, so Jerry Falwell, enticing a pool boy to have sex with his wife. And, man, again, do we want to look at the text, or can we just accept like that's the truth? Because it is. Let's listen to some women's stories. That's Kristen Anderson. Put his hand up her skirt to her underwear in the early 1990s. Spoke to a friend of Anderson, Brad Trent, who heard the account from the year of the alleged incident. Trump told him she was sitting next to Trump. Oh, I didn't say. So how do we know about these, these stories? Who to believe? We could watch the testimony of Trump at the E. Jean Carroll case and see the same thing. And so many cases for him. He says it's false charges, like he says that everyone. He claims that there's no way it could happen, when absolutely someone could, make a move on somebody in first class, especially in, his way of being with people. It happens, can happen, does happen. And particularly here, we have factually documentation. And I have a #1 bestseller out. I mean, it's a total phone story. So he's claiming, and he says a lot more about her that sounds just like other lies he tells. Trump's first book was purchased in '87, which wouldn't have made him a bestseller author at the time of the alleged incident, which took place in the late '70s. So off just by, a decade with his alibi. She's only there, and we could listen to him talk about it. Kristen Anderson spoke to a friend of Anderson, Brad Trent, said it while sitting next to Trent, trying to slit her hand, grabbed her. Let's see. Statement included in the post story. Then Trump campaign and Hope Hicks disputed. Mr. Trump strongly denies it's funny. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It is the thing that Trump said he did. Jill Hart said she had dinner with Trump and then boyfriend. Oh, this is a video. No, this is not. I don't know. We'll just read it. Tried to put her hands between her legs. She alleged he also tried to kiss her during the tour of Mar-a-Lago State in Florida. A month later, when she and her boyfriend were there to celebrate solidifying a business contract, filed a lawsuit in 1997 alleging that Trump groped her and sexually harassed her, obviously not at all tied to his political aspiration. Well, technically, just to dispel the myth, the lie that Trump is not a politician. That's why everyone likes him. And he's a great businessman. Well, he went bankrupt 6 times, has been proven to have committed fraud, tax evasion, bank fraud. Again, on his financial records in August, it lists that he owes between $300 and $500 million, and that's a lot of bank fraud and tax evasion. To to owe that much. And so I don't think he's started payment on that, but he's been a corrupt person. He's been bankrupt. He's been, held up by family and everybody, foreign agents, people buying his hotel rooms, and obviously he's been guilty of sexual assault, and he's boasted of it. So she filed a lawsuit, withdrew her suit. Oh, and he started trying to run for president in the 80s. There's the Oprah video of him talking about it with her. In 88, it was more formal. But throughout the 90s, he was very much a part of Ross Perot's and what's the wrestler guy? The Reform Party. He tried to get the presidential nomination for it. They had $12 million and matching money because of Perot got 5%, whatever. So he tried to get that, and he publicly asked Oprah to be his vice president, to be his running mate back in the 90s. And then continued floating it. I think in the 2000s, certainly 2012, he was floating the idea publicly that he might run for president. That's when he started doing the birtherism really strong as well. So that was part of how he got, saying that Obama was not born in America and couldn't, be president. And let's get his birth certificate. I'm sending my guy to Hawaii. Just, publicity stunts that never did anything. When he became president, there was a press conference where he said, "Guess what? That birth certificate thing is now done. I don't need it, or whatever." Or even said it more strongly that that wasn't a true thing. So he, for some weird reason, decided to admit it at that point, but didn't. And I think he probably is going back on that at times as well still. But so yeah, he's been a political guy all along, but at this time, he was just an abuser. So he groped her, reported on it in 97. She withdrew it as a condition of settling a separate financial dispute. So there's some, if you're looking for plausible deniability, that's where Trump lives. He tries to always give you a reason to come up with a denial of all of this. But again, this is not all of them. This is 18 of his accusers. We could watch some of their videos and judge if we think that they're lying and judge what he's saying. Never touched her. Published article even after she had accused Trump of sexual misconduct. She briefly dated him in 98. So that doesn't negate it for sure. A lot of people go back into abusive relationships and people. It's probably more the norm than the opposite. I'm going to make the case for this from both perspectives, but I know the argument against all this is what most people are thinking, and I would like to, if there is a good argument against it, put it out there. That's called steel manning, creating the best argument rather than a straw man that's easily knocked down. Is it true that people date people that have been abusive of them? Yes. That have groped them? Yes, people do that. Think in your own life. Have you ever been a part of a relationship like that? Have you ever mistreated someone and then had a relationship with them or continued a relationship with them? It's not a way to completely deny and write off this woman's testimony and her actions as documented in history, not fake. Trump campaign released emails 2015, who now owns cosmetics, soliciting the candidate for opportunities to do his hair and makeup. The absurdity. Knowledge sending the messages. The report came on the heels of another story in The Hill, which reported that after Hart. So I don't think she came out in February. Her lawsuit was reported, so she didn't try to bring it out at this point, to say. publicly aired her allegations during a campaign, an unidentified came forward to pay the balance of a mortgage. Oh, so when she did air it, an unidentified donor came forward to pay the balance of a mortgage on her New York apartment. So the stories were an attempt to malign her and her attorney. So she didn't have that happen, she's saying. And the journalist is an apologist for Trump and a rag for rape. She stands by allegations, but doesn't want to speak any more about Trump. I get it. Okay, Kathy Heller. Alleged incident, Mother's Day brunch, Mar-a-Lago, same year. Repeated claims to ABC, and she said it happened nice. She put her hand out to say hello, and he grabbed her unexpectedly and started to kiss her on the lips. There is a way that people, repeat a story or, kind of bring in the same things. But there's also a pattern of people doing this behavior. And I think all the evidence is that it's more likely that this is a pattern for Trump. If you look at Trump's handshakes, there's a pattern. He tends to grab men and yank them very hard, very weirdly, right into his gut. He pulls them in. It's like a game or a power play. Justin Trudeau famously held it. He must have practiced. He had his arm flexed, ready for it. But Trump is very patterned in his use of his body. And this sounds like him. She said she tried to pull away and said, "Oh," and he said, "Oh, come on." She said no, but he grabbed her again and got near her lips. She said this happened in front of her family. Reported how his family is in dispute with Mar-a-Lago regarding the efforts to get refunds of dues. Okay, so there's always some possibility here. Because here's the thing, probably out of all these 18 cases, is one of these blown up, exaggerated, or a flat out lie? It's definitely, if not possible, likely, right? This could be the one. Are they all? I don't think that's likely. And even if it was just one that was true, if you flipped it, which one would you be okay with? Would you be okay with this one, a guy that just grabs people, starts kissing them, and when they say no, he says, "Oh, come on," and grab them? Like, none of us would be okay. Someone saw someone doing that, everybody I know would try to stop the person. And some people would get very mad at that person. That's what I believe. She's a Clinton supporter. She donated that money. 7. Her story appeared in Guardian. False accusation. There's no way it would happen at Mother's Day. There's no way it could happen in a public place. It's now a theme. It would have been the talk of the Palm Beach for the past 2 decades. If we're understanding all the things that have happened in Palm Beach, no. So again, if that's your argument, that doesn't sound true to me. It sounds like the kind of thing that you could say that people could say, "Oh, okay, yeah, it's true." But when you think about it, it's not true. That wouldn't assault is happening in Palm Beach every day, I would think. Almost, right? Late November, after Trump began questioning the veracity of the Access Hollywood tape, if you remember, it came out, he apologized, and then after he became a president, he started saying it didn't happen. So Billy Bush came out and said, "No, it did happen, and I'm sorry," and because he got fired for the tape, Trump became president. And anyway, we got to watch the tape, obviously. I don't think I could give a fair expose of Donald Trump if we didn't watch the Access Hollywood tape, so we'll get to that. He commented on male public figures who had lost their jobs. Helen told People magazine that Trump is a hypocrite. I don't think he should be calling out anybody for sexual harassment and sexual assault. So he's calling out other people for things, for sexual harassment, but I don't think he can control himself. I don't know if he ever called out Harvey Weinstein, but recently he was saying Harvey Weinstein got schlonged, that, he couldn't believe that he got in trouble, almost in a compassionate way. Temple Taggart McDowell. All right, was 21-year-old Miss Utah. We're going to get into a lot of these stories. When she participated in Miss USA contest in '97, she said Trump, who owned the pageant at the time, kissed her directly on the lips. Shared in the New York Times 2016, now used a married name, now read the claim to a lawyer. Trump denied the allegation, saying he's reluctant to kiss strangers. He's reluctant, not never. He's reluctant to kiss strangers on the lips, and he believes that. I don't even know who she is. That's a very common trope. She claims it took place in a public area. If you hear about his Miss USA, Miss Teen USA, he tried to know who everybody was. He was very involved in this. Claimed it took place in a public area. I never kissed her. So that's a pretty good line of his. Hey, it was in a public area. It couldn't have happened. There's no way. Reaffirmed their allegations in November, but declined to be interviewed. Karina, Virginia. New York area yoga instructor said Trump approached her in '98 outside the U.S. Open tennis tournament. I do think we have a video of this woman. Let's see if we go to video. Man, there's so many ugly videos on here. This is not her, but let's just watch it. Pick this up. This is Miss Teen USA. Let's see here. So this is Miss USA. No, this is Karina. So
he just came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked.
As Miss Arizona 2001, Tasha Dixon competed in the Miss USA pageant. Donald Trump owned the contest along with Miss Universe and Miss Teen USA for 19 years.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked, changing into our bikinis. To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure of the people that work for him telling us to go fawn all over him, go walk up to him, talk to him.
And Dixon has strong opinions about what she thinks were Trump's motivations.
I'm telling you, Donald Trump owned the pageant for the reason to utilize his power to get, around beautiful women.
Dixon, who lives in West Hollywood, was 18 at the time.
Who do you complain to? He owns the pageant. So there's no one to complain to. Everyone there works for him.
The year she competed, the theme was empowering women. And after hearing recent audio of Trump talking about women, she decided to speak out.
I'm Miss Arizona, so I veer more on the conservative side. But I just like to choose what's right.
Dixon tells me she hadn't heard the Stern audio before. We did reach out to several 2001 contestants, and those that responded declined to be interviewed. We did, however, receive a statement from former Miss California in 2009, Carrie Prejean Bowler. She said to us in a statement, to paint Mr. Trump as someone who would purposely walk into a women's dressing room and ask women to come impress him is the most disgusting accusation so far. Mr. Trump has empowered me as a woman, has given me career opportunities, and defended me during my reign as Miss California, USA. In the newsroom, Serene Branson, KCAL 9 News.
All right,
he just came strolling right in.
So we got to hear directly from a person talking about Trump doing pretty gross things. Let's hear Trump talk about that. There's even grosser things in here. Trump and Stern talking about how sexy Ivanka is, his daughter. There's plenty of tape about Trump saying he would date his daughter if it wasn't her daughter, and about how big of a breast Tiffany has and will have and whatever. Here's just a compilation of a few things. They left out a couple moments that I remember that were shocking to me, but here's Stern and Trump. this is who Trump is. He's a person that during these years call into Howard Stern and just talk about things. It would rate women on 1 to 10 scale, and maybe that would be part of this broader little clip if it was in there.
The greatest judge of beauty on this planet. In fact, I would create a TV show for you where all you did was just judge women.
Now, that may be the best idea of all.
It's a simple thing. It's a half hour, and we strip it out all over the country.
I would say I'm the all-time judge.
You own this pageant. You go over, you're meeting the girls and stuff. One of them comes up to you and says, Mr. Trump, you're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man. Right? You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you. Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, right. But I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that.
What I want to say, not just how horrible Trump is, this is still Trump. In a rally from today. No, this was in Milwaukee, wasn't it? Shoot, my memories, tries to keep them categorized. Where he said, someone screamed up to him, "I want to marry you," and he says, "Oh, I'm okay with that. I guess we'll have to talk to the first lady." But that is not the response that you have to those things. It's a really, but this is him. This is how he responds to those things. Because this is who he really is. He really is the person that has, had 3 wives now, and plenty of documented. One video footage I didn't have, but is very strong in my memory, is when he was on the Celebrity Apprentice, and apparently the Celebrity Apprentice tapes has plenty of shocking things on them. But one clip that was aired on the show was to, as he does, he always has like a Playboy bunny, a model, or nude model. And, and I wanted to just not, downplay it or upplay it, but Playboy is porn, in the porn category. And so in these times with his daughter, Ivanka, right there, he bragged. It's so weird that they film her during the scene, if I'm remembering correctly as well. Her like a little laugh and little blush or whatever. But he's, how he bragged about how he's known a lot of Playboy bunnies, models, and he said to the one, I would like to see you down on your knees. That would be a good sight. To a woman, just in the last 10 years on TV that he knew was going to show. This is on a national radio show he's talking. He is not a man that hides his vulgarity in his view of women and what he thinks that they're good for, and he judges them, he rates them, he will have sex with them and not think about them ever again. And that is the type of guy that he has been and still is. He is not a guy with the values that I know that people hold, that believe in Jesus and follow the Bible.
You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, could that be construed, however, as
conflict?
Yes.
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Meaning, if a contestant is going to have sex with him, doesn't that sway his favor? That is something that he, in this case, is acting as if he's totally fine with, and I believe he totally was fine with and totally did engage in.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you it's your obligation to have sex with these girls as the owner of the pageant. It's your obligation. He thinks that he has not just a right, but or he's not, Does he believe he has an obligation, or does he believe that it's good for him to say that it's his obligation, to give him a good reason for his actions? I don't know. I don't know how to analyze this too much, but this is this guy that when I texted and put on Facebook that, I'm pretty sure I know this guy, and that if you knew him, like, I don't think people that I respect have listened to this, really listened to this right here, and heard this guy talk like this. That's why I want to put it out there.
Is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are
the funniest
for
thing.
a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting negation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything.
Inspecting it. I'm sure he kind of made quote marks like that, like this is my official job. Everyone knows it's not my official job. This is just me using my power to sexualize these women. And when we're talking about these women, we're talking about both Miss USA young women and Miss Teen USA children, 15-year-olds. And we're going to see some of that. But yeah, you're a doctor. Trump likes that, I'm sure.
Allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They stated there with no clue. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
I'll sort of get away. He does get away with things like that. He has gotten away with things like that, and much, 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 much worse. So that was Miss USA. That also USA. Let me go back to the list. I don't know where I'm at with my videos I have. All right. That's a Nazi one. All right, Bridget Sullivan. Bridget Sullivan was crowned Miss New Hampshire in 2000, spoke publicly during the presidential campaign about how Trump came into the Miss Universe changing room while the contestants were naked. The time that he walked through the dressing rooms was really shocking. We were all naked. This is a different one than I just showed you. Miss Arizona. In May 2016. Released an interview that gave the radio host. We just watched that. No men anywhere. Is everybody okay? I said, who cares? I've said what I've needed to say. She declined the interview. Has never released a specific statement about this. Tasha Dixon, former Miss Arizona. So that's the one I just watched the video of. She was 18 at the time. So Trump came strolling right in, very physically vulnerable. Recording, Trump denied. We have no merit, have already been disproven by many other individuals who were present. How can you disprove something just by other people saying they didn't see it? That doesn't disprove it. That just says that they don't have evidence of it. But here, she said it, these other people say it. Then campaign advisor Jason Miller said, when you see questionable attacks like this magically put out there in the final month, it's not a magic, these are people saying it on the record. You have to ask yourself what political motivations are and why the media is pushing it. If I was this woman and this guy was about to become president, would I feel an urge to speak up about it? Yes. Do that. I feel an urge to speak up now. Mindy McGillivray, October 2016, that Trump grabbed her rear end while she was working at a photographer's assistant at an event at Mar-a-Lago. The photographer can David Off told the paper he vividly remembers McGillivray immediately pulling him aside and saying, "Donald just grabbed my ass." Pope Hicks told the paper, "Lacks any merit or veracity." That's a phrase they like to use. Merit. The brother of the photographer, and he was also at Mar-a-Lago in the night and doesn't believe her story. So they're giving every full credence they can here. Confirmed was working for him at the time, the family business. At the night, she said she was groped by Trump, but he also said he never heard anything about Trump groping anyone. So he didn't hear it, so he doesn't believe it. Said he doesn't believe her story, and his brother Ken hasn't worked for the family business for years. So that's a good reason not to believe him. He believed, had made up the story as a publicity stunt. Nobody saw it happen, and she just wanted to be in the limelight. We just watched a video of Trump grabbing all the girls he was dancing with, and maybe they were totally fine with that, but we saw him do it. And maybe some people that were grabbed didn't want to be grabbed. Maybe they're just dancing and they didn't want Trump grabbing them, and he did it anyway. Well, I believe this person's story. It seems to be credible from who I know Trump to be and what the story is, even in this boiled down segment. She reiterated, in this point, we hold this man to the highest standards. 16 women came forward. Nothing's been done. No investigation. I want justice. Rachel Crooks, secretary, worked in Trump's building. She met Trump in 2005. He shook her hand and kissed her on the cheeks, then on the lips, while outside the elevator at Trump Tower. Which said she immediately told her sister in Ohio about the encounter. So I guess that's what you have to do. You have to tell people. You have to document it somehow. You have to report it. Or people are never going to believe you, it seems. Or they still won't believe you. But news reads Crooks' sister, Webb, who reported at Times. She was the person called. Crooks was very upset. She worked up just meeting Trump, having him allegedly kiss her directly on the mouth. I've also said Crooks never went to authorities. I mean, would you go to authorities if you got kissed? Some people might, but I'm guessing most people don't, especially if you're working for him. Okay, Trump campaign issued a lengthy statement denying the allegations. Entire article is fiction, completely false, coordinated character assassination. That's a common line that gets from Mr. Trump. The topic like this is dangerous. Jason Miller. He reached back decades in an attempt to smear Mr. Trump, trivialize the sexual assault. So you're the ones messing up. Now, people do that they can make that happen, but I don't think that's true in this case. It's just a new low for how the media is willing to go for the election. Attack the media. Folks ran and lost a bid to hire legislation during the campaign. She continued to repeat her accusations against Trump. A woman I don't know, this is Trump, don't know, to the best of my knowledge, never met. She worked for him, and he didn't have a lot of employees. It is on the front page of fake news, Washington Post, saying I kissed her for 2 minutes yet. It's weird to say. In the lobby of Trump, never happened. We would do this in a public space with live security cameras running. You would. Another false action. Why doesn't report the story of the woman taking money to make up stories about me? One had her home mortgage paid off. We heard about that. She said it wasn't true. Doesn't fit, he wrote. Okay. Natasha Stornoff. Writer for People magazine. Trump inappropriately touched her in 2005 when she was at Mar-a-Lago. So a lot of people come to Mar-a-Lago and they get touched by Trump. Time to coincide with the first anniversary of marriage. So on their anniversary, she was there. She wrote a first-person account, so we have documentation of her there. Was publishing People, saying he forced her against a wall, tried to kiss her during a break-in interview. Alleged attempt assault was interrupted when Trump's then butler burst into the room. The campaign said the alleged incident never happened. There's no merit or veracity to the fabricated story. Trump himself tweeted, "Why didn't the writer of this 12-year-old article in People magazine mention the incident in her story? Because it did not happen." Is there a good reason why she wouldn't mention this incident in the article she's writing for People magazine about you and your wife on your first anniversary? Is that not actually more likely than her coming forward with an allegation that you tried to kiss her? How did she feel when that happened? What did she do? In her account of the story, Stornoff said that she later ran into Melania Trump in New York and it was a friendly encounter, though Melania Trump denied it. Attorney representing Melania released a letter demanding a retraction and an apology. Said it stood by the story and did not issue a retraction. After the publication of her account, Trump's former butler, Tony, publicly refuted, never happened. It's a common phrase. A week later, published a follow-up story quoting 5 colleagues and friends of Stornoff who said the writer had told them about the alleged attack shortly after she returned from assignment. They also quote, these are people going on the record. They could all be lying. But can all these people be lying? Quote a friend who says, okay, Jennifer Murphy, former Apprentice star and Go Girl founder. Contestant on the 4th season. Are you tired of listening to this? Anybody ever gets to listen to this? I'm sure you're tired. The point is to be tired of how much there is in Trump's past that he is guilty of done that is a clear indication of the type of person he is. And to vote for him, I think, is to say that none of this matters. The type of person he is, all the harm he's done. And these are real people. And this is particularly relevant in how he views people, especially talking about women, now. The quotes about him currently saying that he's the protector of women and that he, will protect them whether they like it or not, or protect their rights. And while taking away, we could go into his flip-flop on abortion. It's very in a long account of all the different things he said. But in general, he's not saying to women, if you need to make a health decision because your life on the line, or you're, not ready to have a baby, and it's, depending on the time period, a lot of people like to think about, born baby, but just inside the womb. But that process takes time, and it's different along the way, and we could definitely go into that. But just to say, to say to that woman, you can't get medical help if you have a problem because Donald Trump is making that rule. And Donald Trump is, doing that, and at the same time claiming that he's the one that is also protecting women from being sexually assaulted by immigrants who are being demonized. And if anything I say today is, heard and taken in, maybe this. Every single person that I know that goes to a church, any church, as well as many other organizations, other systems, that any serious hierarchy where there's serious power involved, and any time you're speaking for God, you're delivering the word of God, you're representing God in any way, there's serious power in play. Any of those situations will be, I'm sure, multiple times more likely for you to be assaulted, sexually assaulted. again, I'm renouncing my membership because of Vineyard USA, because of this, because of all the assault and how it's handled. And the Catholic Church I grew up in the first church where I spoke as a pastor, I did it on the day that it was on the cover of the USA Today, above the fold, for the pastor assaulting and stealing money. It is so prevalent that it is seemingly everywhere. Maybe not everywhere at all the time, but every church has a history, it seems to me. And so to like demonize immigrants when the rates are so much better and whatever, to me, that is just fear-mongering people that look different, and it's an age-old thing. If you look in the Bible at all the words about foreigners, you can find that there are, a couple dozen that speak very strongly about welcoming the foreigner, because you were once a foreigner in Egypt. It's a very strong message. But there's, I think, even more. I think there's hundreds of verses about foreigners being the ones that you could sell into slavery and they don't get redeemed. And they, if you find roadkill, you don't eat it, but you could give it to a foreigner. And the foreigner is not welcome to the inner chamber of the temple. There's a lot of exclusion of foreigners. There's a lot of power that people get from excluding foreigners. It's an age-old issue, age-old tactic. And so to have Donald Trump claim that, all these things that aren't true, while denying all the things that are true about him, seems to me to be blasphemy. I don't know. So bad. So she was a contestant in the fourth season. Trump kissed her after a job interview. After she was fired, Trump followed up with her and said he wanted to offer her a job, but could only do so after the finale had ended. The alleged kissing took place during one of the post-show interviews. He walked into the elevator. I said goodbye. I was thinking, oh, he's going to hug me. But when he pulled my face in and gave me a smooch, I was like, oh, okay. I didn't know how to act. I was just taken a little aback. Probably turned red. And then I got in the elevator and thought, Donald Trump just kissed me on the lips, he told the magazine. Post weeks before election, at the time, Murphy said she still planned to vote for Trump. I don't want to. So for her, it's just a smooch. Though it was a kiss on the lips. But, I'm not throwing him under the bus because I'm not. I was surprised, but then it didn't really bother me because I didn't feel he was degrading or he was being dishonest to Melania, who he was married to. Somehow it's not dishonest. Trump has not released any specific statement. Jessica Drake. Adult film star Jessica Drake said Trump kissed her, 2 other women without their consent 10 years ago. Do adult film stars have the right to not be kissed without their consent? I believe they do. News conference alongside her attorney. Accuser provided a picture of her with Trump. Trump campaign called her allegations totally false and ridiculous and directly addressed the picture and saying the picture is one of thousands taken out of respect for people asking to have their picture taken with Trump. Drake said that she met Trump at 2006 golf tournament in Lake Tahoe, walked the course with him during the competition. Then she was invited up to his hotel suite and brought 2 other women with her because I didn't feel right going alone. When we entered the room, isn't this the same as Stormy Daniels' story as well? In the room, he grabbed each of us tightly in a hug and kissed each one of us without asking permission. She went on to say that after she and the other woman left, she received a call from Trump asking her to come back and have dinner with him. Donald then asked me, what do you want? How much? Drake said. Alfred and Drake declined to provide names of people they said could back up the story, told 2017 that Drake does not want to speak with any media. How do you think she has been treated by some people that that like Trump? Well or poorly? How did she see how Trump talks about other people that talk out about him and his verbal attacks, threats of violence. No, yeah. I could understand why she wouldn't want to speak to media. You know, lack of some. 2006, competed in Miss Universe as Miss Finland. She told a finished paper. Trump squeezed her rear end after posing for a photo before an appearance on David Letterman. Is that the worst thing in the world compared to everything else? We're going to hear about other things, but the point is, this is a guy that just does these things. And yes, absolutely. I'm in a beauty pageant. Do I want people grabbing me? Like, you know, no, in no way, shape, or form. Especially a person that owns it, you know, is creepy. Whatever, anybody. I'm just trying to say. And Trump stood right next to me, suddenly squeezed my butt, really grabbed my butt. She replied, I never commented on this and I won't. I wish that you respect my will to have a normal life without interference. I've never commented on it. Summer Zervos. During presidential campaign, was a competitor on the 5th season of The Apprentice, came forward to allege that Trump abused his role as a potential employer, kissing her twice during a meeting at Trump Tower in New York, later groping and kissing her in California hotel room. Said she did not report the alleged incidents to authorities at the time. He grabbed my shoulder, began kissing me aggressively, and placed his hands on my breast. Filed a lawsuit against Trump for alleged defamation after he called her and the other women accusing him liars. She filed a lawsuit. The suit was filed in state court in New York 3 days before Trump's inauguration. The lawsuit, Zervos' attorney wrote that while Trump said Zervos was lying, it was Donald Trump who was lying when he falsely denied his predatory misconduct with Summer Zervos, derided her for perpetrating a hoax, making up a phony story to get attention. An appellate court in New York rejected Trump's legal team's argument that a sitting president cannot be sued. His attorney responded to a statement saying that Trump would be appealing. This is 2020. So I don't know what happened. Cassandra Sears, Miss Washington, June 16th. Former Miss Washington, Cassandra Sears, shared a post on Facebook that is no longer available publicly. Posted a picture of the group of Miss Universe contestants from 2013 with Trump in the center. In the caption of the photo, which is screen grabbed by Yahoo, she wrote that this guy treat us like cattle, and I forgot to mention that guy will be running to become the next president of the United States. Rolling Stone's reporter that Sears updated her original post added a comment to the thread. He probably doesn't want me telling the story about that time. He continued to grab my ass and invited me to his hotel room, Sears wrote. According to Rolling Stone, ABC News has not been able to reach Sears. Trump has not released a specific statement. E. Jean Carroll. More than 2 years ago, Trump presidency, another accuser came forward. She wrote about the sexual assault. He denied it. She's trying to sell a book. Political agenda, get publicity, false stories. Included a photo provided by Carroll of Donald Trump, and his then wife Ivana, and Carroll's then husband, television news anchor John Johnson, attending the NBC party. In the book, Carroll wrote that she ran into Trump in the revolving door entrance. He asked for advice, since she's the advice lady. One thing, he denies ever knowing her, and he makes contradicting statements all the time in all these cases, but and that's maybe overblown. Maybe there's one case he doesn't make a contradicting statement, but as I've looked at it, they're always there. Even if he didn't, do some of the things he's alleged to have done by these people, his arguments are always poor. He always has ways that he seems like he's lying, just on his face. One of them is that he claims to not know this person, and then, he knows, and then he's like, oh yeah, that's her husband, John Johnson. Well, the story is she had a show on TV. Trump had a show, I think, just after. I shouldn't get into all the details of that, but there are obviously ways that they didn't know each other, including the picture of them all together. The next moment, still wearing correct business attire, shirt, tie, shoes, overcoat. He opens his overcoat, unzips his pants, and forcing his fingers around my private area, then thrusts his penis halfway or completely, I'm not certain, inside me. Turns into colossal struggle. It's in the dressing room. She never reported the incident, but confided in 2 friends at the time, reached out to friends who asked that the names not be used, but corroborated what she described in the book. Trump reiterated his denials during an interview with The Hill, saying Carol was totally lying, going to say she's not my type and it never happened. Well, this is something that I would like to look at, is Trump in his deposition. He used the same argument in the deposition, saying that she's not his type, and he seems to think it was worth saying to the attorney he's talking to that the attorney is not his type either.
At the time,
the attorney is a very well-known lesbian. He also said the attorney, after it was all done, she claims they don't have any reason to not believe her. When I've listened to her talk in interviews, she seems like a very honest person. And again, Trump doesn't. And Trump said to her, "See you next Thursday," and she didn't understand or next Tuesday. She didn't understand what it meant because they didn't have another hearing or situation where they would see each other, and it was only afterwards someone said to her, "He meant cunt." So that's a thing I could hear Trump saying. If you ever get around him, you can ask him that question. So this is Trump under oath, under deposition, responding to her questions.
You made the statement that's in DJT 20. You were not aware of ever having met Ms. Carroll. You have since seen a photograph that shows you with Ms. Carroll on a receiving line.
Along with a lot of other people. This was a very public, I think it was a charity or a celebrity event or something. And I think that's her big claim to fame, that she shook my hand at some celebrity event.
So the answer to my question is yes.
She has fame on her own.
After you made the statement, you became aware that there's a photo of you with Ms. Carroll in a receiving line, correct?
At some point.
Okay.
Okay, so they're going to look at this photo. Again, remember, Trump's argument is that she's not his type.
I saw there was a photo on a receiving line, yes.
Okay, let's mark the photo. What number are we at to? What? I have in front of you a black and white photograph that we've marked as DJT 23. And I'm going to ask you, is this the photo that you were just referring to?
I think so, yes.
And do you recall when you first saw this photo?
At some point during the process, I saw it. That's, I guess, her husband, John Johnson, who was an anchor for ABC. Nice guy. I thought, I don't know him, but I thought he was pretty good at what he did.
He's a nice guy. I didn't know him. He's good at what he did. I didn't even know him.
I don't even know who the woman. Let's see. I don't know who. It's Marla.
You're saying Marla's in this photo?
That's Marla. Yeah, that's my wife.
Which one are you pointing to? No.
Here. Oh,
the person you just pointed to was Eugene Carroll.
Who is that? Who is this?
So his attorney has to point out that he just pointed not to his wife, Marlene Maples, is that her name? But actually to the defendant, Eugene Carroll. He confused them. Not his type, so to speak.
And the woman on the right is your then wife?
I don't know. This was the picture. I assume that's John Johnson. Is that? Because it's very blurry.
It's very blurry. Okay. So again, what kind of credibility does Trump have in his denial? You know, is it believable or is it not? Let's go to, well, we're all been waiting for the infamous Access Hollywood tape. It was used in the E. Jean Carroll case. He had to watch it and respond to it.
Are you familiar, I'm sure you are, with something that's often referred to as the Access Hollywood tape?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's mark it and play it as, what, 35.
Again, this is the thing that caused people to question. I don't think it's the worst video I have of Trump doing stuff to women, but it's up there, and it is worth hearing every single word and analyzing every single thing, because you can't deny that this is him. He later denied it was him, and then backtracked, and he just is a habitual liar in these ways. But let's hear him now.
Are you familiar, I'm sure you are, with something?
Yes, I am.
Okay, let's mark it and play it as, what, 35.
All right, where is that? Come on.
And she used to be great. She's still very beautiful. I moved on her, actually. She was down in Palm Beach. I moved on her, and I failed. I'll admit it. Whoa. I did try and fuck her. She was married.
Huge news there.
No, Nancy. Yeah. No, this was, and I.
Okay, I moved on her. I tried to fuck her. She was married. I failed. I admit it. But what does it mean to move on her? Well, we'll find out a little bit. And what does it mean that she's married? That she was married, and this is something that he brags about too.
Moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture. I took her out furniture. I moved on her like a bitch, but I couldn't get there. And she was married. And all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look.
Jeez, your girl's hot as shit. In the purple.
Whoa!
Yes!
Whoa!
Yes, the Donald has scored.
Whoa!
Oh, my man.
The Donald has scored.
Wait, you gotta look at me when you got
having a host. That's hot.
Will you give me the thumbs up?
You are.
You gotta put the thumbs
You are a
up.
pussy.
You gotta get the thumbs up. Can't be too happy.
First?
Yeah, let me.
It's very
You
funny.
gotta get the thumbs up.
All right, you and I will walk there.
Oh my god.
Maybe it's a different one.
Better not be the post. No, it's her.
Yeah, that's her. With the gold. I better use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the pussy. I can do anything.
Look at those legs. All I can see is the legs.
No, it looks good.
Come on, shorty.
Oh, nice legs, huh?
Oof, get out of the way, honey. That's good legs.
These guys are salivating over the women that they're about to interact with. I read E. Jean Carroll's full testimony, under oath, about feeling Donald Trump's finger inside of her and still being able to feel it today, as she said. Is that something that she just made up? I don't know. But I believe that he grabbed her like he just claimed he did to people. And I believe the type of person he is right now is who he really is. And you'll see him change. You'll see him not be able to open up a door. Still a problem of his till today. But as soon as he comes out, he's the Trump that he presents to people. But this is who he really is. Get out of the way, honey. Oh, that's good legs. Go ahead.
Good.
It's always good if you don't fall out of the bus. Like Ford, Gerald Ford, remember?
Down below. Pull the head.
Hello. How are you? Hi.
How are
Nice seeing
you?
you. Terrific. Terrific. You know Billy Bush?
How are you?
Nice to see you. How you doing, Ariane?
Doing very well, thank you. Are you ready to be a soap star?
We're ready. Let's go. Make me a soap star.
How about a little hug for the Donald? He just got off the
Would you
bus.
like a little hug,
Okay,
darling?
absolutely.
How disgusting. How about a little hug after that conversation? So, so he didn't kiss her on the lips, but he did, grab her hand, pull it in tight. Billy Bush didn't do that. And he fully embraced the hug in light of that conversation for what it means to their little joke, the way that they talk about her from the bus and then interact with her. And I've listened to her talk about what it's like watching that video. This woman who was having Donald Trump, the Hollywood star. He has his own Hollywood star. You can look up his IMDb. And he was in the end of soap, because that's the kind of thing that this guy is. He's a soap opera star.
Melania said this was okay.
That's you in that video, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And am I correct that video was recorded in January, withdrawn? Am I correct that video was recorded in September 2005?
I guess that would, I don't know the date, but whatever date it was is fine with me.
And am I correct that you were engaged to your current wife sometime in 2004?
I don't know.
Am I correct that you married your current wife in January 2005?
I don't know relative to that tape. No.
I don't know.
And the person you were speaking to, it's now famous in that video, was Billy Bush?
That's right.
Please
This is very old news, fully litigated, doing debates, doing everything else, fully litigated. Okay. And you know what I said then, and I say it now? Locker room talk. That was locker room talk.
Okay.
That's locker room talk, is his argument. He's also saying it's fully litigated. No, this is the first time that he's on trial for it. He had it talked about in debate. It scared him incredibly. That's why he released the locker room talk, quote-unquote, apology. But then what did he do? He brought in Bill Clinton's accusers to come to the debate. And he paid them for that service, and tried to change the story and do his normal, it's not me that does the stuff, it's you that does the stuff. But this is locker room talk, is his argument. But he also has more to say.
That's what goes on.
And you did say in the video that you, quote, moved on her heavily, correct?
Excuse me?
You do say in the video that you, quote, moved on her heavily.
I did say that, yes, okay. Absolutely.
And you do say in the video that as part of trying to have sex with this woman, you took her furniture shopping, correct?
We actually did look for furniture, yes.
So that was true. You actually took this woman dancing.
I think so. It's been a long time ago. How long is it? A long time ago. But I think so. I do think so.
Is that the only occasion when you took a woman shopping?
I think so.
And you say, and again, this has become very famous in this video, I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the pussy. You can do anything. That's what you said, correct?
Well, historically, that's true with stars.
It's true with stars that they can grab.
So he said that was just locker room talk, but what he said in the video, that when you're a star you could do that, he's saying it's true, that stars are allowed to grab people and kiss people. So which is it? Is it locker room talk or is it true? And just to nail him, she goes ahead and asks,
grab women by the pussy?
Well, that's what it's. If you look over the last million years, I guess that's been largely true. Not always, but largely true. Unfortunately or fortunately.
Unfortunately or fortunately. As if it's a neutral kind of thing that, it's good for some people that they could do it and bad for other people that it's done to them.
You consider yourself to be a star?
I think you can say that, yeah.
And
that's the nail in the coffin. Stars are allowed to do this. Are you a star? Yes, I'm a star, but I didn't do it. But stars are allowed to do it, and people have always been doing this, and yeah, I'm definitely a star, and yeah, I bragged that I could do it, but I didn't do it.
Now, you said before, a couple of minutes ago, that this was just locker room talk.
It's locker room talk.
And so does that mean that you didn't really mean it?
No, it's locker room talk. I don't know. It's just the way people talk.
It's the way people talk. It's the way he talks, for sure. Whoops. That's all right. So he got some heat for that deposition. We got to watch that. And how is it a response?
You did not testify in person in this trial. There was a tape deposition of you from October in it. You defended the comments that you made on that Access Hollywood tape about being able to grab women how you want. Do you stand by those comments?
I said if you're famous and rich or whatever I said, but I said if you're a star, you are, and I said women let you. I didn't say you grab. I said women let. You didn't use that word, but if you look, women let you. Now, they said, will you take that back? I said, look, for 1,000,000 years, this is the way it's been. I want to be honest. This is the way it's been. I can take it back if you'd like to, but if you're a famous person, if you're a star, and I'm not referring to myself, I'm saying people that are famous, people that are stars.
You were asked in the deposition.
People that.
He also says he's the biggest star ever. And to say that it's people let you, going to focus on that. At what point do they let you kiss them without asking? What point do they let you grab them by their genitals without asking? When they pull away, when they say no, and
that are rich,
to be a star,
people that are
yes.
powerful, they tend to do pretty well in a lot of different ways. Okay. And you
okay? Let me give you a little information. People like me tend to be pretty good at this stuff.
You would like me to take that back? I can't take it back because it happens to be true. I said it's been true for 1,000,000 years, approximately 1,000,000 years, perhaps a little bit longer than that.
So you stand by
make it a joke.
Those comments.
Well, I don't want to lie,
Mr. President.
Here's
a guy that lies all the time.
But you want
Mr. President. Let's
a
get to
rich
the
and
audience
famous
questions
person
tonight.
has no advantage over anyone else. Well, you do have an advantage, and I say unfortunately, but that's the way it is.
You said fortunately or unfortunately,
well, fortunately
Mr. President,
or unfortunately for her.
How could it be fortunate for her? All right. Amy Doris. With less than 7 weeks ago in the 2020 election, another former model came out with sexual assault allegations against the president. Amy Doris' exclusive interview regarding claims at U.S. Open. I do have a video of this one somewhere if we could find it. I do like listening to people share their, I guess it might be this one here. Just click that. And we can. We have article 4 years old. Let's get out of there. So, well, let's just skip over to this next list because the list goes on. We're talking dozens of women. Here's a list of Donald Trump. This is 2017, so this is earlier than that. And this is in regards to Roy Moore, who made unwanted sexual advances toward teenage girls as young as 14 when he was in his 30s. And Trump said, let me just tell you, Roy Moore denies it. That's all I can say. He denies it. And by the way, he totally denies it. After Moore, so let's see. Come on. Okay. So we saw the Jessica Leeds, Ivana. So Ivana was Trump's wife that he was first married to, 77 and 92. Her story's in here. It goes back to the July 2015 article summarizing an incident written in a book in 1993, which Ivana alleged a violent attack by her former husband. I'm sharing all these horrible stories, and it's the least desired thing I would ever want to be doing. I share it because I believe these stories are true. I believe this man is the type of guy that has done these things, and I don't know how much he's capable, but we'll continue to do these things if he could. And I think these people and all people should be respected, and in this case specifically women. Women should be respected, and that means they're not attacked like Ivana alleged here. After a painful scalp reduction surgery to remove a bald spot, Donald Trump confronted his then wife, who had previously used the same plastic surgeon. "Your fucking doctor has ruined me," Trump cried. What followed was a violent assault, according to the Lost Tycoon. Donald held back Ivana's arms, began to pull out fistfuls of hair from her scalp, as if to mirror the pain he felt from his own operation. He tore off her clothes and unzipped his pants. Then he jams his penis inside her for the first time in more than 16 months. Ivana's terrified. It is a violent assault, Hurt writes. According to versions, she repeats to some of her closest confidants, "He raped me." Following the incident, Ivana ran upstairs, hid behind a locked door, and remained there crying for the rest of the night. When she returned to the master bedroom in the morning, he was there. As she looks in horror at the ripped-out hair scattered all over the bed, he glares at her and asks with menacing casualness, "Does it hurt?" Hurt writes. I don't know what that means. She dialed back the allegation in a statement given just prior to the book's printing, also quoted by she said, "On one occasion in 1989, Mr. Trump and I had a marital relations in which he behaved very differently towards me than he had during our marriage. As a woman, I felt violated, as the love and tenderness which he normally exhibited towards me was absent. I've referred to this as rape, but I do not want my words to be interpreted in a literal or criminal sense." Last year, she released another statement saying that she originally told the story at a time of very high tension amid her divorce from Donald Trump, adding the story was totally without merit. What Trump has said in '93 said that Ivana's allegations were obviously false. Trump's lawyer, Michael Cohen, at the time said that you cannot rape your spouse, a statement that is entirely untrue. Cohen has since apologized. He also threatened the Daily Beast. This is something that Cohen had done a lot of, threatening reporters. He read the story at length, saying at one point, "So I'm warning you, tread very fucking lightly, because I'm going to do to you is going to be fucking disgusting. You understand me?" Kristen Anderson, early 90s. Anderson and Trump were at a nightclub in Manhattan. Oh yeah, we read her story. Jill Hurt, business partner, like that. He was engaged. I'm a makeup artist, so we hear more of her, what she said. Only good things, okay. Donald said okay and gave me like a hug. Yes, I said to him very briefly, and vowed not to talk about it. Temple Taggart. Sorry, there's the ones that we saw here, but there's some more. Some that one in there. Sandra, that's a picture of her. Looks like the same kind of picture as the Stormy Daniels one. The unnamed person. All right, and here, entering dressing rooms of pageant contestants. Maria Ballado, Miss Vermont Teen USA in 1997. Bellotto alleged that Trump entered the dressing room. This is new. This is not the other alleged dressing room accounts. While they were changing. I remember putting on my dress really quickly because I was like, oh my God, there's a man here. Trump, she recalled, sits up and like, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." Bellotto also recalled telling Ivanka Trump about the incident, telling BuzzFeed that Ivanka responded, "Yeah, he does that." 4 other contestants reached by BuzzFeed said they remembered it, but 11 said they don't remember seeing him in the dressing room. However, per BuzzFeed, of the 11 women who said they don't remember Trump coming into the changing room, some said it was possible that it happened while they weren't in the room or they didn't notice, but most were dubious or dismissed the possibility out of hand. Trump has said, let's see, Hampshire. I think we saw that one. Tasha, unnamed woman, Miss USA contestant 2001. Former contestant declined to be named, but told The Guardian that Trump entered the dressing room she shared with another contestant when they were not dressed. Trump barged right in, didn't say anything, stood there, stared at us. Trump's attitude, she said, seemed to be, I can do this because I can. He didn't walk in and say, oh, I'm sorry, I was looking for someone. She continued. He walked in, he stood, and he stared. And he was doing it because he knew that he could. Another contestant confirmed to Guardian that the accuser told her about the incident after it happened. Has not got comments. Okay, other incidences. To me, when I first saw this years ago, I thought nobody could believe this. Nobody could, look at this guy and believe that he would do this thing and then go ahead and, entrust him with any authority. And we could just watch the video. It's on video. Okay.
You start and I'm ready.
In the wake of questions and allegations about Donald Trump's behavior towards women, ET discovered this footage in our archive, which we provided to CBS News.
Soon. Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years.
You hear the little girl's voice? I think she was between 8 and 10. Let's listen to her voice and listen to what he says to her.
You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years.
And everyone laughs. And there she goes.
Okay.
I don't want to just go off on him and everything, but I do want to ask, what person looks at a 10-year-old girl and says to her and everybody else that he's going to be dating her? I could go through other, history of him talking about to Howard Stern and others about how he hates it when he's dating someone, and then they're talking about having problems with their algebra homework and stuff, and then the other side of it, he can't date anybody past 35, and so forth. But 10 years old, and this is not the only account. The next one is two named 14-year-olds, 1992, same year. The girls were singing in a youth choir outside the Plaza Hotel in Manhattan. Incident is from a brief Chicago Tribune Wire story at the time, dug up this week by Los Angeles Times. So this is not a hit piece. This is the kind of stuff he bragged about. Here's the Wire story in its entirety. Donald Trump turned up Monday for a carol sing by a youth choir outside Manhattan's Plaza Hotel. He asked two of the girls how old they were. After they responded, why would you ask how old these little girls are? Well, it's something that some people do in certain kind of contexts just to kind of, judge an understanding of, the person and the way they start a conversation. Is that why Trump asked them how old they were? I don't think so. He asked the two girls how old they were. After they responded that they were 14, Trump said, wow, just think, in a couple years I'll be dating you. This is from 1992. NPR reached out, and okay, that was a correction from some. So anyway, and no more from that. There are plenty more videos. I think I have more But again, this is just who he is. Maybe just to make that point a little bit stronger. Donald Trump, IMBD. Okay, this is who this guy is. He's a showman. He's a TV star, right? Won Emmys and so forth. I know a guy that won an Emmy. I've seen the Emmy that Donald Trump called fake. I slept in the room next to where it was being held, and the guy won an Emmy for his show, and it was when Donald Trump had The Apprentice, and he didn't win, and he called it, fake election, fake, it was rigged, because there's no way he didn't win. That's who Donald Trump is. All right, so we got all these different things of who Donald Trump is. His shows, producer, The Apprentice, he's very famous. Miss Universe. Okay, you're gonna get used to that. Again, he was the owner of Miss Universe. So what do? You get them to do all these pageants, you do these shows and TV specials and all kinds of extra things you can, interviews. This is who he is. He gets young women to be as attractive as possible and make money off of it. Here's one example. So we got the Miss Universe, the girls of Hensel Hall, executive producer of this TV show. What is this TV show? Is it something good, you think? What do you think? Let's see, what is this TV show? Storyline. Can we read the storyline? I'm not in here. Where you at? Taking a moment. Maybe I'll just read an article about it instead here. Donald Trump's MTV reality show contestants recall a horrible, horrible experience. The contestants of the Girls of Hensel Hall, Donald Trump's one-season MTV reality show, look back at their experiences in the show, which includes being deprived of food, sexual harassment, and passports taken away. That's the winner. Donald Trump riding high and renewed success of the Emmy-nominated, not won, NBC reality show, The Apprentice. Thanks to the addition of the word celebrity to the front of the title. That's when I started watching it. Hosted an audition at the Beverly Hills Hotel. 24 attractive women, mostly in their early 20s, filed into Bungalow 22, Trump's home away from home when visiting L.A., even though he owns a mansion right across the street. Why does he have a bungalow and a mansion? I don't know. Stood in front of a video camera while casting agent grilled them about their drinking habits and sex lives. Trump sat glumly on a couch sofa and watched, then toward the end of the production to give notes. Not hot enough, he said, according to several people who were present. Need hotter girls. The little noted no longer remembered it, but the reality series being cast that day was the Girls of Hensel Hall. The first many told Trump was the reality bring not to the or the Miss Universe pageant. For many involved making it a lingering source of embarrassment and need trauma. Or stories of my life, says one former contestant. It aired for only one 8-episode season on MTV in 2009, and today clips are difficult to find online as evidence of Trump's involvement. You have to go deep into NBI files. Yeah, if you go to it, he isn't actually on the list of people until, I guess he said as he was thinking of the place where he's not listed right away. But the concept has Trump's fingerprints all over it. Bad girls from all over America, one self-described maniac and they're blackout drunk and got her mouth, were shipped to a finishing school outside London, outfitted as empty schoolgirl uniforms and lectured by stern headmistresses on how to be like English ladies. So Trump tried to make it attractive by saying, I'm sick and tired of glamorization of these out-of-control young women. That's exactly what he's doing now. That's how he. So I have taken it upon myself, he's the savior of women, to do something about it. I am creating a real-life version of My Fair Lady with my company, Trump Productions. The idea is genius and the show will be huge. It wasn't. He's not. The genesis of this show traces back as many things to Trump world due to a press conference at Trump Tower. This one, shortly after reigning Miss Universe, Tara Conner tested positive for cocaine and making out with another girl at a nightclub, and Trump supported her, like that. And somebody got an idea from an English show about it and gave it to Trump. Looking back, it's not a very well constructed reality show. Girls got better behaved and more boring, but Trump must have liked it because we made a deal. Oh, that's the guy show. For a while, like Lady Old Trump, that was their title for it at first. He also wanted to hire this woman, Alexandra Duprat, the woman at the center of Governor Elliot Sitzer's prostitution scandal, but she was never cast. I don't know if they talk about it from the episodes, but some of the episodes were as bad as we bought a dick, no deal thing. But they were supposedly intentionally barely fed so that they got hungry and cranky. They didn't wash their uniforms at a cocktail party, and I got in an altercation with one of the guests. He grabbed my chest and would let go. I told the producers that night I wanted to go home. They said, well, that's going to be hard. We have your passport. I finally got out after we went to Fresno and I passed out the registration. When there would be a liability, he got sent home. One person who wanted to use the money to make their life better, but a lot of other people, one became an adult film star, and so they go into the clips of it, the picture, and I can off of it. Okay, so that's the type of show that Trump. If I would show you the episodes, some of them are pretty fun. The Dr. Phil and the Springer show. All right, so this is Trump. I know this might not be interesting to people, but he was in a lot of shows. He made a lot of shows, mostly again about men and The Apprentice, and now I'm being ads. And everything. Come on, Betsy. So it goes on. He has a lot of this. Here's what I want to look at is Self. He's an actor in 39 things. The writer also was himself in 615 shows or scenes or whatever. He's a reality TV guy that plays himself. Here's news. I guess anytime he gets interviewed, it kind of comes up. But I thought there was a couple of them that might be, in particular, important to notice. And maybe I'll just search. Search. Self. Search. My computer is going to work. So, boy. Oops. So, I wanted just to go right to the Playboy movies that Trump was in. 3 of them to be exact. But that's not working out. Let's see. Here is an article about it. So 2000 Playboy softcore porn breaks the champagne. Well, you just watch it. So it's Playboy centerfold, the Playmate, the twins. So you got all these. They're going around and being nude with each other. And Trump decides that that's a good thing for him to be in. He's not a pastor. He's a president. But again, like, this is the leader that our country looks to. A guy that, this is what he likes to do. It's the kind of person he is. Can we play? He's not. Beauty's beauty. Pop the champagne. Oh, he likes to make that ocean. and pour over the Playboy. All right, that's enough. So that's one of them. I'm now getting overloaded. Trump took Polaroids, interviewed models in 1994 Playboy video. So this is Trump in the video taking pictures of women. Remember my name. It's the video. And his current wife and girlfriend, Melania, Melania Trump. So yeah, obviously we could talk about Melania's history of nude photos. Sometimes I feel like I don't want to like criticize her for anything associated with him, but you know, she's proud of it. She talked about recently releasing some of her pictures again, and they're not just, you know, her as a model, but there's girl scenes and different things like that. So it's porn, you know. And do I have a problem with people? I don't know. I don't want to like make the argument from my personal vantage point, but from the vantage point of people that have taught me certain things and what I understand of their beliefs, you know. This guy, Donald Trump, on the cover of Playboy, nice magazine, want to sell it? He thinks it's a nice magazine. What is the interview? Trump was asked if he ever dated a Playmate. I refused to answer the question. He replied, on the grounds that it might be true, it may be true. I would say, this is Trump. Just think my email address was there. All right. This is not fun. This is ugly. And this is Trump. Okay. Kind of need a debrief, and we don't have to watch all the videos of all the girls, but you need to take into account, again, the stories that are alleged with various degrees of evidence. A lot of it confirming from Trump, from his own mouth, from his own bragging mouth about these things that stars are to do for a million years. And we know he thinks of himself as the ultimate star. Is it more likely that he's lying about not doing it, or is he more likely, letting us know that he did do it while also trying? All right, where do we want to go from here? Nazism. I got this video up and running. It's not. Let's wait. Let's go to this little video talking about the Madison Square Garden, and then let's watch some Madison Square Garden and understand what happened. This is the rally that happened a week ago. This is my inspiration originally for wanting to make a video. I was traveling with my kids, and I mentioned this rally was about to happen, and I had known about the 1939 Madison Square Garden. I had been learning about the people that are involved, and we could look into that a little bit. But let's just first get a some thoughts from people that study these things and are talking about it.
Donald Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden comes days after his own former chief of staff went on record to describe his former boss as a fascist. But that jamboree happening right now, you see it there on your screen, in that place is particularly chilling because in 1939, more than 20,000 supporters of a different fascist leader, Adolf Hitler, packed the garden for a so-called pro-America rally. A rally where speakers voiced anti-Semitic rhetoric from a stage draped with Nazi banners. When a Jewish protester rushed the stage, the Associated Press reported, quote, instantly, a dozen or more stormtroopers set upon him, knocking him down and beating him as he held his head in his arms. Most of his clothing was torn from his body.
These are Americans.
He was booked
These are not
for disorderly
Nazis.
conduct. Now, against that backdrop of history, Donald Trump, the man who has threatened to use the military against opponents he calls enemies from within, who has threatened to use the troops to quell what he says are lawless cities.
So just as we see that scene, let's watch a little bit from the rally. We saw a little bit of the marching in, all the people in the. These are Americans in 1939. Let's read about it. The Nazi rally took place Madison Square Garden. German Americans, more than 20,000 people attended. It was a Bund Bild event 2 days before Washington's birthday. Pro-American rally, huge portrait of Washington, 100,000 anti-Nazi counter-protesters gathered outside, attempting to break through the lines of police guarding the rally. Declined in aftermath of the rally, and Coons in prison for embezzlement by the end of the year. German American Bund was a pro-Hitler organization in the United States. Before World War II, the group promoted Nazi propaganda, combining Nazi imagery with American patriotic imagery. I don't think very many people know about this. I think people think the Nazis were only in Germany. There were Nazis in America. Big leaders. Henry Ford was a big-time Nazi. Wrote a couple books, but The International Jew and the Tactics and whatever of Jews is a source of the globalist Jew that's controlling everything, that is still being promoted, still being talked about. Hitler loved Ford, Ford loved Hitler. And Ford had a weekly magazine or a newspaper that he wrote pro-Nazi and anti-Jewish articles, and it went to every single Ford dealership and went to every Ford customer and every Ford person that came into Ford. during many years. Part of the alignment between Ford, which is similar to the Porsche family, similar to the Tesla, Musk, move as well, is part of their coalition is the Christian Front. Christian Front, this is very much Christian organization. The Christian Front, I was mentioning, I listened to and learned about the guy that inspired them, Father Charles Coughlin, that's how you pronounce it. This guy had 20 million listeners to his radio show. He's called the Radio Priest, I think. Between a quarter and upwards of, about a quarter of the country listened to his radio show. I think there's 120 million people in the country at that time. But very, very, very popular Catholic priest that was pro-Jewish, pro-Nazi, anti-Jewish. And we don't have to get more into them. But these are the people that put this thing together. We had to have a lot of people prepared for it, bomb squads, and enough people to stop a revolution. As you mentioned, on the Christian Front, they had like 400 members in the New York Police Department. They were very popular. Again, something you would never think. You would never think the German Bund and the Christian Front and Father Coughlin and Henry Ford were such, like we think of America. I'm assuming. So I'm sure I'm wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong about any point. And I'm speaking off the cuff from memory mostly. And so what I understand is it's very popular. The idea that there could be people that are pro-Nazi in America today is not a crazy idea. This is a historic thing in this country. Another part of the group was the America First. They started in the same time. It's using the same language, same ideas that are being used today. They're not new. If we want to remember that the propaganda minister, the essentially second in command of Germany, Hitler, is Goebbels, and his quote about the big lie, that if you tell a lie that's big enough and repeat it enough times, people will believe it. That's something that Trump says. He's very familiar with that statement and with that idea, and he used it as much as he possibly can. Star Spangled Banner, all kinds of political stuff, aftermath. What really changed for people, besides people being corrupt and going to jail, is that people saw the Holocaust. Supposedly, Ford, when watching videos of the Holocaust, had a heart attack and died, supposedly out of grief for what he promoted. That is almost as close to a redemption story as I could think of for him, that he would feel that much grief about something that he believed in, promoted, supported, gave his money to. I wouldn't want anybody to have to die like that. But for someone to repent in whatever way that he did, or feel like, it feels like there's a absence of feeling shame and willingness to repent, to change your mind, to turn a different direction and go that way, to admit that something you believe might be wrong. Well, here's a picture of that in America.
Undivided allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and the republic for which it stands, one nation,
very patriotic,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under God was added to, I think, the 50s. So that's a newer thing. The brown shirts, stormtroopers. So a lot of speeches that night. Looks more packed than Trump's rally. These are Americans. I could show you Richard Spencer's Nazi gathering in Washington, D.C., where they're saying, "Hell Hitler, hell Trump."
Fellow Americans, American patriots, I'm sure I do not come before you tonight as a complete stranger. You all have heard of me through the Jewish-controlled press as a creature with horns, a cloven hoof.
Okay. One thing, I don't know if he does in this clip, but something that is very, very, very clear is that every Trump rally I've seen, I believe, Trump will point out the press and the whole crowd will boo him, and he'll mock them and shame them. And just today, sometimes I get mixed up in my days, right? But I think it was just today, he quote unquote joked, but didn't joke. These are the things that he says are jokes, as is plausible deniability, but are part of his strategy to get people to not believe the press, the media, is to disparage them and get them mad. But today he joked about that if he were to be shot, there's no reason there should be glass in front of him, because in front of him is just the press. And if people shot through the press, he'd be okay with that. Those were his words essentially today. You can listen to it. But he's been doing that whole attack the press more in his rallies this past couple weeks, especially this last week, where he does it multiple times in every rally. That is not a normal thing that politicians have done. They don't have a liturgy that includes attacking the press every time. But Trump does, and this guy does. The Jewish press with horns and cloven hooves, they're the devil. And we'll hear a lot about that from Trump. Just today, he called the press demonic. If I'm remembering the press or Democrats. I think it was the press.
And a long tale. We,
funny. Just a joke. Just a joke.
Demand that our government shall be returned to the American people who founded it.
America's for Americans.
If you ask what we are actively fighting for under our charter, first, a social, just, white, Gentile, ruled United States. Second,
white, Gentile, non-Jewish. We want to. This is. He's trying to make America great again. Trying to go back to the founding fathers.
Gentile-controlled labor union, free from Jewish Moscow-directed domination.
Awesome. So this is where this Jewish guy, I've read his report of it. He just couldn't handle it. He just flipped out and rushed the stage. Pretty emotionally disturbed at that moment, and he got beat up. And people loved it. This is great. Look at the little kids. You see smiles on their faces, some of their faces. Let's get in there. Look at that kid. There he is. There he is. Rubbing the hands. Yeah. Woo. So this was a good thing for them.
Knock the crap out of him. Like to punch him in the face.
Anyway, that's so yeah. Before we go back to Trump's Madison Square Garden, it's a quick montage of Trump enjoying the idea of violence at his rallies, which there was times people did get assaulted. There's some beautiful stories. This black guy was flipping off the crowd, and this old white guy cold-cocked him and got arrested. So that's better. But the black guy forgave him, and there's a beautiful video of them talking. And maybe I should show you that one too. But let's just hear some of Trump.
I don't incite violence.
Knock the crap out of him. Like to punch him in the face.
I don't condone violence, and I don't talk about violence.
I would have done well, but I would have been boom, boom, boom. I'll beat that. I don't know if I'll do the fighting myself or if other people will.
Maybe he should have been roughed up because it was absolutely disgusting what he was doing.
If you see somebody getting ready to throw a tomato, knock the crap out of them, would you? Seriously.
This is all in regards to violence at his rallies. This is Trump talking in his first election. This itself was also insane to me, to think that anybody would want to support this, not just rhetoric, but this propagate, whatever the word is, provocation, trying to incite things, as well as, you know, people to be mad at him, but also people to fight for him.
I'd like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you.
Just normalize it. Just like normalize.
Try not to hurt him. If you do, I'll defend you in court. Don't worry about it. In the good old days, this doesn't happen because they used to treat them very, very rough. And when they protested once, you know, they would not do it again so easily.
What good old days? Do we remember political violence in Kennedy and Nixon? Do we remember political violence in, you know, any of these other elections? I remember it at Madison Square Garden. I'm sure it happened at other times, but I don't have good old days memories of this. Trump, I think he has a different perspective.
We become weak. We become weak.
And you know what? The audience swung back. And I thought it was very, very appropriate. The audience hit back. And that's what we need a little bit more of. Now,
part of the problem and part of the reason it takes so long is nobody wants to hurt each other anymore, right? I don't know if I would have done well, but I would have been out there fighting, folks. I don't know if I would have done well, but I would have been boom, boom, boom. I'll beat that.
Do you plan on paying for the legal fees of this older gentleman in North Carolina who sucker punched the protester?
From what I understand, he was sticking a certain finger up in the air, and that is a terrible thing to do in front of somebody that, frankly, wants to see America made great again.
It's possible you could help him with legal fees if this man needs it.
I've actually instructed my people to look into it, yes.
All right, that's some of that horribleness. All right, let's listen to this great Trump rally. There we go.
And to use those troops to carry out mass deportations of immigrants is once again turning Madison Square Garden into a staging ground for extremism. Joining me now, Ruth Ben-Ghiat, history professor at New York University and author of Strong Men, Mussolini to the Present. And Anne Applebaum, Pulitzer Prize-winning historian, staff writer at The Atlantic, and author of Autocracy, Inc., The Dictators Who Want to Run the World. I cannot wait to have this conversation with both of you. And Ruth, thank you both very much for being here. Ruth, since you are not at the table, let me start with you and just talk to us about the parallels that we're seeing between 1939, that rally at Madison Square Garden, and the rally we're seeing right now at Madison Square Garden, and the rhetoric that's already coming out of this rally.
Yeah, of course, this is not a casual choice to have it there. And although Donald Trump objects strenuously to people comparing him to Hitler, he is the one who has gone out of his way to use Nazi rhetoric, talking about polluting our blood, calling people vermin, even releasing a campaign ad that says he's going to create a unified Reich in America. And of course, as General Kelly said, complaining that, generals should be obeying him like Hitler's generals obeyed the Fuhrer. So this is not at all casual. I want to make a comment about what Von Hilliard was talking about. Trump has been using his rallies since 2015 to radicalize people, to incite violence, to kind of loosen people's inhibitions against violence. And all of the racist stereotypes against Latinos and blacks and misogynist stereotypes and all of the vulgarity and the crudeness is designed to help people lose their inhibitions and their taboos against inciting, against committing violence if the leader asks them to.
And, Anne, you write exactly this point in your latest piece in The Atlantic. Why does Trump sound like Hitler, Stalin, and Mussolini? And you walk us through what Mussolini used to say, what Stalin used to say, what Hitler used to say, and then you bring up things that Donald Trump has said, including they're poisoning the blood of our country, they're destroying the blood of our country, bad genes, they're not humans, they're animals, cold-blooded killers, the enemy from within, sick, radical.
And he's going on and on. These are things that Trump says a lot. His current one that he's using at every rally is mentioning genetics. That he's like, I really believe in genetics. You believe in genetics? I believe. When you got a strong racehorse, you're gonna have a big racehorse. And what he's doing is again normalizing, attacking the press, not believing the press, normalizing violence, normalizing the idea that some people, as he said, are murderers in their genes and other people are not. Trump himself has war criminals from Germany in his family, but I don't believe that it's in his genes. I think it's there's no science behind that. He says it's a science thing. The idea that there's poison in blood, and that's obviously a way to cause people to be afraid against people that look different than they do, and demonize them, and be able to kill them or send them, deport them, and not care about them, treat them bad, whatever.
Left lunatics, and you say he knows exactly what he's doing when he does this.
So a couple of points to make about it. One is this isn't language that's been part of mainstream American politics before. When I was writing that article, I went back and looked at a few other eras in the last century to see if I could find anybody talking about vermin or poisoning the blood or comparing political enemies to insects. And I couldn't find it. I mean, even George Wallace's horrific racist speech that he made in 1963, where he's segregation now, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever, he doesn't use that kind of language. This is language that is deliberately being imported and used knowingly by Trump and by others around him, including at this rally. It's also interesting that normally at this point in a campaign, a candidate would be going to the center. I mean, he would be looking for, swing voters, for people in the middle, people who are trying to make up their minds. But it looks to me, and this echoes a little bit what Ruth just said, that what Trump is trying to do is radicalize people who don't usually vote to reach some kind of latent, angry, maybe racist, maybe violent segment of society that doesn't usually turn out for elections. And that would just be my guess as to what he's doing. Because this, and particularly this rally, is using a kind of extremism that we're not used to certainly in the last 2 weeks of U.S. Presidential campaign.
Ruth, to Ann's point, he's using this rhetoric to get these folks, to get them out to vote. I just wonder, is he also doing this to get them to go the next step? And that is to incite violence, to have them do violence if he doesn't win.
Yeah, I believe so. He does need them to vote, but as we well know from all the GOP senators and congressmen who refuse to commit to accepting the results of a free and fair election, the GOP is now an autocratic party for the most part that is dependent on election denial, the big lie that they still won't refute Trump, idea that he won the 2020 election.
Ruth, let me stop you there for 1 second, because just taking the stage right now is someone who fosters that notion that Donald Trump didn't lose the 2020 election. His vice presidential running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, who is now taking the podium. Not sure we're going to take this, but Ruth, finish your response.
Yeah, that now I lost my train of thought.
I'm sorry, Ruth.
That's okay.
Like that. Get your train of thought back, and I'm gonna come to Ann. Ann, if you want to pick up on what Ruth was talking about. In fact, let me read something you wrote also in this Atlantic piece that actually mentions Ruth. There was a rally that Trump did where he stood in front of a huge slogan: "Trump was right about everything." And you write, this is language borrowed directly from Benito Mussolini, the Italian fascist. Soon after the rally, the scholar Ruth Ben-Ghiat posted a photograph of a building in Mussolini's Italy displaying his slogan, "Mussolini is always right."
So this indicates to me that people around Trump are deliberately echoing this language, that this is part of their game. That for whatever reasons, whether it's to get out the vote or whether it's to prepare people to commit acts of violence after they lose the election, I don't know. But they do know what they're doing. They're not making accidental allusions to the 1930s. You don't do that by accident or by mistake.
Right. And Ruth, I'm just wondering, to Ann's point, I mean, we've never seen this before in American politics. We've never heard this language from the top levels of American politics. I'm just wondering, can we as a nation pull back from the brink that we're hanging off of?
We can certainly hope so, that this exacerbation of extremism will wake people up, those who still think it can't happen here, and get them to see the GOP and Donald Trump as in an authoritarian frame, whatever that means to them, because this is a party that has exited democracy. It no longer believes in the norms and practices and values of democracy, which is why January 6th happened and why the GOP passed a resolution in 2022 that said that January 6th was, quote, legitimate political discourse. Mm-hmm. They now think that violence is a legitimate way to solve political problems. And that's what Trump has been doing at his rallies, trying to get people to see violence and racism and misogyny as legitimate political discourse. So I'm hoping that this overt Nazi parallels that they are cultivating and this extremism will wake people up and get them to see that it's not just going to be immigrants. It's going to be a very wide range of targets, as you see from the other speeches. They targeted many, many Americans. And I'm hoping people will see the danger.
I am too. Mussolini, Italy, part of the axis of evil. What are they? They were actually called the Allies at the time. We were the Axis. I don't know. But doing Hitler stuff in Italy. Basic slogan was Mussolini was always right. Okay, could Trump's campaign be just saying Trump is always right, unconnected to that? If it's possible, you could consider it. But even if that was the case, what kind of idea does a politician have that they want to claim that they're always right? Like, who claims to be always right? That is not a normal political slogan. And the connection seems very relevant. Now, another slogan in Italy that I noticed was that, I don't want to try the Latin or Italian, whatever. Believe, obey, fight. I think of this because what we see in many, many accounts of this rally, as we listen to speakers here, they'll all quote Trump after getting shot, screaming, fight, fight, fight. It is now seemingly one of the most popular, if not the most popular slogan. See a bunch of other things, God save Trump. I started making a tally of all the things that are just repeated by people over and over again. But fight, fight, fight. It's the most common one now. And getting people to chant it, getting people to, rile themselves up with that. It does remind me, and I know Kamala Harris has a slogan, when we fight, we win. I have never heard Kamala Harris use that as a reference to physical fighting. Fighting has words are like buckets. You fill and empty them with meaning. I don't like using the word fight for Kamala or a political campaign because I know it is also used by people in this damaging way to want to cause actual fights. Trump's obviously called people to actually hit people and storm the Capitol and fight like hell. So he wants to claim peaceful, patriotic is what he said at the January 6th rally, but that's not all he said. And the overall message of what he said is the election being stolen, you won't have a country unless you fight like hell. And I just think of all the movies I've seen, and I'm not sure, I think I've been in a few circles when this happened, where there's a child, the playground and, some at the school, and all the kids come around and they start chanting, fight, 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 fight. And people fight. There's something to that, right? There's something to that experience of chanting and being driven to fight even when you don't want to, and just riled up. It's mob mentality. So here's me, predicting the future. I imagine there'll be a scene where people are chanting fight, 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 and are actually literally fighting from Trump's followers. That seems like a very reasonable prediction to make. Just as we would very reasonably predict that he won't accept the election results. He's already saying that it's rigged in Pennsylvania and wherever. And he's finding things that aren't there. There's plenty of, FBI informed, Russian propaganda that's floating around that there's, attempts to that stopped them. The guy from Georgia has come out already to try to debunk certain ideas that are being floated, and they're not true. Fight, fight, fight. That's the message. Let's see how he explains this. And so this is a week ago, Madison Square Garden, 8 days ago. How does it start off? What do you think?
We come before you today seeking your divine wisdom and guidance.
I ask that nobody actually prays at this moment, or you could pray in your heart, but watch, because she's not really praying. She's reading a statement, and it's not a spontaneous prayer. You could watch a Trump spontaneous prayer if you want to. This is a spontaneous prayer at January 6th. There's all this footage. This reporter walking it with the people. They are fighting.
You think this is one fucking day? Millions of Americans are out to protect the Constitution of the United States against enemies, foreign and domestic. Go. Watch out.
It's overwhelming. Trying to stop it. Let's listen to.
There's a fucking million of us out there, and they are listening to Trump. It's sad.
They're listening to Trump. The overwhelming.
Defend your liberty! Defend your Constitution!
They're searching for people. Where's Nancy?
Here we might as well set up a government.
No, this is our chair.
I agree with you, brother, but it's not ours. It belongs to the Vice President of the United States when he's in here. It's not our chair. Look, I love you guys, you're brothers, but we can't be
disrespecting the chair. The guy has zip ties as handcuffs that he brought in to this. People have been arrested. Probably this guy's been arrested. 800 people have been arrested and prosecuted. More happening all the time. I could show there is reports coming out from our government saying that there are more action, violence gonna happen, is happening, planning to happen type stuff. But let's just listen to this guy, because this is where the prayer is that I wanted to point out.
disrespectful. Don't disrespect.
They can steal an election when we can't sit in their chairs?
No! We're not putting up with that either. Easy, it's just, look, it's a PR war, okay? You have to understand, it's an IO war. We can't lose the IO war. We're better than that. Information operation. We can't do it.
So that's what they're getting, is information. I think it's really interesting. They found Ted Cruz's information, and they misinterpreted it at first, and so they get all mad at Ted.
Here, look. Ted Cruz's objection to the Arizona
objection. He was going to sell us out all along. Look, objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona. Wait, no, that's okay. All right, we're down. He's with us.
Okay, he was. He's okay. He was in the be on our side.
This guy is so good here. Fucking music. This is scumbags.
We're acting a fool, man!
Here's the guy screaming.
Oh no, this is good stuff.
Hey! We're acting a fool!
No, this is good. This is all good. This is wrong.
That's the QAnon. I like him coming in. Here he goes.
Hey. Fucking hey, man. Glad to see you guys. You guys are fucking patriots. Look at this guy. He's got covered in blood.
It was a brave cop, man. Acting all chill. Oh, he got blood on him.
I'm good, thank you. All right.
Didn't need any medical assistance.
I got shot in the face. I got shot in the face with some kind of plastic bullet.
Any chance I could get you guys to leave the Senate wing?
We will. I'll be making sure they ain't disrespecting the place.
Okay, I just want to let you guys know this is like the sacredest place.
I know. Hey, no, and I'm gonna take it. Sit down in the chair because Mike Pence is a fucking traitor.
Mike Pence is a traitor. Who gave him that idea?
But in this case, I think I'm making exceptions. Hey, you and Ray.
He doesn't like selfies. So these people have the same question you have.
I have a lady bagel here.
Like, why is this cop just hanging out there?
No. He's doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's doing the right thing. He's obeying his oath.
I'm making sure you guys don't do anything else. Now that you've done that, can I get you guys to walk out of this room, please?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I would greatly appreciate it.
Hey, come on, man.
I feel like you're pushing the line.
Hey,
I feel like you're pushing the line.
Come on, man. This is our capital. Let's be respectful to him. There's 4 million people coming in, so there's a lot of control. We love you guys. We love the cops.
We love the cops.
It's only a matter of time. Justice is coming.
All right, over 4 million people are coming everywhere, all the way back to the monument, all the way.
Jesus Christ!
This is the prayer.
Amen!
This is.
Let's all say a prayer. You know, sacred space.
Thank you, Heavenly Father, for gracing us with
Sacred space. Oh, let's take off our hats, though.
Thank you, Heavenly Father.
Or at least part.
For this opportunity to stand up for our God-given unalienable rights. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for...
Yeah, we don't need to hear it all. The reporter that's filming all this ends up going back outside to another location where they're storming in, and it's as ugly as you can imagine. Breaking through. Yeah. Actually, let me just hear. Is that up? No, we don't have to hear anymore. And I'm not going to show any more footage. If you haven't seen footage of January 6th, other than the clips that Tucker put together, like, that cop standing there as if that was okay for them, then you couldn't find better information than that. Let's go back to this prayer. We want to show the quick clip of the post that Trump posted with the Third Reich. Creation of the Unified Reich. That was the term that was used. Anyway, we don't have to get into everything. Alright, here's the prayer.
Lord, we recognize that true wisdom comes from you alone. Help us to discern your will in our lives, especially in these challenging times for our beloved nation. May we seek to honor you, not just with our words, but through our actions each and every day. Father, we ask for a deep-rooted love for America in our hearts. We thank you for blessing us all to live in the United States of America. We thank you for our founding fathers, who by your guidance set the framework for our republic. We thank you for the people in attendance here today who love this country and ask you to protect it.
It's called a cheer line. You gotta get the cheers.
We thank you, God, for our public servants and leaders who have heeded the call for a greater good and placed themselves in the service of the citizenry to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. Let us remember that this great land was built on the foundations of faith, hope, and love. May we strive to embody these values, shining your light in our communities and beyond. As we face the coming days, grant us the strength to stand firm in our beliefs and to act with integrity, reflecting your grace in every choice we make. We also lift up our leaders, especially President Trump. We pray for every candidate from school board all the way to the Oval Office. Give them the wisdom, conviction, courage, and victory. We thank you for hope. We thank you for modern day miracles. We all watched you spare President Trump from an assassin who will go down in history as a failure.
Modern day miracle. That's the term. We all saw it. It's clear as day. That's a miracle. You couldn't have escaped that without God. There's just no way. Yet we know pretty clearly there was people involved in stopping that guy from killing Trump. There was, another bullet, and people calling it out, and people stopping it, and he came as close as you could come to being killed. Absolutely. But it's not a miracle that he wasn't killed. He was hit. It wasn't like, it appeared from nowhere. It came from a person and hit other people. How come other people got shot and a very good person died? Where is the miracle in that? There's no way that it makes sense to me.
While we give you the credit and honor for protecting this man who has promised to fight for the United States.
Maybe just to bring up, the Bible has so many different things in it, so you could use the Bible to claim that she's right, that Christians should in hoc signo vicus, right? To conquer in the name of Jesus, to fight for Trump and God. But there is a passage in the Bible that I think is a much better one than some of the ones that would support this, and I do have it somewhere. Let's see if I have it right close at hand. Do I have it close at hand? I think I could say what it is without looking it up, maybe. Joshua 5, am I right? So I'll look it up. Try to make some notes. It's on the back of one of these papers, isn't it? Joshua 5. Alright, well, I don't see it. I'll look it up. I can tell you a story. The angel came to Joshua before they went to Jericho, and he looked like a big soldier to Joshua, and Joshua said, whose side are you on, ours or our enemies? And the angel said, neither, but as the commander of the Lord's army I've come. And the takeaway that some people have for that is that God isn't on human sides anymore. There's obviously a lot arguing against that in the Bible, and arguing against that in politics. If people read the book in light of it being a political book, and furtherance of certain kings and certain groups and certain people, and against others, and other groups have their own political identities and things, well, it's a tactic in my mind to claim that God's on your side in your wars and your battles. I don't think God is going to be on Kamala's side. I don't think it works like that. And I don't see her claiming that God is on her side. But I do see it here, and I see it in very much connection to, political beliefs and fight, whatever that means to people.
Surround him with your protection and strength, Lord. Equip him with the wisdom needed to lead with the courage, stamina, compassion, and discernment that America needs right now. May he be filled with your spirit, making decisions that align with your purpose and that serve the best interests of all Americans. Our hearts are hurting. We hurt watching our children suffer. We see them being led astray in our schools. We mourn as they are abused, manipulated, and indoctrinated to accept lies instead of truth.
So yeah, it's very common. And part of Project 2025 is to get rid of the school committee, the Department of Education. Betsy DeVos, former Trump's first Secretary of Education, was very much pushing for charter schools, non-public schools, Christian schools, and has quite a history with Eric Prince, the bosses, lots of things that go into there, combining, military, paramilitary with government contracts. Blackwater, his group that killed civilians. Trump pardoned, as he also pardoned other war criminals and pardoned people in his cabinet and his group, his advisors that committed various crimes, and did pardon, one person that was dealing drugs, in a very unique conversation with Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity brought up that Trump wanted to, create a death penalty for people that deal drugs, and then he's like, yeah, and Sean's like, well, so you would kill the woman that you pardoned? He's like, wait, well, I wouldn't kill her now because the rule would happen after I pardoned her. So, there are people in this world, China, I think Indonesia, or the Philippines, that there are death penalties for not just drug dealers, but drug users, and Trump has alluded along that as well. But anyway, schools are definitely a target because they're indoctrinating, abusing, manipulating, teaching falsehoods rather than truth. And I think we probably can make some assumptions of what that means: evolution versus creationism. Belief in no gods or multiple gods or other gods rather than the one true God that they believe in, things like that. Separation of church and state.
Help us to be joyful warriors as we fight fiercely for them and their future. We are fighting to raise them as they should go. We fight through persecution, but we will not be stopped. Help us to be strong, joyful warriors as we fight for their future. We pray for safety and civility in our country. We yearn to return.
I don't think I need to point out there's a lot of the word fight in this prayer. And joyful warriors, Kamala Harris has used that a lot, so there's, some plausible deniability that it's not, anyway.
Turn to a nation united in love for one another, not divided by hate and division. Finally, we ask for you to bless our country with faithful leaders. We pray for the candidates here today that they will gain victory in the polls.
So I agree with no hate and division and healing and everything like that. But do we see in Trump hate and division? Do we see him criticizing and, we'll see it in this very rally over and over and over again.
Polls that voters will vote for these good men and women of integrity by a resounding margin. Be with our election workers. Bless us with a safe and fair election. We pray that as our people go to the polls that you will deliver.
Our last election, by every good, statement and evidence, all the more proven by all Trump's, attacks on the election and recounts and everything, that we now know that the last election was the safest election, the fairest election, the best election we've ever had. This next election is set to be even more so, even with certain people lighting ballot boxes in Democratic areas and all the claims that are coming out and will come out. And people being charged for having a couple things here and there, the Heritage Foundation, the head of Project 2025, an organization I've known for 20 years or so. How long has it been? Because my best friend worked there, and it's a think tank, and he wrote multiple amici, little briefings and things for the Supreme Court for anti-gay marriage. That was his specialty. So this think tank has been working on things like this for a long time and putting out this type of stuff for a long time every year. It's gotten a lot bigger, a lot more sophisticated, and is now run by people that were in Trump's advisors and committee. And J.D. Vance wrote the prologue to the Project 2025 book that they decided to not post because of trying to hide how bad the Project 2025 is after people started finding out about it and being outraged. There's all these leaked videos of their training. I've watched them. Leaked interviews with the people that are leading it, and them explaining what they're really doing. And it's a lot of taking over the government, getting rid of the board. This is a lot of very radical Catholic people that are like so fringe that they, don't like the Pope and don't like most Catholics type stuff, and most Catholics wouldn't like them as far as my, assessment of it. And I've been around these various Catholic groups and some of the fringe ones for, a while. Again, through my friend and through just reading and whatever. So there's a lot, not to, I lost the thought that I thought of mentioning, but I'm sure I'll come back to it.
For us, a victory so great and wonderful that all will be amazed at the work of your hands.
An election that will prove that, God is at work and that all will be amazed. Just how possible is that? I mean, I'm sure there will be people that will see anything and say, like, this is God at work and I'll see it. But how possible is it that all people are going to do that? How possible is it me that's going to see an election and say that, oh, this is obviously God? I'm amazed. It's the type of thing that Christians will say and pray. But the truth is, it's an absurd kind of thing. It just it's not just unlikely. It's people could have mass delusions, whatever, but like in general, it's just not possible.
We also thank you for what you're going to do in our future as we continue to serve you. Together, let us commit to praying for our country and acting in ways that glorify you. Thank you for being willing to forgive those who ask for forgiveness and to use every...
I could play you a huge montage of Trump saying that he never asked for forgiveness, as well as Christian leaders, that put out videos supporting Trump, but speaking very, Christian, even far right, kind of people, very fundamentalists or whatever, that just are saying what I would have thought most Christians would have said, before, that Trump is clearly not a Christian. He is just a man. He's not some divine person, and he's not in any way a spiritual Christian person, and they say the clear, thing beyond anything else is his refusal to ask for forgiveness from God. And I'm sure we could get to some of those videos, but so besides all the other things that show that Christianity is not his inspiration.
Every single person to work for you for good. May our lives be a testimony of your love and truth, inspiring others to turn towards you. We thank you for hearing our prayers, and we trust in your perfect plan. We pray and ask for all of this in your heavenly name. Amen.
It's a 4-minute prayer. It's a big one. All right, these are retired firefighters.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome retired members of the New York City Fire Department to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
We don't have time to watch everything forever. Let's speed things up.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands.
Because after this is so Reverend up. This is the Star Spangled Banner. It's so obviously has quite a voice. Actually, I could turn it down here. Quite a voice. I also can't help but wonder that they used black people wherever they could use them, and I specifically, when I saw her there, I wondered that tokenism, and lo and behold, on Twitter, I saw, this post of
something to President Biden
is how could this be a racist thing? Look at this black woman, and again, plausible deniability. So there's no way that they could have a black woman singing and have racism. I think they could have both.
That's weird.
And I think they might choose to have both. So this is
the chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan.
This is video that Trump plays multiple times. This rally and at many of his rallies.
Not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border.
I mean, we could go into every single one of these things. Why did she say? It's not a thing that comes to mind about the current president of the United States, whom has low attractiveness right now, and I think he's probably at his worst ever, and yet I know this would be an argued thing, but I would argue it for the case that he said many really good things, and that Trump's rhetoric that he killed the economy that Trump inherited from Obama, that Obama, did a lot to improve from Bush and, the collapse. And I would like to say that Biden, Trump, Obama, they all made mistakes. Kamala in this, campaign and vice presidency, she made mistakes in every part of her life. She made mistakes. I think there's a difference in people that make good-hearted, good faith mistakes and try to do well versus people that make mistakes. I think Trump clearly makes a lot more mistakes, especially at his age. Often in his speech, he's missing words and trying to fix, but sometimes just doesn't, and whatever. But also does just actually bad things that aren't mistakes but intentional. And here's one. So 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released. Let's see, where is this claim? Outrageously false claim. 13,000 migrant murders on the loose. Convicted killers, not ICE. He says it all the time. Listen to these numbers. He sometimes changes. Sometimes 13,000, 13,099. So many of these numbers he'll change. Anyway, outrageously false claim, gymmed up by right-wing media, then embraced by a GOP nominee as official fact. Trump then embellishes the fact with additional falsehoods. Notice how he said on it had murdered 10 people. There is no such list detailing the killing committed by this 13,000. So saying that it murdered people, there's no evidence of that. Just made it up. Here's the truth. Most of these killers are in detention, not prowling the streets, and have been since before Trump was president. Falsely claim they entered during, this is a long time, since September 25th, acting Immigration Customs Enforcement Director responded to a request for data on the numbers of non-citizens with criminal convictions on the ICE non-detained docket. Wrote there were 662,000 people with criminal histories, convicted or pending, not detained by ICE. In a breakdown by crime, he noted 13,099 people convicted of homicide were not detained by ICE. 2 days later, Gonzalez tweeted the letter highlighting the number of killers. Americans deserve to be safe. The tweet immediately interpreted by right-wing media and Trump campaign saying these killers entered the country during the Biden administration when loose and roaming. The letter did not say these criminals were not in custody. The non-detained docket refers only to individuals not detained by ICE. In fact, in the same letter, this guy told Gonzalez that ICE detention capacity is 41,500 beds, showing there's not enough space to house these criminals. As of July 21, 277 beds were occupied by convicted killers. The Supreme Court ruled in 2001 that ICE should not detain people indefinitely. So with little space available, many criminals convicted of serious crimes were shipped to another facility to serve out their terms. Some non-citizens are on the non-detained docket, made to participate in alternatives, generally track people with GPS monitoring devices, a smart link, phone app. But murderers would not qualify. Biden memo made detention priority for non-citizens who pose a current threat to public safety. They also include people that enter the country legally with long-term non-immigrant visa or earned permanent U.S. residency but were convicted of a crime. There's no breakdown about how many of the non-detained docket enter the country illegally, but one cannot assume, as Trump does, that these are all undocumented immigrants. The letter also did not say when the people in the list entered the country. The data is being misinterpreted. The data goes back decades. It includes individuals who have entered the country over the past 40 years or more, the vast majority of whose custody determination was made long before the administration. It also includes many who are under jurisdiction or currently incarcerated by federal, state, or local law enforcement parties. Finally, non-citizens may have served their time but cannot be deported because the United States lacks repatriation, I'm blanking on it, agreements with the country organs such as China or Cuba. And it's not by term. How many murders? None. Loca wrote that these are being convicted criminals, about 1/3 were convicted of violent sex crimes. All right. So the point of this article, this is Washington Post. Bezos owned, didn't endorse Kamala this time. So he's acting as if he's, he's playing it safe. If Trump wins, which, there's a chance for sure that he could, he doesn't want to be on Trump's hit list. Trump is currently putting a lot of people on his hit list, especially media companies. And obviously Bezos has other interests than just in the Washington Post. And if Kamala wins, she's not going to do anything. So, so there's an outrage at Washington Post employees there. I think when it was announced that they weren't endorsing anyone, I think they lost like 250,000 subscribers overnight or within like 2 days. So it's definitely something that was not popular for them. But, because they have a long history of reporting good news that holds people account, and right now the worst criminal in politics is Trump. So they do good news about Trump, like this article. You could look this up in other sources, but this is just one. And I guess what I was thinking about with the Heritage Foundation is that, likewise, like Trump, there's just numbers that are claimed that are completely false. So the whole election voting rig, that's a big one for Heritage. They've been tracking this very diligently. And if I'm remembering, I think it's the president was being interviewed, and he was claiming all these possibilities of election fraud and all these immigrants voting and all this different stuff. And then he was asked about the number that they've reported throughout the years of how many cases they've found. This organization that's focused on this every year. I think since 1982 they found like 1,200 total cases of someone doing election fraud, voting when they shouldn't have voted, and so forth. So, point being is propaganda. So, this account, what Trump is saying is propaganda. It's not true. We're talking about people. I mean, and to me, it's just completely ridiculous on its face. Why would police, Trump likes to say, the police aren't even allowed to arrest them or whatever. Why would any police not be allowed to arrest? That would be a crime to not arrest a criminal. And I know coming into this country is a crime. There are various forms of crimes, but murder is a crime that always gets you arrested. And people that are murderers generally are arrested, and a lot of these people are, and these are total numbers that have been coming over for many years. Trump wants to say, oh, Biden let all these people in here to kill you. That's not true. That's what he's trying to gin up right here. A lot of fear-mongering right after 4-minute prayer and a 6-minute Pledge of Allegiance and started the signal banner, 7 minutes.
And then release into the United States.
And Afghan nationalism.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers. Would you have done?
Trump's on the record of discussing this recently with Dan Bodendino and or Joe Rogan, maybe both, in other interviews where, he created the plan to get Americans out of Afghanistan. It was one of the things that I liked, and I know other people that like that as well. Trump doesn't want to, have these wars and everything. I like that. I also know I have friends that served in the military, served in various places, including Afghanistan. You can look up videos of them flying in on helicopters and working to create a new government, create new, military and everything. Devoted their life to trying to help that country, and we put a lot of money into it. And Mark Milley explained to Trump that America can leave, but they would leave, and Trump goes on and on about this. He says, you take the equipment first, and then the people last. And Milley explained, no, we take the people, and we leave the equipment. And Trump's like, we're going to leave billions of dollars, and Milley said, it's cheaper to leave it. It could deactivate it, and I'm sure there's some things that can be figured out to be used, but our military is so big and so strong that us leaving a couple $2 billion, as big and crazy as it is not anything in comparison to how much we're spending every year to continue to be there, to have people die, to have, you know, it was under Trump's watch that Russia was paying people to shoot at American soldiers, you know, and there's all kinds of stuff. So his claims there was no fighting, no wars, nobody dying on his watch, all not true, all very clearly factually untrue. And to, you know, make a very bad leaving, a very difficult leaving, but as far as I could maybe guess at this, like, still the right choice to leave. People died. They shouldn't do anything that makes people die, but people die in war. And this was a war we were in for many years, and they made plenty of mistakes, I'm sure, that they should learn from. And, you know, anybody needs to be fired, they should be fired. You know, but what they did is did the thing that Trump wouldn't do: take the bad press for doing something and vomit in and do it. And, you know, Bush obviously started it, but they stopped further death, further loss of money. I mean, if anything, the saddest part to me is what happened to Afghani women and, you know, the whole country there, you know, from us leaving. And, you know, part of me wishes that we were able to still help in that kind of way. But yeah, it's just whatever he could use to try to make it into something, rather than, you know, being honest about the situation it is. It was actually a bold move for Biden to leave. That's my opinion. I could be wrong about it.
Something differently. There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in...
So the real accounts, we have specific names, and that's a specific name, and there's, you know, in no way anything to say negative about, you know, this family and this tragedy. Nothing good to say about the murder. And I looked up their story. I don't think they have a confession. I do think they have DNA, though. I think he had a soda can or something. Or maybe that's a different story. But I think they had some conclusive evidence. And that person is in jail, you know, because murderers go to jail. It's a very few amount of people compared to normal population crimes, especially extreme crimes. Like, people that come to our country are not looking to come to this country to commit crimes only. Some people do, but some, you know, not some. Most people are coming. The people that are coming to commit crimes are not normally like the poor and destitute. Yeah, they are more vulnerable to that, but they also have, you know, a lot to lose if they have to leave here. Whereas, you know, rich people coming to commit crimes here, they could go and live anywhere. On.
2022. Two men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder and the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking two New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently? There is not a thing that comes to mind.
18% say the economy is in excellent or good condition. US inflation has hit a new 40-year high, increasing by 9.1% over the financial year.
So just because people say it, well, only 18% say it. How many people are neutral? I mean, you know, obviously that's a Fox News guy that will often lie. Inflation is lower than it was when Trump left office, as far as I could tell. Certainly, we're leading the world by far.
Train de Aragua, which has been linked with more than 100 criminal investigations here in the U.S., has now been found.
And if I could add to it, like we know that inflation has something to do with, you know, our taxes and our stimuluses and our things like that. But we also know that it has a lot to do with the COVID and supply chains and Russia and Ukraine and Israel and Hamas and Palestine and Hezbollah and Iran and West Bank. You know, the world has problems in Africa that haven't even mentioned, but they don't affect our economy as much. But those are the sources of problems all over the world, and our country is doing better. But you know, Biden could have let Putin take Ukraine and not put a very small percentage of our budget, our military budget, national budget to Ukraine, very small percentage, 1% less, for a very good reason besides the protection of Ukraine, the saving of, you know, thousands and thousands of children and people, all kinds of horrible accounts from that war, but also our nation's greatest threat, greatest enemy. At least that's what Mitt Romney said in the debate with Obama, and he seemed to be right about it in many ways. And when our nation's enemy is weakened, like it is from this war, it's actually a positive for our country as far as safety. Like, we don't have to spending money to weaken Russia in this way helps us to be stronger and not have to spend as much in other ways. There's financial, so it's not just the morally right thing; it's a national interest as well.
Operating its criminal enterprise in apartment complexes.
Were you the last person in the room? Yes.
Here it comes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage comedian, roaster, and host of the Kill Tony podcast, Tony Hinchcliffe.
I gotta get my thumbs up for this guy.
See y'all in Texas, where we should ride slangers and put diamonds in our necklace. Fuck drink inside my lemonade and it look like a Pepsi. See, I come from the D where we got checks and we be flexing. If you ain't from my state, then you should know don't mess with it.
Madison Square Garden, how we feeling, huh? Wow, isn't this special? 17 years ago, I was sleeping in my car behind the Comedy Store in LA, and I'm proud to say this is my 4th time performing at Madison Square Garden, the most famous arena in the damn world. The American dream, alive and well, right here. This is very different than where I'm used to performing, though. I'm used to nighttime with people drinking, not so many babies in the crowd, and people that are obviously only here for Lee Greenwood tonight. Normally, I don't make my political beliefs a known thing. It's divisive for a comedian to do that, but just know I sleep well at night knowing who I'm voting for.
I mean, Kill Tony is a roaster. His whole thing is divisive. So obviously, this guy is giving a prepared speech. He's reading it. What we've learned soon after and since is that the speech was vetted, just like all speeches. We could listen to Trump, deny he knows this guy, didn't even know what happened and everything. His reaction is obviously the opposite. The very next morning, he did a rally in Allentown, Pennsylvania, where there's the most Puerto Rican immigrants there who vote. And he had the Puerto Rican Republican representative come and speak. He had Marco come, he's Cuban, and speak, so I guess that's close enough. Oh, and the very next day, he posted a Cuban song that I will vote for Trump. again, I guess Cuban is close enough to Puerto Rican. But he realized that, he's having a big backlash to this speech because, for good reason, and that caused them to react. So he knows it's wrong, but he allowed it to be there. There is one part of the speech that is reported that was taken out. Apparently, this guy called Kamala a cunt, and that was for some reason not acceptable. But every other bit of this speech was acceptable, and this guy is now a bit of a celebrity. He's going around and giving his same types of things, very political. So yeah, this guy generally isn't someone to believe, but he is someone to listen to because he's speaking for Trump. He's saying the things that are part of Trump's message that are not able to be communicated from his mouth as easily. So this is my understanding of this. So he made a My Pillow.
The Four Seasons up by Central Park.
Let me hear it started.
Wow, isn't this special? 17 years ago, I was sleeping in my car behind the Comedy Store in LA, and I'm proud to say this is my 4th time performing at Madison Square Garden, the most famous arena in the damn world. The American dream, alive and well, right here. This is very different than where I'm used to performing, though. I'm used to nighttime with people drinking, not so many babies in the crowd, and people that are obviously only here for Lee Greenwood tonight. Normally, I don't make my political beliefs a known thing. It's divisive for a comedian to do that, but just know I sleep well at night knowing who I'm voting for. Yeah. When I lay down and my head hits my pillow, it is a fantastic pillow, by the way.
So
I'm staying at the...
Let's just recognize that is something that a lot of people say is absolutely not true. I recently had someone tell me that they have many My Pillows and that they're horrible pillows. And the reason the person has many My Pillows is because they're in the Trump world, where My Pillow is a main sponsor of advertisements, and he also became a very big supporter of Trump and his election denialism. In fact, let's just see what this guy is like. This is a My Pillow commercial, apparently, as well as for free shipping, even lower prices, promo codes. We really have to see the My Pillow. Yes, this is part of the grift. This is who free gift now. No, thank you. All these prices. No. It's this with the promo code. Everybody gets a promo code. Bed sheets. So it's not just pillows. 2-pack, multi-pack, classic. Dog beds, blankets, bathrobes, socks, beds, gummies. Steve Bannon has his own thing. He has a radio podcast. Dan Bongino. Some other folks, Gorkin and Hannity from Fox. Goes on. He got a book. Oh, we got all these other products. Can we just he has his own store now here too. You got that flag he's waving. Looks like a cross in the middle. Go to my store. Yeah, go to my store. Let's go to my store. Come on. When you have to leave a site to go to another one, that's sometimes a bad sign, isn't it? But maybe it's just part of the website platform. Who knows? So they got all this stuff. Religious, right there. Cross, lead stop, beach bark, flag, bench, goat kisses. Religious. Let's see, how much did that cost, do we think? Anybody want to make a guess? What is it made out of? What does it matter to be expensive? It is pieces of posters, only $10, $20. Jesus air freshener, Bible studies, some books, some dog tags, letter, did you know, children's books, purpose. A lot of children's books here for people that want to get in on that. I believe Moses, religious flags. Here's that cross. It's only $2.50. It's a Yucca custom. Copper. How custom is it? $2.50. Anyway, this is this guy. Politically incorrect Jesus. He got a promo right here.
The Four Seasons up by Central Park one night. I laid my head down, and it felt so good. And I thought to myself, what an amazing pillow. I have a little bit of money now. I could buy a good pillow. And I took the pillowcase off, and there it was. My pillow, my pillow,
At the
my
Four Seasons?
And
Oh,
damn
is
it,
that
I
a
bought
joke?
4 of them.
There's no way.
And if you use the promo code KILLTONY, you can also buy 4 my pillows. There's serious stuff happening, people. I live in the great state of Texas now. 18 years in Ohio, 20 years in California, and I got to see California turn to absolute horrendous thing. And traveling the world, I got to see San Francisco turn into one of the most demented cities, one of the greatest downfalls I've ever seen. And that is where the other candidate worked for 2 decades. And it's absolutely wild to see. And in Texas, stuff is really, really crazy. We're right there by a wide open border. Where are my proud Latinos at tonight?
All right, here it comes.
You guys see what I mean? It's wide open. There's so many of them. It's absolutely incredible.
You got a good laugh at that.
Believe it or not, people, I welcome migrants to the United States of America
So
with
maybe-
open arms. And by open arms, I mean like this. It's wild. And these Latinos, they love making babies, too. Just know that. They do. They do. There's no pulling out. They don't do that. They come inside, just like they did to our country.
All right. So this is what people do when they try to make other humans sound more like unthinking animals that just breed and populate, and is very much a part of the replacement theory, which has been going on from Henry Ford to today. Tucker Carlson has promoted it, does promote it. All these people here have maybe some connection to it when they're talking about it, but sometimes it's more clear and obvious. And this is one of those ideas. Like Latinos are coming in, having sex like rabbits and no protection and just sucking up our health care and whatever.
Republicans are the party with a good sense of humor. Free speech is under attack, people. I host a show, and each week I get updates what words we're allowed to use and not use anymore. It's happening right now.
I'd like to hear those words, and I'd like to know whether he doesn't say them or not, because I think he probably says everything. I am hearing this phrase, that free speech is under attack, and J.D. Vance did an interview, and he kept on saying, I think to Jake Tapper, that no one, you can't say X, Y, and Z. You can't say X, Y, and Z. And obviously, he's saying X, Y, and Z as he was saying he can't say it. So it's a false assertion that you can't say certain things because people are going to be mad at you. People are allowed to be mad at you. Certain private or things are allowed to say they don't want to have something promoted on their social platform or whatnot. And the government has the right to keep people safe. And so threats to violence and threats, to hurt people are limited, and harassment and everything like that. A lot of people are allowed to say a lot with the First Amendment.
Last few years, it's a real thing. And, used to be able to tell people to Google stuff. My mom's a boomer in the state of Ohio, and there's no convincing her of anything. She's eating the cats. She's eating the dogs. They're eating the pets up there.
So that's obviously a reference to Trump saying that people, the Haitians, were eating the dogs and cats and pets at the debate with Kamala Harris. It's one of the wildest quotations you could ever hear, and how he even said it in the context of it being an immigration question and him being set up by Kamala, and everyone agreed that, you know, he was unhinged. He couldn't control himself. She mentioned his rallies, and it's something that he loves more than anything. He couldn't just stop talking about it, and then he got all worked up and made that crazy claim about something that wasn't true. False stories being made that were not true, proven not true, but do demonize people. The whole account of these Haitians is not true. They came in because they were welcome in. There was a whole program, like 2013, I think, the town, because they lost all these people because new factories coming in. They need people. So they created a program called Welcome Springfield. They sought out Haitian immigrants to come in, and you know, they moved in over years. Yeah.
It is absolutely wild times. It really, really is. And, you know, there's a lot going on. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico. Okay. All right. Okay. We're getting there. Again, normally I don't follow the national anthem, everybody. This isn't exactly a perfect comedy setup.
But Trump wanted him to follow the national anthem, or his people. So, you know, this is not accidental. And demonizing Puerto Ricans is, you know, a cheap way to demonize Latinos, and yeah, it's just really sad. Just to say, there's a lot of Puerto Ricans in Worcester, and one of my very best friends is Puerto Rican, and not just him, but all my friends and people I've met that Puerto Ricans are just amazing people. There's absolutely no sense to putting them down. So it doesn't make any sense.
Some people here, all right, very good. I like it. I have other policies that I think should be implemented as well. Like me personally, I think football should be all year round. Yeah. So many great athletes. I don't know about you guys, but I think that Travis Kelce might be the next O.J. Simpson.
They didn't really think that went through. So what does that mean, that he's going to kill Taylor Swift? Okay.
Feels good in here. The other side's got a lot of crazy endorsements. Swift, Eminem, Leo DiCaprio, Beyonce. Every day the Democratic Party looks more and more like a P. Diddy party. Oh, okay. Okay, that's what you guys want. All right. Heck yeah. It's a cool black guy with a thing on his head. What the hell is that? A lampshade? Look at this guy. Oh my goodness.
I don't know what he's referring to there. I wondered if it was like a turban or something, but...
Wow. I'm just kidding. That's one of my buddies. He had a Halloween party last night. We had fun. We carved watermelons together. It was awesome.
So instead of carving pumpkins, the black guy carved watermelon. Standard, old, racist trope. Just, you probably look up the history of why that's used and everything. But there's no other reason that it's used. Like, you know, he is making fun of particularly different races. I don't hear him make fun of white people for certain things. But sometimes the argument for this guy is like, oh, that's just what he does. But comics that are really good punch up. They punch up with people in power. They don't punch down at people that are the outcasts in whatever their group is, or the powerless in their group.
You guys are, this is a groany little morning crowd, huh? It's tough to follow this audition for the next Commissioner Gordon's over here.
I don't know that, Joe.
It is, though. It's crazy
Commissioner
times
Gordon,
we're living in.
Batman.
I mean, all these pointless wars. It is unbelievable what's happening right now. It is incredible. Ukraine versus Russia, Israel, it's like bad soccer games. Who even cares? What are we doing? Why is our money involved in these wars?
So yeah, this is where Trump actually caused a rift with Republicans. The relationship between Trump and Putin is out in the open. He's been in contact with him. He has been trying to get a deal with Russia, get a Trump hotel since before the election. Michael Cohen was working on it. That's all clear. They had people go to Trump Tower to talk about having Russia's help with the election in exchange for this Russian program with children and adoption. But that's how Trump called it. But I forget, it's been so long since I heard that story like that about what it was. But it was nefarious, and Donald Trump Jr.'s email reply is, if that's what it is that I'm saying, I love it. Trump saying, Russia, if you're listening, can you find those emails? Russia did listen. They did hack the Bethesda emails, and WikiLeaks published them. That's what kicked off the Pizzagate conspiracy, where because John Podesta was ordering pizzas from a certain place, they thought it was this is QAnon thinking. We could get into all the Trump QAnon stuff, but he, because he's ordering pizzas, they thought it was code for ordering children for sex and for babies for blood, and the guy went in to rescue the children in the basement. There was no basement. He shot her up for no reason. He's in jail. Anyway. Yeah, there's a reason that America has allies and that we stick by our allies. And there's a reason why America cares for life and children. And, there's a reason why America went into war in World War II, World War I. Vietnam didn't have as clear of a reason, or at least the reasons for political usage were very much involved. But so yeah, I disagree with this guy and Trump.
When it comes to Israel and Palestine, we're all thinking the same thing. Settle your stuff already. Best out of 3. Rock, paper, scissors. You know the Palestinians are going to throw rock every time. But you also know the Jews have a hard time throwing that paper. You know what I'm saying? All right, we're having fun now. We're cooking.
Everyone understands those connotations, those references. Yeah, so this guy's a roaster, so he's roasting the Jews. This is a political campaign that prior to this rally, as they referenced, Hillary Clinton brought up the connection of this Madison Square Garden event where Trump is not going to win, and he claims he's going to win there, which all the more tells you like that's not the reason he's there. Like he knows he's not going to win there. We all know he's not going to win New York. So for him to say I'm here because I want to win, I'm going to win New York, we know that's not the real reason. When I heard of it, I thought of the Nazi rally, and because it also is, coming in connection to Trump being, talked about by his former, I won't get into John Kelly, let's just listen to this guy say things that this is not YouTube jokes, racist jokes, or, vulgar jokes. This is a political rally.
Hillary Clinton said that this is a Nazi rally here today.
I called it. I guess I've seen it a couple times.
Can you believe that? For the most anti-war president of my entire lifetime, and she calls him Hitler. Let me remind you, Hillary, it was your husband who shot innocent people, or as he called them, interns. Yeah, Hillary, I bet you did not see that one coming. By the way, if I commit suicide in 3 weeks, I didn't.
Reference to conspiracy theory of a person that died. That had worked for Hillary.
It's just obvious to me who the right candidate is. There's a guy out here dodging bullets. It is unbelievable, right?
Did he dodge it, or is it God? Dodging just means that he was close to
He
the
took
head.
it right in the ear. Unbelievable. I thought about this. I don't know if you have. Coolest place to get shot. Like, if you're gonna get shot anywhere on your body, that's where you want it. Right there. Technically, he got shot in the head, depending on if you're a Democrat or a Republican. Right? If you're a Democrat, his ear was grazed.
Is that a gay voice? It sounds like a gay voice. Or a wimpy voice.
If you're a Republican, he survived a headshot. It is. It's the best place to get shot. It's the only part of the human body will drive a piercing through like a little girl's ear for no reason. Right? There's just it heals fast. Nobody cares. It's the best place to get shot. He went down, saw blood on his hands. I'd imagine he thought right then, I think I just won this shit.
For some people, that's all it takes, isn't it?
Stands up and says
But it shouldn't be all it takes. If Kamala got shot, Biden got shot, if people get shot, that's not the only reason to vote for them, that they didn't die. Not dying after being shot at is not enough reason to vote for somebody. And people probably will.
Most American words I've ever heard in my life. No. Before that, there was one more. Let me get my shoes. Fearless. Perhaps still with an active shooter. He's talking like a guy that just had the best one-night stand of his life. Right? Like, where's my shoes at? I gotta get the hell out of here.
An apropos reference to Trump. Yeah, it seemed strange to me when Trump said it. It was like,
what he did was
sound
so
like
cool that Biden
my dad when he was elderly.
Oh yeah, go back. Look at the timeline of everything again. 3 days after that. That means that Biden, he didn't get that from hanging out with sick people. He was in a sterile room in the White House watching blood running down Trump's face as he pumps his fist. Biden's like, oh, God, no. It's true. Trump survived an assassination attempt, and Biden got COVID. We vote next week. God voted 3 months ago.
But God wanted Biden to die from COVID, because he's an elderly man. And God saved Trump's life.
Another great Austin, Texas resident, Elon Musk, will be speaking here later today. Unbelievable. Genius. You guys saw him shoot that rocket into outer space, the largest aircraft ever. Fires it off into space, and then parallel parks it back to planet Earth. Meanwhile, Kamala supporters can't parallel park their Toyota Priuses properly. Sorry, I listen to Elon Musk. I follow his lead. The world's smartest, richest man has my attention. Except for when it comes to stock trading, then I listen to Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, and I did listen to Elon. You know, I bought his car and believed promises that are now absolutely ridiculous upon looking back. But when he said them, I believed it, that my car would appreciate in value, not depreciate, because of updates and things. And my car has greatly depreciated. Greatly depreciated. We could go on for hours about Elon, but let's move through this guy.
But censorship is amongst us, people. It's a very, very, very big deal, and I'm just here to say that you guys are for the right candidate. Tell your friends. Let's close it out, and let's make speech free again, make America healthy again.
RFK Jr.
Let's beat the team from California. The team from New York should beat the team from California, not only in this election, but in the World Series of Baseball, America's sport.
Yeah, how did that go?
I love you, New York. God bless New York. God bless America. Let's make it great again. I love you. Thank you. Welcome.
The Yankees must have heard that and said, we're going to lose on purpose. I don't know. Yeah, they didn't do well. Let's skip.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we bring up our next speaker, please bring your attention to the video screens.
It's more of the same. Yeah, so this is like a scary movie. Wait, did I hear Apocalypse?
Ladies and gentlemen, before we bring up our next speaker, please bring your attention to the video screens.
So let's take this in. What are people feeling there? It's a beautiful scene. Turned to
District attorneys. Oh, brother, this is a street performance. Seems like all the artist activists are on the left. Except for Scott Levado. They do not conform to the elitist.
So this is the guy.
And they have nothing like a redheaded stepchild. This is my medium, which I shall create. And this is my canvas, the front of the Brooklyn Museum. The first most important thing in school for anyone else.
The artist about to come out.
This is not a pro-war protest. This has to do with the increasing level of anti-Americanism. You don't keep the criminals in jail, they're gonna keep you in jail. This line is to show respect and honor to those who died. Got shot in the fucking head, protecting us. You try to take that fucking blue line down. I'll take it till the day I die. When the towers came down, there was absolutely no doubt that feeling. It was going to change my life. When somebody's complaining, it's so cold out. It's traffic. And here I am, drinking with one of these guys who's got one arm, he's got a hook for another arm, he's drinking and being having a laugh with me, and he's not bitching about nothing. The recipient of this year's VFW Americanism Award. This is Scott Levado. That's it. I'm going to paint a flag on a rooftop in every state near a military base. There's a veteran. We all fought for that flag in World War II. And today we want to see it flying. They will never, as long as I am alive, they will never take the American flag down. You want to find one? Then I will find out where you work, and I will find a building across the street and paint a flag 50 by 100 so you have to see it every 2 days. The pro-Trump sign on the front wall of the Staten Island home is burned to the ground. The hate I get is astronomical. If everybody like me had to do something wrong. Whatever you do it. As long as you believe it in your life.
Yeah, so this is a Staten Island artist, and he's made a name for himself. I looked him up for his lawn ornaments and his rhetoric. bayonet, paint and brush. I'll fight to the death.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage artist Scott Levino to do a live painting.
And I wish I could like him, you know, but he's a pretty radical guy.
Before I create some art, I gotta say this. There's a lot of creative conservatives out there who've been in the closet all these years. I came out of that closet 40 years ago, and I got a lot of help with it.
So, anti-gay reference in a sense.
I came to Manhattan
Come on.
to find my niche in the art world, and the art world didn't like me because I came from this place called Staten Island. Do I hear Staten Island in the house? The art world didn't like me because I like God, girls, and guns. The art world didn't like me because I refused to succumb to the America-hating isms of their agenda, and they said I'd never make it in their world. Fast forward 35 years, I'm standing on the greatest stage in the world, in the greatest city in the world, in the greatest country in the world, and I'm opening up for the greatest fucking president in the world!
This is where the masculine gets started.
Before I create this piece of art, I would just like to give the art world a little something. I got it here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Bam! Ladies and gentlemen, I give
Trump
you
said that was the
York,
worst thing
New
you
York.
could do that. So yeah, so this is I think it's pretty pretty low grade. So you got the look. So yeah, so Trump was already there, like a photo, and this is his work, his hand. So I wish I could like it. Trump holding his tower. Right? Is that Empire? I don't know. All right.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expect.
So this is language that is apocryphal. I'm too tired at the moment. I can't even get it. So the final battle, he uses that phrase a lot, end times type language. Demolish this deep state. This is Trump speaking.
Expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the
Globalists, that's Jews. This is Trump putting his actual words out there, saying some of the things like the Madison Square Garden 1939, communist globalists, warmongers, anyone that doesn't agree with him.
Marxists and fascists. We will grow up the sick political class that hates our country.
Marxists and fascists, people in his group and him like to make a big deal if anyone says anything about him. Biden with his accidental garbage thing. And, you know, Trump is calling people garbage and scum and everything all the time. And nobody goes out and, you know, wears garbage or does his whole theater production stuff. He does. It's a flop. You know, it's like, oh, you hurt us so bad, to even it out. This is his words that he says all the time.
We will rout the fake news media and we will liberate America from these villains.
And it diminishes the truth. Whenever John Kelly on recording was asked, he's if Trump is a fascist, he said, well, let's look up the definition. And he read the definition and went through it and said, yes, Trump does all these different things that fit in the definition of fascist and more. So fake news media will liberate America from the villains once and for all.
And for all. Trump's just outside of a fire station after leaving court. He's got pizza for the guys. Former President Trump always promised to deliver.
Great guy.
That today. He handed out pizzas. The members of both the New York Fire and Police Department. This is the same fire station he visited in 2021 to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks. He also visited the plaque that honors a Green Beret. He was awarded the Medal of Honor during Trump's presidency. They all love it because they remember what America was like under Donald Trump.
I remember when he gave that to pizzas. I'm like, oh yeah, this is just something that he's gonna try to use in this thing. And I don't know if that was a real news thing or just a voiceover saying it. But you know, when you do cheap things, like he has often been, you know, confirmed to go into restaurants and say, I'll feed everybody and not pay the bill. And you know, and when he does some things, he's doing it to get the applause, like on the screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage radio host Sid Rosenberg.
All right. So this is the can I say this is what the claim that there is no anti-Jewishness in it is by having a Jewish person. Not every Jew is the same. Some Jews, some people are okay with racism and all kinds. Is he not speaking? Did I do something wrong? My cord? Oh, my cord went. My speaker turned off. See if it comes back on here. Plugged in. Okay. Yes. There we go. Well, maybe see how it goes.
Leave in Madison Square Garden with all your people.
We'll go quick.
I've been in this building many, many times. I've seen Mark Messier score game-winning goals. Ron Duguay score game-winning goals. Patrick Ewing make big baskets. Two young remember Clyde and Frazier. Same building, of course, with Muhammad Ali, Billy Joel, and Frank Sinatra. A building made of champions and all-time greats. But ladies and gentlemen, don't confuse the issue. The greatest champion of all will be backstage in about an hour. He is the 45th and soon to be 47th President of the United States, the great Donald J. Trump. So, I just got back from Israel about 2 weeks ago. They love Trump in Israel, just so you know, they love him. They love him and Bibi, they love them both. I'm in Israel and had the opportunity to break the Yom Kippur fast with Bibi Netanyahu.
Some people don't like
what an amazing
Bibi,
night that was.
Sure.
Cried with Israelis in the streets. They listen to me from Jerusalem. They want to do it's like, all of you listen to me, all of you. I get back and they go, Sid, you want to speak at this MSG thing? I go, sure. Out of character for me to speak at a Nazi rally. I was going to say Israel, but I took the gig. She is some sick bastard, that Hillary Clinton, huh?
So yeah, Hillary Clinton referencing it is a way to attack back.
What a sick son of a bitch. The whole fucking party, a bunch of degenerates. Lowlives, Jew haters, and lowlives. Every one of them.
So they're Jew haters. Now, are there Jew haters that will vote for Kamala Harris? Absolutely. Are there Jew haters that will vote for Trump? Absolutely. And, I think those Jew haters are more represented in this group than the Jew haters. Like, Kamala is getting negative press from Trump using it against her, but also just from people in the far left that didn't let a Palestinian speak at her convention and so forth.
Every one of them. Look at my city. Look at my city. Yes, this building is beautiful. You're all beautiful. Look at you. But you can't walk outside past about 10 o'clock at night here. If you're a pretty woman like my beautiful wife Danielle out there somewhere, you get punched across the face just for walking down the street. Who did that? Bill de Blasio, Eric Adams, shitty Democrat mayors. Andrew Cuomo, Kathy Hochul, shitty Democrat governor.
Eric Adams is currently trying to get his pardon set up from Trump, so he's been on Trump's side lately, and Trump's been giving him a lot of love, and does so later tonight, but has done so at other events like the Catholic fundraiser.
You got homeless and veterans, Americans sleeping in their own feces on a bench in Central Park. But the fucking illegals, they get whatever they want, don't they? 5-star hotels, cash, probably get Yankee Dodger tickets tomorrow night. That's all about the Democrat rule, folks. Whether it's blue cities, blue states, or a blue administration. There's only one person alive today that can fix all of it. Look at all your signs. He can fix it. You damn right he can fix it. That's President Donald J. Trump. I said to my dad when I was a little kid, I was born in 1967 before John F. Kennedy was assassinated. I couldn't understand until Thurman Munson died why grown men cried in the streets over Kennedy. And then they shot my friend President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. And I sat at the end of my bed in Milwaukee, Wisconsin before the RNC, and I cried. The most I knew what it meant to have a man like that scared the hell out of me. But as you've seen tonight already with just two speakers, and Muhammad Ali fought in this building, is there a greater fighter ever in the history of our country than the great Donald J. Trump?
And he already said that.
Give me some of that, let's go.
Fight.
Hold on. Come on.
Rev it up.
Fight.
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 Ladies and gentlemen, we're 9 days away. 9 days away. It's really very, very simple. Really very, very simple. As I wrap this up, I get less time than comedians and painters. I don't know why. 9 days, it's very simple. You want to get cities like New York, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, Chicago, Atlanta back. You want to get the great states like New York and California running like the United States used to run again. You want to get an administration that cares about the Jewish people, the American people, women, men, and civilian armed services. There's only one choice to make. In 9 days, you fight, 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 and you vote like your life depends upon it for our great president, President Donald J. Trump.
Trump has recently said that if he loses,
So before this thing is all said and done today, do me a big favor in New York City. Show the world New York why we're still, why we're still the greatest city in the world, and tear the fucking roof off this place.
Let freedom ring, let the light us in. Let the whole world know that today is the day of reckoning.
Megyn Kelly actually gave some negative feedback on this. Megyn Kelly is a right-wing podcaster, used to be a news reporter, did some pretty good work challenging Trump at the debate, but signs are being passed out, and she was saying that this was like this bro fest, and look, there's a lot of guys there. Definitely, those are the guys. So the only crime is the thing. Yeah, he has been proven guilty in court multiple times by multiple juries, and they're not coming after me. They're coming after you. I'm standing in the way.
Again, America will always rise to every challenge and overcome every danger.
People like that, it was pretty strong staccato.
I will totally obliterate the deep state.
The deep state.
As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail.
Yeah. So again, overlap God.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Trump.
please welcome to the stage attorney and senior advisor to President Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, faith in
Alina
God. This is Trump's attorney. Defended him against the various court cases he had. At least she stood next to him when he spoke afterwards. She didn't, I think, do a lot of actual lawyering, but I think this is more of her thing.
You see, I put my MAGA jacket to trigger Hillary Clinton. There you go, Hill. Are you ready to make history tonight and make some liberals cry? The world first got to know me on the courtroom steps right here in New York City. And they thought they could take the greatest president down through lawfare, with lawsuits, fake charges, raids, and endless investigations.
They won.
They thought that was
You
okay.
lost.
They thought they could crush the man who built this city skyline. But they underestimated how hard President Trump would fight. This rally has rattled some of my favorite swamp creatures. Hey guys, they're now scrambling and trying to call us Nazis and fascists and claiming, and you know what they're claiming, guys? It's very scary. They're claiming we're going to go after them and try and put them in jail. Well, ain't that rich?
Yeah, so Trump is obviously, I don't know if everyone knows that he said this stuff numerous times. His recent reference to Liz Cheney and the 9 guns trained on her face is not the first attack he's had on her. He posted on Truth Social, or reposted, calling for military tribunals for Liz Cheney, which means a trial without due process, where he could dictate the outcome, and it was for treason, which the penalty is death. Trump posted that, or someone in his team posted it, and it's still up there. Go get a picture of it.
Kamala, you want to talk about a fascist? No one has ever voted for you to become a Democrat nominee.
All right, and that's said a lot, and also saying, like, they're calling him Hitler and fascist. There's been a lot of discipline from people to not say he's Hitler, but to reference his comments on Hitler by John Kelly, and there's not necessarily good evidence that John Kelly would be lying in any way and that Trump would be. And so to say that, they're calling him a fascist and Hitler, it's trying to diminish the actual story of him referencing Hitler, saying he did good things too, saying he needs generals like Hitler's generals, and you could hear John Kelly tell the story, and John Kelly is saying that he's a fascist, as well as Milley and who else has said some of the same things. We could look it up, but his top people, the people that know him and know what a fascist is, say he's a fascist. Most people can't even define it, I don't think.
You see, I believe in something called the Constitution. And I believe in someone called God. And they tried to keep President Trump and his campaign in courtrooms being persecuted. But do you know what he did while he was in those New York courtrooms? He won the hearts and minds of the American people all from this city.
As he fell asleep and farted.
You see, the deep state, they underestimate how smart we are. And they want the American people to fall in line like a bunch of sheep. You know what they don't realize, New York? We're going to be the ones herding sheep out of the White House on November 5th. Because Kamala Harris, you are getting evicted from my president's house. Let's not forget one thing. Kamala said she wouldn't change a damn thing. And look, it's okay. She must be proud of her records. She's got a lot of them. Record inflation, record crime, and record boarding crossings with over 325,000 children who are being sex trafficked, murdered, and missing. Those are the records you hold, Kamala.
I think when they reference the children and everything, it would be helpful to know something about Trump's family separation policy. It is definitely something that Obama's team had considered. You could watch all the videos of them talking about how it was presented and dismissed right away. And there's different ways that they tried to, work through this problem. But Trump created the policy of separating children from the parents immediately, and they end up having the parents lost because they got deported. And so now we still have been actively working. The Department of Justice still says we're looking, we're going door to door, we're trying to find these parents in other countries, but they still have like 1,300 children that they haven't been able to find their parents. So that's our country that is holding these kids, not a particular gang or group, but our country, because Trump's policies has created these children away from the parents and parents away from the kids. Something as evil and bad and continued as the ongoing policy coming up, as the deportation policy means possibly sending legal residents or citizens, but certainly parents that are not citizens of children that are citizens. And when asked about that aspect of it, they said, well, the children, can go too, so just, taking the whole family out, or to send the parents out, the kids. Anyway, when you're talking about these things, there's really bad things. People do bad things, and Kamala Harris tried to give her life to fighting crime in these specific kinds of ways. And she's diminished as a bad attorney general because she has the biggest state with the most certain kinds of problems. But she did a lot of good work in that kind of way. She didn't slack, she did a lot. She wouldn't succeed if
Look
she
at my family,
did.
I love my family. And that's my family right there. By the way, where's my Trump Bedminster people? Let's go, Trump. Don't get me started on my boy Tampon 2. Timmy, in the words of your wife, we are ready to turn the page on your indoctrination of our children, your tampons in boys' bathrooms, your deadly fentanyl pouring into our country through your wide open borders, and your inflation that is
Wait, his deadly fentanyl too. Right over before the tampon thing, he signed the bill that allowed for part of a lot of other things in the bill, but allowed for schools to choose to put tampons in their boys' bathrooms. You know, if the school had a kid, I don't know all the details. And out of all, anytime there's any sides or groups or arguments, especially if it's like heated and very much like trying to be persuasive, if they're arguing for something, there's going to be some things that they have correctly pointed out as problems that another side might not see as a problem, and this is, I think, one of them. I think there's a real challenge, and I think they're characterizing it as much bigger and much different than it actually is. But they're trying, and I think denying the idea that there's transgender people and not trying to work through and figure it out the best we can, is I think a bigger problem. So anyway, it's a characterization of what he did. He put all these tampons. It wasn't all the schools. It was schools that wanted them. I think it might have already been like an ongoing thing. It wasn't like a brand new type thing, but certainly, that's what they referenced. And they referenced that as well. There's a conspiracy theory that he's gay, and I don't know if that's being brought up at all. I'm not deep enough into that, but just like, Michelle Obama is really a man. I think Trump referenced something along this. Oh, someone called out to him during a crowd, and I think he laughed at it and said something like, "Oh, you could say it, I can't say it." I don't know. So ways to disparage and try to shame and humiliate people.
Crippling, hard-working American people. He claims to champion women, that he pushes policies that under women every single woman here. By the way, they can't even define what the hell a woman is. Get the hell out of here. They think we'll be fooled, that we'll believe their empty promises and be bribed with garbage like loan forgiveness and policies that will cost this country and my children's America trillions of dollars. But we are smarter than that, New York. This is
It's not disputed that the deficit went up way more under Trump than it did anybody else, with like $8 trillion or something like that.
a party of strength, resilience, and a voice that echoes around the world. Our voices cannot be silenced, and this movement will not be stopped. So when Letitia James, Alvin Bragg, Jack Smith, and the Harris-Biden administration came for my client, President Donald J. Trump, they didn't just come for him.
Harris-Biden had nothing to do with the prosecution. There's no evidence and no way to do that. Trump did try. He claims that he could have gone after Hillary, but he didn't because that would have been a bad thing. He did try, and that's why he got mad at his various attorneys generals because they wouldn't do it. And that's why he had various attorney generals, including a brand new one at the very end because Barr wouldn't go along with the election stuff in January 6th. And he called Trump saying that there's election bullshit, and he said that he told him it was. And Ivanka said that I believe Barr, and that's all on tape. The January 6th Select Committee hearings. Something I'm so glad that's recorded in history. The truth of January 6th is documented under oath. People that are not under oath lie. Everybody lies. And they don't always know that they're lying, but everyone lies. Or, storytellers, whatever you want to call it.
They came for us. So on November 5th, New York, we are going to right this ship.
Yeah.
In 9 days,
So Trump's crimes were not his crimes. He was found guilty, not because he did anything wrong, but because people wanted to stop him from being president. Every person that gets into the political spotlight has a spotlight on them, and that's when crimes they commit sometimes come to light because now people are looking at them. I mean, I just hate how people are able to listen to this and start associating like their fears and need for safety and security with Trump, and that, you know, twisting the truth about who he is and what he's done. Like this is a lawyer. Her fellow lawyers for Trump, many of them have been disbarred, have pleaded guilty, read apology letters in court for their participation. I can't do it. Their connection to the January 6th effort to overturn the election in Georgia and Arizona. Sidney Powell and Jenna Ellis, and obviously Rudy Giuliani has not just been disbarred and criminally charged, but has been found guilty of threatening the election workers in Georgia, or defaming them or whatever it is, hundreds of millions of dollars. So he just had to sell his luxury apartment in Trump Tower. I think he's allowed to keep a room at Mar-a-Lago. Everywhere else he has to sell to pay them because he was guilty of it. He lied. That's why he gets disbarred. It's hard to get disbarred. So I think this woman is a very good speaker to get people riled up, and I think she's one of 2, 3 maybe women speaking the whole night.
Make the choice for an America that works for we the people, not the powerful. So Nancy, it's time to sell your stocks. Take the cabal packing. The Clintons and Obamas.
The cabal. That's an old phrase referring to this secret elite group and
our White House, because America has had enough with you all. Bye now. In 9 days, it's your turn to cast a vote for the man who's been in the trenches with you, the man who gets back up every time they try to knock him down. They thought they could break us. They thought they could scare us. They thought they could jail us, and they thought they could kill him. But they don't know. What doesn't break you makes you stronger.
So that's one of the things that's a common thing now. It wasn't just a messed up kid that was looking to kill Biden or Trump, and it wasn't just a very crazed man looking to earn valor from fighting in Ukraine and being pro-Trump and then turning on Trump when he turned against Ukraine. And again, being very mentally messed up, whatever. But there's a BlackRock commercial that's ridiculous conspiracy. But there's no evidence that there's a day. Trump has been trying to say that the Butler shooter has all these apps and maybe it's Iran and whatever, and Iran did hack. I think just Trump, but maybe both Trump and Biden. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's many people hacking every day, and it's possible that Iran thinks that their future would be better if Trump didn't get elected, because Trump will say let's nuke Iran, or Bibi, you can nuke Iran or whatever. I mean, he actually is on record saying that they should nuke, or they should bomb the facilities near the nuclear power or whatever. So, I mean, and Bibi could do whatever he wants, and he could go in West Bank and whatever, settlements and everything. So there are people that are opposed to America and opposed to Trump. Russia is opposed to America and very much for Trump. And 2016, Cambridge Analytica, and everything has clear evidence of all that. The Mueller report had clear evidence of obstruction of justice. So why don't they have more evidence? Because Trump denied some of these people wouldn't testify, and he would only do through letters and his attorneys and not admit. And so there's obstruction of justice, which is a crime, and Barr chose not to do anything about it, rather act like there wasn't anything, and make people believe that. If you remember that whole thing, he came out with this little summary of it a long time before it came out, and whatever. Was it a long time or a day?
Let's show them what we're made of. Let's take this all the way to the ballot box. Let's stand tall for our president, for our city, and for our nation, because New York, we don't just survive, we thrive. And on November 5th, Donald Trump will tell Kamala one very important thing. You are fired. I will see you at the polls. Let's make history together. God bless New York. God bless the USA. And God bless the greatest president this country has ever seen, President Donald J. Trump.
She sometimes would make a face after she made her, her show face. Sometimes it seemed like she wasn't sure if it came off, not every comment hits the same as we hope.
Kamala definitely covered up his cognitive decline, and was a rapid decline. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris came to office, they inherited.
It is seemingly rapid, isn't it?
Just not screw it up.
But
I do believe that we need to get back up.
That's part of the point. It's happening before our eyes.
Yes, there's no question on the table that it's happening. We went from stable prices to record inflation. They're killing us without killing us. That is called economics.
Kamala did say that she was against fracking at one point, and there's ways to understand that in the context of where she was trying to get some traction in the primary, but in every single step of her vice presidency, she has been in favor of fracking. Actually signed the bill to pass the bill to expand fracking, and has promised to continue supporting fracking. That's something that a lot of people might not like from the Democrat side, but that is something that she has turned on.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage CEO of 10X, Grant Cardone.
These guys seem to get their suits from the same guy, almost, right?
How you guys doing?
Similar.
And to everybody that's online right now, you're on, I guess you're on the internet, consuming content that Donald Trump has just literally taken control of the internet in the last 5 days here to finish. And that's where this game will be won. My name's Grant Cardone. I'm an educator,
The garbage truck,
small business owner, and real estate investor.
McDonald's
And
show.
in February of this year, I came to this great city to make a real estate investment.
Oh yeah, this guy's
and
corrupt.
had to discontinue the deal because of a scumbag liberal judge coming out with a $454 million judgment against Donald Trump. No, it needs to be bigger than that. Because, folks, here's the deal. I'm telling my wife I have to cancel these deals. And she says, why? I said, because if they can do this to a former president, a man that lived in this city, that built this skyline, what can they do to me?
Yeah, that's not
what will they do to
happened.
you? This one decision, by the way, will cost this city, the city of New York, hundreds of billions of dollars of lost tax revenues. Have you guys ever noticed?
How many people
any of
are
these
going to
blue
do
Democratic
this?
liberal cities, have you
This
noticed that
guy's
where they
a,
go, everything is more expensive? Everything. For instance, New York City, you have the highest rents in the country. You have the highest home prices in the country. You have the highest food prices, the highest transportation, and the most crime. And your politicians want more taxes, not less. This is insanity, folks. Okay? Why do the politicians in blue cities want to raise your taxes? Because they live off your taxes. This is how they get paid. And that brings me to Timmy. Timmy and Kamala. No, bigger than that. Come on. Dude, that's what I'm talking about. They're going to ruin this country, folks. You guys need to get angry right now. The country's pissed. And I'm not here to invalidate them. The whole world can see their incompetence. They're complete tools of the elites. They're mere puppets. That's right, puppets. And a little common sense. Who's got a little common sense in the room? Just a little bit. And literally the math of a 5-year-old tells you that their policies don't add up. Common sense. For one, she wants...
Nobel Peace Prize economics have supported her bills. proposals and have said that Trump's are going to tank the economy, and Elon just agreed with that and said, but it will get back better afterwards.
And at the same time, let 20 million homeless people, illegal immigrants, into a country that has a housing shortage. Come on, man.
What is this guy's
It
name?
don't make sense. She proposes 20 million people to get new businesses. She's going to give tax money to fund 20 million new businesses while we have 22 million small business owners in America that are breaking even or losing money. And lastly, the most insane of the insane. She wants to tax unrealized capital gains.
I think she failed on that one. Or oh, you know what that happened on that one? Yeah, Mark Cuban.
Even Marky Boy says this would destroy the global economy and take the USA down with it.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kamala Harris
And so he got an explanation for it.
She makes
They said that it was not a actual proposal. It was a part of a overall plan that suggested ways to keep things balanced out, but that it was only a placeholder.
Funded transgender surgeries and made empty promises to the middle class for 50 years.
Yeah, the transgender surgeries, same thing under Trump. It wasn't a new thing. It was just healthcare. It wasn't a new process from her.
100 million votes to Donald Trump. Not 74, not 81,
Not
100 million votes.
Not gonna get that.
Can you do it? Because if you bring 100 million votes to this man, you send this finger to the elites. And you say, we are done. We are done. We are fed up. We have had enough. He's given everything. He's given everything. It's not
I'm
room
trying
down
to look
the
up.
rest. We have to give everything for 9 days. Okay? That's not just coming to rallies. It's about putting a sign in your yard, a sticker on your car. It's about donating money. You got to give up today while you're here. Everyone. $5, $10, $25. These elections cost money.
What I wanted to point out is how,
go down as a contributor.
you know,
We'll make history. We will be in the history books for 100
Trump's,
years now. They will say in 2024,
you know, people he's hired, some may have gone to jail not because they were being punished. I mean, some of them were during his administration, right? And then he pardoned. But it's just that Trump surrounds himself with corrupt people. And this guy, if I could find his story, is that he was an investor and started a company, and then he committed fraud. I'm trying to go by memory.
Greatness doesn't discriminate. It doesn't see where you're from, what you look like.
That sounds nice.
Greatness is for those who work for it, for those who keep moving forward.
Okay.
Greatness is for anyone willing to fight for it.
That's nice little.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former acting director of the Domestic Policy Council of the United States, Brooke Rollins.
All right, we got our second woman. 2 out of. I don't remember how many.
Hello, New York City.
I forget who this lady is.
Hello
Did I
to
not
all
look
of you
her up?
in America's most iconic city, the city that gave us the man who gave up everything to serve his nation, the once and the future President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Only in America would a little girl raised by a single mom from a tiny town called Glen Rose, Texas, ascend to work in the West Wing for the most consequential president of our lifetime. And only in America would that same small town Texas girl end up here in this incredible city with all of you at the world's most famous arena. Let's go! Tell me, who here loves President Donald Trump? Then you are at the right rally. You know, a few days back, Kamala Harris heard someone at one of her rallies say, Christ is Lord. Let's give it up.
I think it was a protester.
You know what she said? You are at the wrong rally, sir.
And that's why she told them they're at the wrong rally.
But maybe for once in her life, Kamala Harris was right. They were at the wrong rally. Because the rally
They
where people
were
believe in faith, believe in America, and believe that we
anti-abortion
are one nation under
protesters.
God is right here.
Kamala does
So let me ask you, when
not,
you
you know,
New York, do you
talk a
believe in
lot
America?
about it, but she
You are at
has
the right rally.
talked
Do you
about
believe in the
her
power of
faith.
faith and that
She's
America
a Christian.
needs God? You are
She
at
does
the right
daily
rally.
prayer.
Do you believe that America needs
She
back
spent
the economy where every American
yesterday
has a
at
real chance
church
at the American dream with jobs and homes
while
and families
Trump
and healthcare
was
where it works? Do you believe that, New York City?
at a rally in
Do
Pennsylvania.
you believe that Americans deserve to be protected from illegal aliens who come into our communities? And the best way to do that is the largest deportation in American history. Do you believe that?
Yeah, think about the largest
Then
deportation.
you are
Think
at
about
the right rally. Our way of life, our history, and our inheritance are all at stake. We don't mind standing on the line for Donald Trump because he is the one who taught us that one man plus the truth really is the majority.
A
and
lot
we
of
also
people
understand
that
what
would
means.
include.
It means everything. Everything we have been, everything that was meant depends upon what happens right now. With just 9 days
These
left,
are
on
great
behalf
people.
of an overcapacity, 6 times oversold Madison Square Garden Arena, tens of millions of grateful, patriotic Americans across this country, hundreds of millions of people across the world. I close today with this message to my friend, my mentor, my former boss. Mr. President, you put everything on the line for us, even your life, and you have always had our backs. And now it's our turn, and we will deliver for you, Donald Trump. My friends, we are going to
I didn't listen. What did he say? He put everything on his back.
Our country back. God bless you. God bless America. And God bless Donald J. Trump. Thank you all so very much. Thank you.
Yeah. So there's one person that's a Christian, one person that God's on the side, and, regardless of the
Ladies
truth.
and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage America's Mayor, Rudy Giuliani.
All right, disgraced, disbarred, convicted, or not convicted. He's charged, and humiliated in public. 4 Seasons, the hotel, the landscaping company. Well, he's very unshiny.
Thank you.
The hair dye coming down his
Thank you very much.
face.
And welcome to
I
the
don't
capital
want
of
to
the
mock
world.
him, but he become.
That's not me. That comes from Pope John Paul. When he came to New York and said, "This is the capital of the world," no one can dispute it after that.
He shouldn't be
New York City,
who he's
this is the city I was
become.
the mayor of for 8 years. Sitting over there is my police commissioner, Bernard Carrick,
Oh yeah.
who saved my life on September 11th. And when I was mayor, I need to remind people, the Yankees won 4 world championships. You think they need my help now? What the heck
I don't
does that
think
know
they
about
need
baseball?
your help then.
And the Blasio so stupid, he doesn't know about anything. Oh, for the good old days when I used to be able to sit at Yankee games with Donald Trump. And George Steinbrenner would make us pay for our peanuts. Now, he's a great friend of both of us. And he shared in common with Donald Trump something that I know as the mayor that many people don't know, and they probably don't realize why they get so angry when he's attacked and demonized. This is a very charitable, very good man. Yeah, I know he's a great president.
He's famous for being the opposite. He had a foundation, a charitable foundation that had to get closed because it was so corrupt. People would donate money and he'd use it to buy paintings of himself.
Hotel room. And when I wanted to make it public, they would say no.
So
because
much.
they said that you got to save that. The credit he gets for that, you get from God.
Oh yeah, he's not gonna get publicity for good things he does. God, he only wants God's praise. When has he ever not bragged about everything?
As the mayor, you know that I reduced crime more than any mayor in history. I improved the quality of life in the 5 boroughs. I lowered taxes. It was the biggest tax reduction in New York history. Not like Donald Trump's tax reduction, not as big. You know why it was the biggest? It was the only one. I mean, I was only the 3rd Republican mayor in 100 years. And we carried out the biggest welfare to work program in the world. We had 1.3 million people on welfare, and when I turned over the city to Mike Bloomberg, it was down to 500,000, and almost all of them were working. That word working.
How many of these things are not true? What do you think?
It frightens the radical Democrats today.
Working? We don't want people to work?
They require to work. Because they don't care about them. Because they don't love them. Because what are they?
We have the lowest unemployment rate
learn a trade or have a job.
Forever right now.
We gather here today in the middle of Midtown Manhattan. This is the most iconic venue of venues in the United States. This is where Republicans not supposed to come. This is why Donald Trump came here.
Lowest unemployment rate right now. And how long?
Remember
Forever.
New Palestine? When they had the subway derailment? The place was horrible. People are still dying. He went there. I went there. I did my television show from there. It took Biden a year to go there because those people are deplorables. Like you, like me, we're deplorables.
Why?
We don't count.
Why are they
The Hollywood
deplorables?
stars count. The big money counts. 20 million from China counts. But we don't count.
Because Hillary said that half of Donald Trump's supporters are
Just 4 miles from
deplorable.
here. Just 4 miles from here, we got the worst terrorist attack in the history of our country. I'll never forget.
And so everybody's deplorables everywhere.
Places of worship. Hundreds of funerals praying to God. What's happened to God? We don't pray to him anymore?
We're not a theocracy. We're not based on religion. There's no God in the Constitution.
We have to be there for Israel always because they are always there for us. Hamas is not there for us.
People that don't pray are just as free as people that pray.
They will want Palestinian in Egypt, and Harris wants to bring them to you.
What? Oh, wait. Whoa.
To kill Americans at 2. I'm on the side of Israel.
People are taught to kill Americans at 2.
They're on the side of the terrorists.
How true is that Palestinians train their children to kill at age 2? That has to be one of like the most demented kind of person, and yet, you know, I do know all kinds of people, definitely including white people, that, I mean, I had camouflage gear, you know, I was definitely pro-military, hunting, gun owning, and I was raised with that culture, you know, BB guns, and we weren't really a gun house, but there was an appreciation for that a lot of people around me had much more, that were very much, and raised their kids very much to, you know, to be afraid of the need to use a gun in, you know, war-like or physically threatening situations. And so, sure, it happens. But it's wrong in all cases. And to say, you know, all white Republican gun lovers are training their kids at age of 2 to be terrorists doesn't sound like something that anybody would think is possibly true, or, you know, if white people were the minority and powerless, and, you know, like the comparison to it, it's hard to think because, you know, there's the way that putting minorities down, putting powerless people down is the norm, and it's easy for people in power to just accept, like, oh yeah, they must be doing that. They're bad people, and so who cares about what happens to them? They're just children, 2-year-olds or 2-year-olds the world around.
Like me, President Trump grew up here. He's a New Yorker. That's why some people get a little annoyed at him. He speaks his mind. But wouldn't you rather have a president that communicates with you than one who sits in a basement babbling? Or another one who, when asked, why do you want to be president, she says,
because the words of the president matter. You know, international relations, the stability of the country. It takes people that have restraint, that have the ability to pause, think things through, craft things with many different advisors, and, you know, people that are able to understand how it affects all these different people, rather than, you know, tweeting out Iran classified pictures like Trump did, and hiding classified documents and not returning them, and lying about returning them. And there is supposedly a Chinese agent that had snuck into Mar-a-Lago. So, you know, there's a difference between having restraint, having caution, that versus having just a person that will just say anything and do anything. He just had an experience that probably referenced of Trump making a sexual, you know, motion during his rally. It is it's a bad thing to have someone that can't inhibit themselves from speaking and doing things. He hit the mic really hard. He threatened to beat up the sound guys out back. Said that he won't pay them, which he's done numerous times when he has any sound issues. The word unhinged is commonly used, and probably not the best one, but
My mother was from the middle class.
that phrase has been probably one of the best things for her. People didn't know her, and after a while, people got to know her, particularly that part of her.
Maybe you don't agree with it, but I'll tell you what, you always know what he's thinking, and we need that from the president. He built a great empire here. He built a great real estate empire. He built some of the most iconic buildings in New York. That skyline wouldn't be as beautiful without him. That's enough for a man's lifetime.
I've looked up, this claim that he owned all these things. I think for a long time in his height, he had 4 buildings in New York.
Fighting 24 hours a day, twice almost murdered. Twice. Why is he doing it?
And he's
for you, for me, to save our country.
So many mistakes, so many failures.
He saw that we were on the path of destruction.
Trump Soho.
He saw that the backbone of America, the people that he grew up with, the laborers that he and his father used to build their business, are people they care about.
How do you go bankrupt as a
people say, how
casino?
can this billionaire relate to regular people? Because he is a regular person.
How is he a regular person when he's a
His
billionaire?
father taught him how to relate to everyone.
His dad was a racist. There was a whole song
Now they tried everything, right?
about
Russian
that.
collusion, wrong conversation with the Ukrainian
He
president.
wouldn't rent to black
Oh my God,
people.
everything possible. Phony cases with perjury, and they committed so many crimes trying to get rid of him, using a false story to unseat a lawfully elected president.
No funny
And then they
faces.
indicted him 4 times. They had to stop. If they indicted him one more time, he'd have been elected by acclamation. And now, I don't know. I'm not going to do conspiracy. I'm not going to do conspiracy. But it's kind of funny that they tried everything else, and now they're trying to kill him. They better
Again.
not. Try again. Donald Trump answered the question without a
So,
doubt as to who can lead us.
this Iranian or Harris Biden deep state operative was able to carry out this operation, getting this kid on this roof, shoot this gun, with a backstory and Trump signs in their yard, and but they were able to pull all that off all that time, and it failed to kill Trump. It must be a miracle. They were so good, and yet they dropped these breadcrumbs that prove it all as a conspiracy because of a video about the kid's teacher that he was sitting in the anyway. So, is there any purpose to claiming that it's the Biden-Harris that was trying to kill him? Does that justify retaliatory crimes, violence? I think it does. I think that's very much in line with what they are doing, besides trying to rally up the crowd and get them all the more active to try to elect Trump. But, it's part of a overall narrative that violence against Democrats is okay.
Out of this morass of socialism, fascism, and communism that the Biden regime has put in. He answered it, in so many speeches and so many rallies.
It's so
and the
bad.
great work that he did as
So
president
bad that
4 years ago. I don't have to ask you, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? There are a
people
few
talk
people in the White
about
House
Trump
who
as
think
a fascist.
otherwise, we all know things cost more. Donald Trump gave them a world at peace. They're giving us a world at war. He'd have been a great president even if this didn't happen. But on July 13th of this year, after he came this close to death, when he was down on the ground, he couldn't possibly have any idea how bad it was. Within seconds, he got up. Did he run away? Did he hide? Did he crawl? Did he appease the people who might have been attacking him? He stood up, and he thought about you and me. But I was really worried about him. And then when we saw him say, fight, 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 that's the man to lead us back to the America we love.
Reality TV star.
Right.
Doing reality TV.
Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln believed that every American, but it isn't just Donald Trump, you got to do it. Every American should take an oath to make this country better than it was handed to him or her.
Trump has used this one in multiple of his rallies lately, saying, all these people come up to me, I don't know if he said ICE, union workers, both, but
to make America better and greater by voting
He
us
said,
all.
you know, they say you're the best president in the history of the United States. And Trump would reply, including Washington and Lincoln. And they're like, yeah. And then he's like, I don't know, but maybe. Best president, even better than Washington and Lincoln. This is Trump speaking. This is his own words about himself, making assertions from possibly. There's a lot of history of him fabricating these, sir, with tears in his eyes, saying these things that there's strong evidence that it was all made up. Okay, got a black speaker.
Thank you.
I think I know this story.
Madison Square Garden. I gotta thank God for allowing me to speak in front of you today.
I think he was pardoned.
I gotta tell you something else. God is great. Can I get a second? I gotta tell you another secret though. If it wasn't for Donald Trump, I wouldn't be standing here today. So I want to thank President Donald Trump for allowing me to stand in front of you here today. It's a bigger story. I'll let you know about it. God spoke to his heart. And Donald Trump signed with his heart my release after 33 years. God spoke to his heart. So I don't have a few minutes, so I want to say what I got to say.
Does anyone think it's possible that Trump said, I'll pardon you if you speak for me?
Racism and sexism. And we can all agree that we're not doing the work there. But that's not what we're here to talk about today. What we're here to talk about is our similarities that unite us. We want to talk about family security. It's important. We want to talk about economic development. It's essential. We want to talk about education for our children. It matters. It matters. For example, Kamala Harris talks about an opportunity agenda for black men. But there is no opportunity unless you have the foundation that starts with a strong education.
Yeah.
And we cannot allow
Speak it. I like that.
our children's zip code to dictate the opportunities for our children's future.
Yeah. Okay.
School choice is like the First Amendment of opportunity agenda. The rest of the Constitution can't work if you don't have the right enshrined in the First Amendment. That is why we created Community First, to promote economic self-sufficiency,
standard, isn't it?
to increase access to capital, to expand educational opportunities. And in order to do this, we need a commander-in-chief that has the ability to bridge the gap with government, business, private sector, and our communities.
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't mention, I'm the founder of Community First.
Okay.
President Donald Trump has committed to working with Community First when he's back in office. And in case you didn't know, Community First is you, and you, and people that look like me.
First, well, I guess it was
So Community First endorses Donald J. Trump to be the 47th president of these United States of America. Opportunity and dignity for all. That's what we get with Donald Trump. The president of the United States.
Dignity for all?
We know that's what he's going to be. So I'm not the only one to know that, right? I think the world needs to hear us say, we want a real commander-in-chief in office to represent all of our communities. I love you. And thank you.
Why is he holding up the hat? Is it a MAGA hat? Maybe it's Community First. Maybe he wasn't allowed to wear the non-MAGA hat. Isn't that something that, how many political organizations have
CEO of the Right for America PAC, Sergio Gore.
some type of, how many organizations have, a uniform like this?
Are you ready to make history in 9 days? I said, are you ready to make history in 9 days? Are you ready to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House?
This guy?
Only one man
Oh,
is
I
fighting
know
for America's
this guy.
prosperity. Only one man is fighting for America's security. Only one man is fighting for you. Will you join the fight? Fight! Fight! With only 9 days left, it is so important for you to vote. It is so important that you drag every like-minded family and friend. Grab your grandma, grab your brother, grab your sister, your neighbor, and drag them to the polls. You are part of the greatest comeback story in history, because one man has refused to back down. In the last 4 years, we have witnessed the destruction of this once great nation.
We have seen countless criminals cross our borders. We have seen our economy crippled. Prices are out of control. Ask yourself, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? Ask yourself, can you afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris?
That's the main thing they make Trump say at his
we have a
speeches.
solution for you. We must
He gets
send
to that
Donald
right
Trump back
away.
to the White House.
Every time.
President Trump has reshaped our party into the party of the working class.
It's a historically used and sort of outdated phrase. Are you better than you were 4 years ago? And regardless of what things were like 4 years ago, if we remember exactly 4 years ago, COVID had us on lockdowns, and we were, after summer of all these protests and possible Insurrection Act being used in different challenges. It was a difficult time 4 years ago, and we don't have to go into too much detail of this, but.
Party which values prosperity and security. A party which doesn't want new wars in faraway lands. Kamala Harris today is crisscrossing the country with Liz Cheney. Well, we have a message for you. You can keep Liz Cheney and, for that matter, Dick Cheney, too. I am so honored to be with all of you tonight as we work to push President Trump over the finish line.
Of the time, I think.
You and I are witnessing the greatest movement in American history. A movement that will be remembered for generations. A movement that will be remembered long after we are gone. Nothing will stop Donald Trump. He's been indicted more than Al Capone. They have tried to imprison him, bankrupt him, and even kill him.
What?
Well, it didn't work because he will never stop fighting for you.
How many people
There is nothing that can stop the America First movement.
It's a good idea
who started
to
it all. The 45th and soon 47th president, my friend Donald J. Trump.
compare yourself to Al Capone. Al Capone was guilty for a lot more
And if
than
we
he
do
was
our job,
convicted for.
we will be watching the CNN meltdown on November 5th.
Why not
As
someone that
Wolf
was not
announces,
guilty
Donald
of
J. Trump has
crimes?
been elected the 47th president of the United States. Thank you, and onwards to victory.
Trump has long had this. Onwards to victory. Trump has long had this, sort of mob boss appreciation and admiration and imitation. So calling himself Al Capone probably has something to do with that. Oh, this guy. Oh, geez. This guy. We gotta listen to him full.
1974, my father suffered a massive heart attack and died. I went to this Forest school, the same school as our president, Trump, attended. 3 days after my father's burial, there was a knock on the door. One school morning, about 7 a.m. I answered the door. There was a very distinguished gentleman standing in front of me, and he said, when I opened the door, "Kid, call your mom down, please." I called upstairs to my mom, there's some guy here with some down. And he said to her, "I'm very sorry to hear about those friends. I'm Fred Trump, Donald's father." And my mom said, "Yes, I know how Trump went to our school." He said, "Yes, what you probably don't know is that I'm still on the board of trustees. And this morning, I let Phil Rogers, who's a headmaster at Hugh Forest School, know that from this day forward, I'm Fred Trump. And my pocket is going to be paying for your 3 children's tuition at Hugh Forest. Because I don't want the kids to have to go back into the public school system." Now, who would do that? Except the President Trump's father. And the fruit doesn't fall far from the tree.
Okay.
Can you imagine Kamala Harris performing a random, kind, generous act like that?
Yeah.
Never, ever.
She likes to help people too.
In fact, she is the devil, whoever screamed that out.
All right.
She is the Antichrist. At her rally last week, she
Don't
said
call her the
that.
devil, and he said she's the Antichrist. How did this not make any news or any serious pulling this back? Like, politics is not supposed to be a religious movement filled with people who call their enemies demons, the Antichrist. I was talking with someone who has voted for Trump numerous times, and also thinks or said that he is the most likely candidate for being the Antichrist, because they believe in the Antichrist, and their story of the person sounds like Trump, someone that could deceive even the elect. Well, if all the Christians are with Trump, there's no elect to be deceived with Harris. But I don't think he's the Antichrist. I think he's Antichrist, anti-Christian from the biblical. Jesus that I had believed in and taught. But yeah, I think calling people the Antichrist is not the same as saying I want to like kill you or anything like that. But I think for Christians, this would be like the worst thing you could call somebody. Like what else? What's the worst kind of thing that you could call someone in knowing the apocalyptic reference of the end times and the final battle? I got the word this time. And in the Antichrist, that fits with a very, very bad, dark idea, including, I've recently been told that Jesus is going to return in 2030. I've heard people with the, asteroid coming through in 2029 thinking that's, a sign of the end. There's a lot of study and scriptural end times, Daniel, Revelations, happening all around. A lot of teachers are getting busted for doing the same types of bad things that a lot of these people are doing. Young girls and corruption. You have to name Mike Bickle and plenty of people going down right now. And they're very powerful because these apocalyptic references and ideas are very powerful ideas. They were very powerful when Daniel wrote the book. That's why they were successful and kept and used throughout the intertestament times when a lot of other apocalyptic literature was written, Enoch and versions of Enoch, and a lot of stuff was written. I think there might be a second Daniel even. And that's when you get these rebellions. The oil that never runs out or whatever is from like the zealots and let's say macadamia. I don't know. There's the rebellion that was fueled by these end times ideas, and that has continued throughout history. There has been multiple times where religions got started using end times ideas. Just in the post-Revolutionary War, early 1800s, upstate New York, sort of, involved, sort of not. There's, the wars prior to that in that area, French and Indian, and so that's chaos to be in the midst of wars, and it causes a lot of fear and a lot of openness to ideas. And so during that time, there's a lot of folk magic, searching for treasure using seer stones and sort of like, finding water with a stick type stuff. And in that period of time, the Millerites, an end times Christian group, got started and splintered off, and then you had the the Mormons, and that's a great, crazy story to go into. Very much end times stuff. Thinking Jesus returned like ASAP, so they're building towns as fast as they can, and so forth. The Seventh-day Adventists, I think, were also branched from them as well, and again, likewise, one of the biggest religions in the world. Christians are growing very fast. In some places, it's dominant. And the Shakers were, I think, doing a lot in that same area, spreading out around that area. A lot of the revivals had that same aspect as well. A lot of churches got started, Christians with fear of hell and eternity, but also end times. There's a guy in Worcester where I lived who bought some land and dedicated to God. The rock is still there, engraved with this dedication to God. A rich dude actually later took it and built a mansion, and he died, but the foundation is still there. And he took it because he said, well, it was deeded to God, but God never received it, so legally it's, I could take it. But the guy did that and lived in a shack on the hill originally because he thought the world was going to end. I think he was a Millerite. And so chaotic times, stress, war, different challenges, and these Antichrist end times ideas are very powerful. And if you look at some of the worst examples of it, the mass suicides, this crazy abuse, they're associated with this, but also in particular when they start claiming dates and times. Every single date and time, in fact, in the Bible, there's, Jesus talks about the people that were around him would be alive when the end comes, when he returns. There's an expectation of that in Paul, and, that the end's going to come. There's people just waiting around, expecting Jesus to return, selling everything they had because it's about to happen at any moment. And that has continued to be something that has driven churches and inspired people and been very powerful. And I think any responsible person, let me just put it, responsible person up here real quick. This is the time and place I wish we were still at. I guess I can't find it real quick because my computer's going real slow. So let me, can I do it? No, I'll just play and then I'll get this guy up here.
Jesus Christ followers are not welcome at my rally. You should go down the block to President Trump's rally. Let me say this, and maybe I'm speaking
you
for
think
the president.
Harris does not want Jesus Christ?
I think that President Trump loves Jesus followers at his rally.
If they're willing to do whatever he says.
And I think that President Trump, in what he has experienced, knows that Jesus Christ is king.
There's no evidence that he thinks that there's anybody above him.
I was the victim of a violent, armed with a gun carjacking. And I'm lucky to be standing here. If it wasn't for this man, Jesus Christ, I wouldn't be standing here. The mayor that we have here in New York, Eric Adams, is a disaster. I once called out Bill de Blasio. This mayor is worse than Bill de Blasio and David Dinkins combined.
Eric's taking some heat. He's right there in the crowd.
I just want to say this. The cross that I'm holding is the cross that my mother, Beatrice Rem, used to hold in the air when she prayed at night, every night, for Donald Trump and his family. Because we knew 3 years ago that his life was going to be attempted to kill. because they don't want to face Donald Trump at the ballot box. So they'll do anything they can, imprison him, kill him. And I'm just going to wrap this up. And I just want to tell President Trump
How many times
that I'm fluent in Spanish, and I will follow you to the swing states, and I will speak in Spanish to the Latino voters, and I will make a difference.
That's all it takes.
Donald, you need the Latino voters. The Latino voters will switch this election for your favor. And I just want to drop an announcement here. I decided
He's using this all he could
run
use,
for
kid.
mayor of New York City.
Oh, right now.
Please go to David Rem, DAVID REM.
Just decided, but it's on my hat.
And I just want to say that we need to make New York red. We need to make New York great again. We need to make New York healthy again. We need to make the world great again. And I want to say, I love you, President Trump. I love your entire family. They give you nothing but grief. And to the fake media out there,
Your family gives you nothing but
my
grief.
story or won't back Donald Trump. I love you, Donald. God bless America.
I love you, Donald.
And God
I love you.
bless the United States of America. USA, USA, USA.
Wow, that's like
USA.
worship. That's worship right there. Love you, Donald. Let me listen to this guy.
We're scared. We're scared of the Obama presidency. And I'll tell you why. I'm concerned about someone that cohorts with domestic terrorists such as heirs. I have to tell you, he's a decent person and a person that you do not have to be scared as president of the United States. Now,
He's getting criticism because the guy said
with domestic terrorists such as heirs. I have to tell you, he is a decent person and a person that you do not have to be scared as president of the United States.
you don't have to be scared of Obama.
Now look, I
got to ask you a question. I do not believe in. I can't trust Obama. I have read about him, and he's an Arab. He is not.
He's an Arab. This is
No.
Trump.
No man.
Trump's lies.
No man.
No man. Take the mic.
He's a decent family man, citizen that I just happen to have disagreements with on fundamental issues, and that's what this campaign is all about.
Amen.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. That's respect. There's some issues I disagree with him about. But he's a good guy. He's not an antichrist. He's not an Arab, Kenyan. He's a citizen. Whoa. What is this? Losers. No. Shoot, I don't go. Oh, yeah. Fighter, I get back up. I didn't told you on this. Is that all you got? That's what the guys were saying when they were going into January 6th. And all these people are loving this song. Alright, let's skip up. Alright, who's this guy? Did they already announce him? Shoot. Scavino? That Dan Scavino? Oh man. We gotta talk about him. American. That's what I want. Yeah, this is Dan Scavino.
Wow. Hello, New York City. How's everybody doing this evening? Hi, Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Look at me at Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena. Who would have ever thought? I've been with this man for 30 years. 30 years. Through it all. I joined with him in 2015 when we started running for the presidency. When nobody said we had a shot. When we were a joke. We were polling at 1%. Then he won the presidency. I went to the White House with him for 4 years.
He did the Jewish Star on
It was
Hillary.
an incredible journey. The president always, behind the scenes, will tell, and Team Trump will know what I'm saying here. Sometimes on the plane or in the office, he'll say, "You are all so lucky I took you on this journey."
Behind
In
Trump's
good times
tweets.
and bad. Yes, Mr. President.
And he was a golf caddy.
We are so honored to be on this journey. And
For
you know
Trump.
what? You're damn straight I'm honored to be on this journey through the good times and the bad for the right and to fight for this country in which we all believe in.
Megyn Kelly says
Hey,
this is the
Hillary
guy
Clinton.
that stirred up the death threats
She had
against
some
her.
not nice things to say about this rally today at Madison Square Garden. Take a look, Hillary! USA! 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 This has been the journey of a lifetime. The last 9 years have absolutely been incredible. But guess what? We've got 9 days. 9 days till we go to the
Alright,
polls and we vote for Donald
not
J.
listen to
Trump
this guy.
to be the 47th president
Nonstop.
of the United
Moving.
States of America. And it's going to happen, but you all need to get out and vote, 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 and fight, fight, fight to stay strong. The president loves each and everybody in this arena. Quick story, Butler, Pennsylvania. An attempted assassination. We went to the hospital. I'm going to give you what's behind the scenes with the president. We go to the hospital, shot in the air, the entire world is watching on TV. He's in his hospital room, asking how things are going. I showed him that iconic photo of him raising his fist. And said, sir, this is the most iconic photo, I think, in the history of not only politics, but of all time. He stared at the photo.
Most iconic photo of all time.
New York Times photographer, great photographer. The president's reaction was, how is Doug? Is Doug okay? Reach out to Doug. See how he's doing. Of which I did when we were in the hospital. Everything he had going on just shot in the damn head. And the guys cared and concerned about how Doug is doing, how his team is doing. That's with him at Team Trump. The behind-the-scenes moments are things. I could go honestly, I could go for 10 hours here and tell you stories, but I only have 31 seconds left, so I will wrap it up. You've got a fighter behind the scenes, out in public. The guy loves the United States of America. He's working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, campaigning, running all over the country. Loves this country. He's a patriot. You're all patriots. I cannot believe looking at this Madison Square Garden and just seeing it's packed to the brim. There must be 20,000 plus people. Love my family. Just do me a favor. Go to TrumpForce47.com. Check it out. Okay, get on there. Get out and vote, 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 please. We gotta win. We've got to win. We are going to win. We are going to have Donald J. Trump as the 47th president of the United States of America. If you all go out and vote, 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 and fight!
All right. Thanks, you know. Uh-oh. Stephen Miller. Let's get him. Stephen Miller, main policy guy for a lot of Trump stuff, speechwriter.
United States of America, people watching in all 50 states. We are here tonight with a message for you. In 9 days, your rescue is coming. In 9 days, your salvation is at hand. In 9 days,
Your salvation is at hand.
We stand here today at a crossroads in the history of this nation, in the history of our civilization. This is a choice between betrayal and renewal, between self-destruction and salvation, between the failure of America or the triumph of America. I want you to think for a minute about the decades of abuse that has been heaped upon the good people of this nation. Their jobs looted and stolen from them and shipped to Mexico, Asia, and foreign countries.
When
the lives of the
Trump
ones
speaks
ripped away
in
from
Nazi
them by
tongue
illegal aliens,
in his-
criminal gangs,
in his
and
speeches.
thugs who don't belong in this country. A political system
This is
that punishes
this is him
hard-working
sometimes.
citizens, oppresses them at every turn, takes away the right to free speech, the right to political expression, the right to fundamental safety in their own country. One man dared to step forward 9 years ago and say, enough, no more, America gets its future back. And what,
So yeah,
and what happened next?
27 men,
What happened after he stepped
one
down
woman.
that escalator 9 years ago? The system The system he was fighting
He had
tried to do everything in its power to stop him,
employees
to
in
take
the
away
crowd
your voice, to take
acting
away
like it
your
was
vote, to take away your
rallying
right
people.
to have your own country. They lied, they defamed, they smeared, one witch hunt after another, one hoax after another, one betrayal after another, lie after lie, slander after slander, libel after libel, lawsuit after lawsuit.
How come he didn't wear them?
They tried to jail him. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to imprison him. And they even tried to take his life with not one, but 2 assassination attempts. And let me ask you, when his life was on the line, did he falter? Did he waver? Did he yield? Did he surrender? Did he hesitate? Did he back down? Did he give one single solitary inch? Or did he stand up, strong and proud and resilient, the warrior that he is, and raise his fist into the air and shout on behalf of all of you, fight, fight, fight. And what was he fighting for? He was fighting for your children, for your wives, your husbands, everyone that you love and know in the world. The right to live in a country where criminal gangs cannot just cross our border and rape and murder with impunity. Think about how corrupt and hateful and evil a system is that allows gangs to come into this country and rape and murder little girls. I'm not just saying that. You read the stories. It happens every day.
No.
You read one of these heartbreaking headlines. Who's going to stand up for our daughters? Who's going to stand up for the girls of America, the women of America, the families of America? Who's going to stand up and say, the cartels are gone, the criminal migrants are gone, the gangs are gone, America is for Americans and Americans only?
America is for Americans and Americans only. Isn't that what they said at the 39 rally?
That man took a bullet for you. He took a bullet for democracy. And all we are asking in return, is for 9 days. For 9 short, precious days. You have to vote, vote, vote. Vote for freedom, vote for liberty, vote for sovereignty, vote for your children, vote for your families, vote for the right of free speech, the right to the Second Amendment, vote for the right to have a secure sovereign border, and for the right to have a government that puts American citizens ahead of illegal aliens. With your votes, you can smash this broken establishment. With your votes, you can end the corruption and graft. And with your votes, you can deliver the future to your children that they so dearly deserve. So I'll end with this thought. Each and every one of you has been loyal to your country. You have loved your country. You've followed the rules. You've paid your taxes. You did everything right. And the
Trump didn't pay taxes.
Beating you down, and beating you down. And I say to you, are you going to let that system win? Are you going to surrender? Or are you going to follow the example of President Donald J. Trump and fight, fight, fight to the finish and save this nation, save this country, save this civilization, and save this glorious republic? Thank you. God bless you. God bless New York, and God bless America.
I wonder how much God is referenced, and how much, if you believe in God, God would like that. Is this for him or what? You gotta go get a rinse after that. This is the great warrior.
I can tell you who the real garbage is, but we won't say that.
We won't say that. That's his favorite thing. Yeah, won't say it. I'm not gonna tell you about Arnold Palmer. Well, I'll just go ahead and tell you it. If you don't know that reference, you don't even want to know. But yeah, these people aren't garbage. But I'll tell you who is garbage. Again, it's a flop. He's telling people he's garbage all the time, and he's trying to make something out of Biden's mistake, repeating back about the garbage. It's in response to the guy calling Puerto Rico, saying they're not garbage. The only garbage I see is from Trump followers. But he said Trump followers, not from Trump followers. But he tried to clean it up and then made another stupid comment. Anyway, so this is Trump, the great warrior. This is him walking to his garbage truck. Once,
And
twice.
again, you see him getting on the truck there.
now,
He's going to be making some more comments, answering questions. Again, this is all stemming from that Madison Square Garden rally that the former president had earlier this week. Let's listen.
Trump talked about it later how scared he was at that moment. And he gets like pretty honest in podcasts sometimes and tries to laugh it off, but yeah, look at me.
Any questions?
Any questions?
I can't. You have to speak loud.
RFK Jr. said that you promised to control the public health agency if you were to win. Is that true? Is that accurate?
Yeah, we'll work with him, and he's a very talented guy. He wants women's health. He wants health for people. And we're going to work with him. He's a very, very talented guy. He's a friend of mine. I think the Democrats have done a very poor job. We're leading in every state.
No, you're not. And so Trump was pulling back from RFK from this night and from things that RFK was saying because a lot of people rightfully are concerned having RFK in charge of making us healthy again.
Golf.
Oh, I wish I was.
I wish I was in the land of cotton. Dixieland from Elvis. Look away, look away, look away. Look away. Dixieland. Uh-oh.
How good of a song is that?
Oh, no, he said! I haven't heard this guy. Crap.
Reminds me of the president.
I'm sorry,
whose truth is marching on. Good evening, New
Dixieland,
York. Good evening
Confederacy,
to a special
slavery,
6-year-old.
land of cotton.
Hi, Finley.
Oh, jeez.
It's a privilege. It's a privilege to be here with all of you tonight, right in the heart of the city that means so much to me. This city shaped who I am, helped me to build my business,
Make slavery great
gave
again.
me my roots. But I'll tell you, this is not the New York I grew up in. Our city has drifted away from what it once was.
All right, you're...
But if there's one man who can restore it to its greatness, it is my dear friend, President Donald J. Trump. I've known the president for over 30 years, not just as a leader, but as a friend. When I talk about him, I talk about someone with incredible compassion and humility. He cares deeply about people, even when the cameras are not rolling. His kindness is quiet but genuine, and it's a side of him the media rarely shows. It's unfortunate that a man who has done so much for so many has been painted in such an unfair light. Accusations of extremism, they couldn't be further from the truth. President Trump is not just a man of vision and leadership, he's a man of faith. He respects all faiths, and has always stood for religious freedom.
Including freedom, not the...
His unabiding belief in the value of every individual is grounded in his respect for God and country. President Trump embraces freedom and fights for the rights of all Americans. Despite facing constant opposition, he has persevered. He's been targeted with lawsuits and accusations, yet he's never wavered in his commitment to the American people. I know he'll fight for each and every one of you, as he's always fought for me. That's the kind of leader we need. Someone who never backs down when things get tough, but keeps pushing forward for what's right. In a world...
I feel like the same speech.
In a world that often feels uncertain, President Trump offers each of us clarity. His policies are rooted in common sense. He understands the importance of strength, both at home and abroad, and leads with courage. New York deserves someone who's ready to fight for it, as the country does. We need President Trump's leadership to bring back the city we all love. Now let me leave you with a quote from one of my favorite presidents, Ronald Reagan, who said, "Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, it must be protected, and handed on for them to do the same." While Reagan was an extraordinary president, there is no doubt in my mind that President Donald J. Trump is the greatest leader and president this nation has ever seen.
Greatest. Does anyone say that
President
about
Trump understands
Kamala?
that the fight for freedom is never over. If we fight for him,
Biden,
my fellow
Obama,
Americans, we
anybody?
can restore New York, restore this country, secure the future of this great nation for generations to come. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the Trump family, and God bless the United States of America.
The land of cotton. Look away. All right. Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Byron Donalds.
Yeah. So after Dixieland, is this hard for him to think about that song or no? He knows that song.
Man, is it good to be home in New York City?
Yeah, but you don't live in New York.
You know, usually I got a lot to say, but this one's special to me. I was born in Brooklyn, New York. In New York, we refer to MSG as the Mecca. We refer to it as the center of entertainment. And in 9 days, it's going to be the launch point for the center of making Donald Trump the 47th president of the United States. I don't even want to talk about Kamala. Why? Why would we waste our time? She doesn't even want to talk about herself. She tells us she grew up in a middle-class family. But I don't care. Because it's families today in New York, in Chicago, in Philadelphia, in Milwaukee, in Phoenix. They are struggling because of Kamala Harris. And they are saying the same thing we're saying. We had enough. We need Donald Trump back. She broke the border. She broke the border and doesn't even have the guts to tell you the truth. But that's okay. Because the next president of the United States, he's going to fix the border because he did it once and he's going to do it again.
I wanted to approve the bill, bipartisan
the massive inflation that has made
bill
it
that
harder
would fix
for every working family in our country. If she was around when I was a kid, it would have devastated my mom, who still lives in Brooklyn.
If it was helpful for him to keep the border broken, he would do it.
Salad.
He doesn't care about the border. He cares about him.
Everybody should have some. It's healthy. It's good for you. But this word salad mess is demented. It is meant to make you think that she's smart and you're somehow dumb. The truth of the matter is, the common sense of the American people is what is needed today, and that will be brought by Donald J. Trump. Then you look around the world.
Trump often gets afraid of
she said she was the last person in the
called
room
word salad
from Afghanistan.
That's why he calls it the weave.
You know, that withdrawal is seared into my mind. I remember watching Afghanis hold onto the sides of airplanes to escape the Taliban. And as I'm watching this, the one thing I know is that if Donald Trump was president, that never would have happened. Never would have happened.
Because he wouldn't have left.
But I have a special message to everybody around the world, especially those who want to find themselves getting into the business of other people or messing with our greatest ally in Israel. Donald Trump is going to stand by Israel 100% of the way. 100% of the way. And Donald Trump is going to get us out of these wars because he did it once and he's going to do it again.
What do you do?
But the last thing we're going to fix, and it's a big one.
Syria?
You see, I got 3 kids. They're all boys. And I'll be damned if you're going to have some school tell my boys that they can now be girls. Not on my watch. Not on the watch of Donald Trump, I can promise you that. We're going to have common sense in America again under Donald Trump. We're going to get men out of women's sports under Donald Trump.
I think the big crowds.
America will take its place again as the shining city on the hill, as the leader of the world, as the #1 nation, as the great experiment, because he's going to fix it once again. And together, New York, and around America, we are going to make America great again. God bless you, New York. God bless America. Let's go win. Let's go win.
So what do you say about trans? That the school is to make his kid trans?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Chair of the House Republican Conference, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik.
Oh, okay, Elise. We got 3 women speakers. Does Melanie speak? Yeah. Elise did everything she can to bend herself to Trump, and then Trump kept on messing up her name. Stefanik. He kept calling her Stefanik.
Wow, it is incredible to be here in the iconic Madison Square Garden. President Trump has been talking about this rally for years, and what a way to kick off the final week of the most epic campaign to save America.
She's there in New York. What was he been talking
Every
about?
election, we say, is the most important in our lifetime. But
rally
this one
for years?
really is. No matter where you go, whether it's in New York City, upstate New York, or in any of the swing states, people understand there is so much at stake. And it is we the people, when we vote for President Donald J. Trump, we the people will save America. Just look at the crises that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have brought to our nation and have brought right here to New York. The border crisis, illegals swarming our streets, taking billions of our hard-earned taxpayer dollars. All because Kamala Harris is Joe Biden's open border czar. She owns this border crisis. She created it. Or the inflation crisis, the highest rate of inflation in our lifetime. And you know who was the deciding vote for Joe Biden's Inflation Expansion Act? Kamala Harris. And the crime crisis. Democrats are the party of defund the police, and Kamala Harris has turned her back on our men and women in blue. New Yorkers support our police. We will always back the blue.
When did Kamala? Oh, she contributed to a fund to bail people out of jail that were protesting the George Floyd riots. Is that the thing that she did that makes everyone mad? People that were protesting to defund the police, they went straight to Biden with that. He said, "What are you talking about? I've increased budgets to police every single time I could," and he has pushed for that beyond Republicans. What Republicans wanted. Harris was a top cop. She was a prosecutor and an attorney general. She has great respect and has collaborated, worked with police her whole life and career. She's actually put people in jail. So, and has been good at it, and has been trying to fight for truth. So there's no daylight between Republicans and Democrats in leadership wise in this. I know there is a crazy trend that took over a lot of people in New York in particular. Cohen, same with it, next scabs. All cops are criminals or something like that. So there's definitely people that have that, and there's a variety of circumstances that play into that, but some of them are completely unfounded. I have adopted a new habit recently that has been really something I would encourage everybody to do. If there's anybody's a soldier, I thank them for risking their life for me. And if anyone's a cop, I did it at my son's game the other day. I did it in the parking lot and the other day, and I never seen people smile so much that. I would kind of think it's kind of weird I'm doing it, but like the guy in the cop in the parking lot, he said, "Man, you really made my day." He kept on going on about it, and yet it's absolutely true. Like, these people risk their life for me, or would, but are in some capacity. I can't imagine, anything. I mean, I can't imagine great things, but that is what's bigger than that, to actually be willing to die for people. That's huge. I'm not at all dismissing any corruption and abuse and all of that. But I am saying the job itself, and I don't know, the vast majority of people I've met, and so any of, just like the corruption and crime from immigrants could be blown out, and that could be all you could see. I think the same thing with cops, and so yeah, I back the blue. I also have been doing the thank you for your service, for serving us, to janitors, custodians. I did that also at my son's game, and bathrooms and stuff, public highway. Anyway, because it's true. People that serve are awesome, and I think it's great to appreciate them. For them, but also for me, and I think all of us should do that. So certainly the case could be made that Trump doesn't have that heart for police in terms of January 6th. At the debate with Kamala and many other cases, he would say, the other side had guns, we didn't have guns. The other side had guns because they were cops. It wasn't like, an armed force trying to meet you, and it's absolutely a lie that his people didn't have guns. And we could go through all the records of people that have been prosecuted for lots of guns, for pipe bombs, for other weapons. There's tons, and we also know that there, at least these people reported that they had arsenals at their hotels. Some of them got cleaned out before that all got found, but these people still got charged for it, and Proud Boys, Oath Keepers in particular, are in jail for a very long time for it. Anyway.
And then take a look around the world. What is happening? You had the catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan. Kamala Harris was the last person in the room advising Joe Biden of that horrific mistake. You had Putin invading Ukraine, and then just over 1 year ago, we had our most precious ally, Israel, under attack from Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists. And Kamala Harris has turned her back on Israel. And what did we see? What did we see on our college campuses? We saw a skyrocketing of anti-Semitism. Let me ask you all, did you see that committee hearing with those college presidents, now former college presidents? That's right. I asked the presidents of Penn, MIT, and Harvard, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your university's code of conduct? And one after the other said, it depends on the context, and the world heard. You're fired, 5 have been fired, so many to go. And compare that with President Trump. He brought us the most secure border in our nation's history. He brought us the strongest economy. He proudly supports our law enforcement, and he has and always will stand with Israel. Donald J. Trump has fought for us, the American people. Whether it was fighting against the sham impeachment, which I was a proud member of President Trump's impeachment defense team, whether it was standing up for election integrity, or whether it was facing the witch hunts by New York's own Tish James, Alvin Bragg, and corrupt judges. After we fire Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we're going to fire Kathy Hochul, Alvin Bragg, Tish James. You're fired.
You're going to fire the prosecutors.
As I said, President Trump has fought for us. It is now our opportunity to fight for him. And New York, we made history when we fired Nancy Pelosi once and for all and flipped those 5 congressional seats. We need to make history again. So 9 days, flood the polls, vote for President Donald J. Trump to save New York and save America. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Mike Johnson.
All right. We've heard enough of this guy, haven't we? You need to hear more?
Hello, Madison Square Garden.
Oh,
is New York ready to make America great again? My friends, I came here tonight so excited to be with you. I came off of the field to give you a very important field report. Now, I've been traveling all around the country, nonstop. We've been to the red states and the blue states. We've been to the safe districts and the swing districts. We've been all around America. And I'm going to tell you what's happening right now. I'm here to report something. There's something very powerful happening out there among the base, okay? I'm telling you, there's an energy out there that we have not seen before. And I am convinced that in 9 days, we're going to grow the House majority, we're going to take back the Senate, and send Donald Trump back to the White House.
I don't think that's happening. I think
Let me tell you why that is. Because everywhere around the country, no matter where you live, everybody is fed up and they are fired up. They're fed up. It doesn't matter what demographic they're in. It doesn't matter what walk of life. They know that we cannot afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris in the White House. And we can't possibly afford turning the House or the Senate over to the Democrats. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask what I ask these groups all around the country. Do you want 4 more years of open borders? I don't think you do. No. You want 4 more years of high cost and inflation?
The borders are not open right
You want 4
now.
more years of rising crime in every community? No. Well, how about 4 more years of woke ideology in our schools and our military?
Crime's not rising.
You want 4 more years of wars and weakness on the world stage? Nobody does. American voters are sick of it, and they want to change. Now, listen, for the last 2 years, we've had a bit of a dilemma, right? The House has been the only firewall in Washington standing between Chuck Schumer, Democrats, and the Senate, Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, and the American people. Now, we played defense. We blocked their woke American last agenda, and we passed solutions to all the great challenges facing the country. But here's the problem. They got stopped in the Senate. We also had the smallest Republican majority in U.S. history. But you know what the good news is? We're about to grow that majority. That's what's going to happen on November 5th. New York is going to make that happen. You're going to elect your incumbents here and our challengers, and you're going to make the big difference. And we need a Republican Senate so we can retire Chuck Schumer for good. And America needs, and everybody knows, no matter where we are in the country, we know we have to get Donald J. Trump back to the White House so we can get this thing fixed. When we do that, we're going to secure the border once for all. We're going to unleash American energy dominance again. We're going to lower the cost of living. We're going to support our allies and stand up to our adversaries. We're going to defend our rights and our freedoms and the troops and the veterans who fought for them. And we will protect the values and the principles that made America the greatest nation in the history of the world.
Johnson's gone back and forth on
We're not
Ukraine.
in a battle this time just between two different political parties. It's much deeper than that. There's something much more fundamental going on. We're in a battle between two completely different visions for who we are as a nation and who we're going to be. We revere the founding principles. We revere our Judeo-Christian foundations. We revere individual freedom and limited government and the rule of law and peace through strength and fiscal responsibility, free markets, human dignity, secure borders. But the other team doesn't anymore, my friends. This is not your father's Democratic Party. They are now full on to Marxism and socialism. They don't envision for us to save the founding principles and the greatest nation in the history of the world. Instead, what they envision for us is that we would be some sort of European-style Marxist borderless utopia. We all know that's a dangerous fool's errand. You know what's going to happen in 9 days? The American people are going to let their voices be heard. We're going to take this country back. We're going to restore the foundations, and we are truly going to make America great again. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Vivek Ramaswamy.
I think people like him better than Mike Johnson.
This is how legends are made. I'll tell you something. I don't follow the polls. I don't follow the pundits. But I follow the energy. And this does not feel like second place energy in here tonight.
That doesn't prove anything, buddy. That's not how.
I had a friend of mine, smart guy, he's a billionaire, texted me this morning. And he said, why the hell are you guys wasting your time in New York City instead of going to a swing state? You know what I told him? I said, welcome to 2024. New York is a swing state.
Yeah, that's not true.
I got a message for Kamala Harris tonight. We're feeling the joy in New York City tonight, aren't we? And the only celebration bigger than this one right now is going to be on the evening of November 5th when we send Donald J. Trump back to the White House as your 47th president and commander-in-chief. And I'm looking around here, there's only one man who is going to be more happy than everybody else in this room when that happens, and that is going to be a man by the name of Joe Biden, actually. He is so pissed off about what they did to him. And he's thinking, but I'm going to say it. Identity
Joe
politics never
Biden
works
prefers
in
Trump
When you
in
select somebody on the
the
basis
White
of their
House.
race and their gender, it always ends up being a disaster. And I'm actually talking about Tim Walz this time, by the way. It goes both ways. So listen up, guys. Last year, I became the youngest person ever to run for U.S. president as a Republican. And thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll tell you something about my generation. We are lost. We are hungry to be part of something bigger than ourselves. Yet we can't even answer what it means to be an American today. We're in the middle of a national identity crisis. Faith in God, patriotism, hard work, family. These things have disappeared, only to be replaced by wokeism and transgenderism, climatism, COVIDism, depression, anxiety, fentanyl, suicide. These are symptoms of a deeper void of purpose and meaning in our country. And right now, we need to step up and fill that void with our own vision. Answer, what does it mean to be an American in the year 2024? It means we believe in the ideas.
I say that because
it means we believe in merit. That the best person gets the job regardless of their skin color. That you get ahead in this country.
do you have to change how you talk about your religion to Christians? I think you do,
It means we
right?
believe in the rule of law. And I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. And that is why if we have the largest influx of illegals into this country in American history, we will have the largest mass deportation in American history. That is not racist or xenophobic. That is what it means to stand for the rule of law in the United States of America. It means we believe in self-governance, that the people we elect to run the government, for God's sake, ought to be the ones who actually run the government, not unelected bureaucrats in the deep state that are running the show today. So you want another mass deportation? Let's get 3 million federal bureaucrats out of the D.C. bureaucracy. That's the mass deportation that saves the country. What does it mean to be American? It means we have elections we can trust and believe in, and that means single-day voting on Election Day as a national holiday with paper ballots and government-issued ID to match the voter file. That's how we save the country.
That limit the votes, which is in favor of
These are not black
Republicans.
ideas or white ideas. They are American ideals that set this country into motion. We're in a war to revive them, and right now we need the commander-in-chief who will lead us to victory. That is your next president, Donald J. Trump. If you want to seal
Limit
order,
legal
vote
voting.
Trump. If you want to restore law and order in this country, vote Trump. If you want to grow the economy in this country, vote Trump. If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to stay out of World War III in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. I'm going to give you one more reason to vote Trump, and it's this. It's one of the media in the back. They won't talk about this.
Oh, the media.
But they know it to be true. Donald Trump is actually the president who will unite this country, actually. And we don't talk about that enough. America First includes all Americans, regardless of their race, their gender, or their sexual orientation. Our message to black Americans tonight is this. We want you. What we want for
What
every
about the
American.
political status?
Safe neighborhoods, good jobs, clean streets. A country where you are judged based on the content of your character, not the color of your skin or your political beliefs. That's the America we know.
Okay. Political beliefs.
Our message to gay Americans tonight is this. You're free to marry who you want if you want without the government standing in your way. But that doesn't mean that boys get to compete with girls in girls' sports or you do genital mutilation and chemical castration on our children.
Gays are allowed now.
Our message to every legal immigrant in this country is this. You're like my parents. But
Oh,
our
that-
message to every illegal
parents'
immigrant, if you came
promise.
legally, you get the same American dream that everybody else does. Work hard, get ahead, make contributions to this country, love the nation, and that's our message to legal immigrants. But our message to every illegal immigrant is also this. We will return you to your country of origin. Not because you're all bad people, but because you broke the law, and the United States of America is founded on the rule of law. Our
Is
message
Trump
to my
going to go to
generation,
law?
millennials,
Is
is
go to
this.
jail?
You were sold a false bill of goods. You were told you become a gender studies major in California. Somehow that gets you a head start on the American dream. When it hasn't worked out that way, dead on your shoulders. The Iraq and Afghanistan wars. Yes, it's true you were lied to. But we can't just be cynical about our country because this is still the last best hope that we have in the free world. And our message to Gen Z is this. You're going to be the generation that saves the country. You want to be a rebel? 18 years old, stand up on your college campus and call yourself a conservative. Be proud of it. Say you want to get married, have kids, raise a family, and have a good job. That's how we win in America. We don't have to be this nation in decline. We are still on our way up. We're still that country where we will look our children in the eye and mean it when we tell them. You get ahead in the United States with your own hard work, your own commitment, your own dedication, and that you know what? You are free to speak your mind at every step of the way. That is the American dream. That is what we are running to. And that is what we get when we send Donald Trump back to the White House this November. Thank you. God bless you and the great state of New York. And may God bless our United States of America. Thank you. God bless. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage. Former
Tulsi. Yeah, Vivek did the same stunt as Trump.
All right. Let's do it, man. I got it. Yeah. Tell me, what are we doing here? Okay. Right up to here.
All right.
Is it on? All right, sweet. Lift open, and then what are we doing? Okay.
Pull them both out.
Pull them both out. Doing it right? Pull this one back too, or you good? Sweet.
So.
Pretty good machinery, actually.
Yeah.
It kind of works.
It works.
Should I pull it back again?
This goes up.
Should I pull it? Pull it out?
It's fun.
All right, man. Let's do it. Thank
Stunts.
You. Looks pretty good. Yeah, the machinery's good. It's good machinery. I mean, it's like you didn't even have to use the bat once. No, exactly. Well, sometimes you might need to, actually.
Sometimes you might need to use the bat.
The machine works really well, man.
Okay.
For Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard.
So Tulsi, now a Republican, was a Democrat. Hawaii jumped on Bernie's train, and then I think even before he bowed out, she was already off on a different direction. I was looking up some of these people. Quite a few of the people have been billionaires.
Join me as I say these words.
It's a billionaire
We hold
party.
these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. As we gather here today on this historic occasion, we stand together as proud Americans, understanding that these very rights are under attack. So we face this historic crossroads where our freedom and our future is in our hands. There's never been a more clear choice in any election in my life, and our ability to live in a truly peaceful and free and prosperous country is on the line. I love you too. And it is that love that brings us together here today, that love for freedom, that love for our country and love for each other as fellow Americans, as children of God, that compels us to take action to save our country and defend our freedom. Now, this choice that we have before us is very personal to me. I'm Lieutenant Colonel in the Army Reserve. I've served now for over 21 years. I've deployed to different war zones 3 times over that period, and I've seen the cost of war. For my brothers and sisters who paid the ultimate price, I carry their memories and their sacrifice in my heart every day. So this choice that we have before us as Americans is critical. It's important to us. It's important to those of us who serve, who have volunteered to put our lives on the line for the safety, security, and freedom of our country and our people, and it's critical to all of us. Here is the choice that we have. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for Dick Cheney, and it's a vote for war, more war, likely World War III and nuclear war. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for a man who wants to end wars, not start them, and who has demonstrated already that he has the courage and strength to stand up and fight for peace.
Got a bigger button.
A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for open borders, where known violent criminals and Islamist terrorists are streaming across our borders, placing us at risk. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for secure borders and safe communities, and a confidence that he will seek out those who seek to do us harm and get them out. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for economic hardship, high cost of living, poverty, and homelessness, and a vote for Donald Trump is a vote for economic prosperity and opportunity for every single one of us as Americans. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for censorship and a complete erosion of our fundamental and constitutional rights and freedoms. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for someone who will defend freedom and every one of our God-given rights that are enshrined in the Constitution and Bill of Rights.
Free press? trying to take away.
So the choice is ours. History will look back on us at this moment for the choice that we make. Did we choose war or peace? Did we choose poverty or prosperity? Did we choose censorship or freedom? Our freedom and our future is in our hands. We have just a few days left to complete this no-fail mission that we have before us to save our country. Nothing short of our future is on the line. So now, just as we've gathered here today, in this historic place and this historic time, we will gather together all across this country, people of every race, ethnicity, religion, and creed, to stand together and defend our freedom and ensure our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now is the time for us to send Donald Trump back to the White House to be the 47th President of the United States, where we can stand together and make America great again. Thank you so much. Let's get it done. Aloha.
She can go into her conspiracy theories. This is like one of the conferences that they omelet, and that went poorly. Her and Congressman.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Another former Democrat. How did he get involved?
Thank you. A lot of people ask me why I left the Democratic Party. And I say, I don't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left me. This is not the party anymore of Martin Luther King, of Robert Kennedy, of John Kennedy. That was the party of peace. It was the party of constitutional rights, of civil rights, of freedom of speech. It was the party that wanted to protect and nurture the middle class. It was the party that stood up to censorship, to surveillance, that stood up to the CIA, to the military complex, military-industrial complex. And it was the party that wanted to protect public health and women's sports. My uncle, Ted Kennedy, wrote Title IX, which protected women's sports in college. It was the party that believed in voting rights and fought for the right of every American to vote for the person of their choice. Today's Democratic Party is the party of war. It's the party of hate. You have Kamala Harris giving a speech to the Democratic Convention that was written by neocons, the belligerent nations that talked about the domination of the world and the United States war. It's the party today that wants to divide Americans. It's the party that is dismantling women's sports, like men play women's sports. It's the party of Wall Street. It's the party of Bill Gates, who gave $50 billion. Kamala Harris. And the Harris campaign is very proud. And it's 54 CIA agents, officers. And John Bolton. These are the people that gave us war Iraq, the first foreign policy catastrophe that's ever happened in this country.
And Trump hired
These are the
them.
people that gave us the Patriot Act and launched the surveillance state. These are the people that are trying to undermine vote rights in this country. Women's and agencies and political candidates, including me, Donald Trump, and other political candidates. They get an election. And instead of picking a candidate who wins the primaries, abolish primaries, and pick two candidates, anoint them without receiving votes. We don't even know how Kamala Harris received the nomination. And this
Biden picked her as vice president. He was unable to run, so she
contractors,
normal.
big food, and big chemicals. He is the party that's not the sickest children in the world. When my uncle was president, 6% of Americans have chronic disease. We had 0 chronic disease in this country. Today, 60% of Americans have chronic disease. This is existential for our country. We spend $4.3 trillion a year, 5 times our military budget. 77% of American boys cannot qualify for military service because of chronic disease diagnoses. This is existential for our country. President Trump called me 3 hours after the shooting. He said, when I come and sit down with him, he said to me during that meeting, he said, there are some things that we agree on and some things we disagree on, but the landscapes on which we agree are so much larger.
They agree on taking fluoride out of water.
I want to end the surveillance and censorship. I want to protect the Constitution. I want to protect freedom of speech.
Trump's called against both of those.
I want to end the weaponization of government against American politicians. And I want to end the chronic disease epidemic. How? Don't you think that we deserve a president in this country who's going to restore the moral authority of the United States of America? Don't you think that we deserve a president who's going to end the warfare state and rebuild the middle class? Don't you want a president who's going to put America first? And don't you want a president who's going to protect our children? And who's going to protect women's sports? And who's going to stop dividing this country along racial lines? And don't you want a president who's going to end the corruption at the federal agencies, at FDA, at NIH, at CDC, and at FDA? And don't you want a president who's going to make America healthy again?
So RFK says that Trump promised him HSS and other things.
God bless you and God bless America.
I think it's important. Head of Health and Human Services is what he says Trump offered him, and Trump said he could go wild and so forth. I think if I was a doctor,
please welcome to the stage, Tucker Carlson.
If I were to, put myself in a doctor's shoes and think what it would be like, what even now, like when doctors hear conspiracy theories, pseudoscience, holistic medicine, all the things that they come across. I'm guessing historically the craziest ideas have been from left-wing type people. Crystals and energies and chakras and third eyes and essential oils and so forth. My guess is that it's more even or flipped. I think the vaccine conspiracies are on both sides, but I think with Trump, it's become a political thing rather than just a fringe group type thing. And RFK Jr. has, at times tried to make it seem like he's not completely skeptical, but other times he's just clear, don't vaccinate your child. And Somalia had big measles outbreak that seemed to have something to do with him. And again, I'm just thinking in terms of doctors, like they have to deal with the real data, the real science, and the real people that are making real life health decisions based upon what their own choice and the information they get. I think we've had a lot of problems with the last few years. And some of it is good questions about how communication happens and so forth. But my assessment is that people have tried to create a conspiracy, tried to demonize. I just listened to Joe Rogan and Elon Musk, and Elon said straightforwardly, Anthony Fauci is a demon. This is one of the times where Joe tried to be a little bit more careful. He's like, well, I read R.F. Kennedy's book about Fauci, and, I don't know if it's true. I mean, he wrote it, he's a smart guy. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's true. But if it's true, he's a really bad guy. He's, there's no evidence for RFK's position on health issues. It's not his expertise. Trump says, RFK, stay away from the liquid gold, stay away from oil. That's something that he actually has, familiarity and career working in environmental issues. But it's not on vaccines. It's not on fluoride. Fluoride in water is the one that he was saying, and Trump has said that he's okay with that. But Trump doesn't know. He's just saying whatever he's saying. So again, I guess I'm just specifically anybody doctors, anybody in the medical fields, anybody that wants to be healthy according to what their doctors say. I know doctors, when or medical people, when you have a question, you go to the CDC. That's where the best information is. That will, with RFK, if he's able to do what Trump wants him to do, and there are ways that they're trying to get people in power, temporary positions. Maybe Attorney General might never be confirmed. Maybe it'll always be, the acting Attorney General until they have to put a new one in and so forth. But also getting background checks from organizations other than the FBI, maybe Blackwater and whatever. But what would that look like to have, what kind of information policies, communication happens, especially around, things that are not scientifical, they're anti the, science that we have. And that could, keep expanding, thinking about Trump's work with FEMA, both recently and claiming that FEMA wasn't paying people and that they were doing all these bad things, which caused a militia to actually threaten FEMA workers, and FEMA workers had to stop helping people in North Carolina because of false claims that Trump said. Going back to the hurricane that he mistakenly said was going into, I think it was Alabama, and everyone said that, wait, the path doesn't show going to Alabama, so he got Sharpie and added a circle going into Alabama, just to, rather than say, oh, I made a mistake when I said I didn't mean to say Alabama. An obvious, I don't care how important it is that I get out the right information. I'm gonna, I'm never wrong. It's always right. Anyway, I don't know if this is the right video, but Trump called RFK Jr. and offered him, to join his team and that he'll be able to work with them. Obviously now Trump is, and RFK are saying that RFK is going to have a position. So this is, I think, when RFK decided to throw his support. Apparently RFK called the Harris campaign and said, hey, how about you guys give me a position, and they didn't call him back. So it's right after the assassination attempt.
It was very nice, actually. He called me, and he said, how did you choose to move right? So I guess that people said, I was looking straight up. He said, I said, I was just showing a chart. I didn't have to tell him the chart was on all the people pouring into our country. But I just turned my head to show the chart. And something wrapped me. It felt like a giant, like the world's largest mosquito. And it was a bullet going around. It was, what did they call that, an AR-15 or something? That was a big gun. Those are pretty tough guns, right? Remember I said I want to do small doses. Small doses. When you feed a baby, Bobby, a vaccination that has like 38 different vaccines, and it looks like it's meant for a horse, not a 10-pound or 20-pound baby.
This is how he's moving him.
You should be giving a horse.
Vaccines,
and you ever see the size of it, right? It's this massive. And then you see the baby all of a sudden starting to change radically. I've seen it too many times. And then you hear that it doesn't have an impact, right? And you already talked about that a long time ago. And anyway, I would love you to do so. And I think it would be so good for you and so big for you. And we're going to win. We're going to win. We're way ahead of the guy.
So that's why.
Thanks for what?
That's why RFK is up there. What about Tucker? Why is Tucker up there? Let's get a quick sense of who Tucker really is. Let's see here. Tucker once texted he hated Trump passionately. Now he's endorsing him. I became an active Trump supporter when they raided Mar-a-Lago. That's what got him. Carson told Barr he always agreed with Trump's policies, even losing friends over it. He certainly was a big backer on his show. While conservative and big advocate for the idea of replacement theory, that Jews are trying to get immigrants to replace white people. A conservative newsman and former president appeared to have a friendly relationship during the presidency. Carson occupied the coveted paramount spot. Text messages revealed during the Dominion voting systems defamation lawsuit. This is the lawsuit that Fox lost $800 million to the Dominion systems, the election machines, the voting machines, that Trump was spreading false rumors by, and Fox backed them up. Why did Fox do that through this lawsuit and other, reporting? And what I just even noticed is after the election, and Trump lost, and Fox was saying that Trump lost, Fox, like Washington Post losing a whole bunch of subscriptions, Fox lost a lot of viewers right away. They all went to OAN and the other one, Newsmax, and I saw it with Facebook people saying, "This is crazy. I'm stop watching Fox. I'm going over to OAN, Newsmax." And so this is where they pivoted. Fox said, "No, let's get in on this and let's report that it was rigged. It wasn't a fair election, and it's Dominion systems." Well, they knew it was a lie. That's part of what came out in Discovery and why they lost. $800 million was a settlement. They could have lost over $1 billion. Well, in that Discovery, these texts that were in there came out. It said January 4th, 2021. This is before January 6th. It said, "We are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait." Okay. Not the worst, but I hate him passionately. I can't handle much more of this, he added. Dominion sued Fox. The company alleged, lawsuit 800, and Carson was fired. Has been accused by both Republicans, lawmakers, and Democrats of downplaying January 6th, and members of the public who were intent on stopping the count in order to keep Trump in the... Okay. All right, so that was just a little bit. I thought there was more. But. So this is Tucker and his laugh and his just asking questions and dumbfounded look. Just this past week, Halloween, he released a video talking about being attacked by demons in his bed at night, in his bed with his wife and 4 dogs, and getting up and I guess maybe not till the morning saw that he had scratch marks with blood, and he said it was a demon that did it. And there are things that happen to people in their sleep that are associated with people thinking that have a demon. Sleep paralysis is something that you could look up or Google. It's pretty common, and it also is the reason people have senses that they have an alien abduction, that they are being tied down, or they just can't move, they're paralyzed. Same things with demons. However, people also have dogs that scratch them, or themselves that scratch themselves. There's a lot of other explanations other than it has to be a demon that physically scratched Tucker. Why would he say that it was a demon? Well, Tucker has not been a very religious person in the past, but that's where the Republican Party is now. So if he's going to stay on top, he has to join the crowd. That's my assessment. Son of a preacher man. All right, keep it going. Although he's the son of the White Swan Frozen Meals company.
Thank you.
Independently wealthy. That's a perspective. Everyone up
I
there is
saw
wealthy.
the Grateful Dead in this arena in 1987. I was seated right there. How weird. It's such an honor to be here, and it's wild. Just another day following Bobby Kennedy Jr. at a Donald Trump rally in Madison Square Garden. I mean, what? That's totally normal. Liz Cheney's out there with Kamala Harris. And there's Bobby Kennedy calling to protect women's sports at a Trump rally. It's a realignment. It's unbelievable. And the fact that it's here is even sweeter. Imagine if you're, and just pause for one moment. Imagine you're Donald Trump. You're from New York City. You become famous in New York City. You make your fortune in New York City. And all of a sudden, the leadership of New York City decides they're going to destroy you because they don't like your politics. And so yeah, boo. Imagine if that were you, though. And they try and take everything that you have. They try and put you in prison. They try and put your children in prison. If that happened to you, how often do you think you'd be going back to New York City? How about never? And yet he's here. It's like getting thrown out of a bar. And you think to yourself, well, all my friends are in the bar.
When did Donald Trump's kids get threatened with jail?
Bouncer, like, you're not allowed in here. But from
remember
behind
that.
the bouncer, you hear the cheers of your friend. Come on in! And the bouncer hangs his head in shame. He's embarrassed that he's working for the man trying to keep the most popular person out of the bar. And that's Donald Trump back in the city that produced him with no embarrassment at all, in a room full of his friends. The stones that takes, the bravery that takes, is incredible.
Beat him up.
Donald Trump's going to win. He's going to win. I know that that's true. Why is Donald Trump going to win? The people he's about to defeat have no idea. And they're panicked. They have no idea why people like Donald Trump. And their first theory was, well, Donald Trump is evil, so half the country's evil also. And that's one of the reasons they spent the last 4 years trying to destroy the country, because they're mad at its voters for liking Donald Trump. How much easier would it have been just to pause for 20 minutes and ask yourself honestly in some silent place, why do people like Donald Trump? And if they had been honest enough to ask themselves that question, they would have come up with the two main reasons, and here's what they are. The first reason that people like Donald Trump is because he likes them. That's why. And it's real. Affection is something you can't fake. I don't care how many times Kamala Harris would tell me she loves me, I don't believe her. I saw her kiss her husband with a mask on. A mask on.
Affection is
That's
something
her
you
version
can't
of love. It's fake. It's not real. They spent 10 years telling you Trump is a hater. Do you feel that on him? No, you don't. Because it's not there. I spent a lot of time with Trump. And there's not one moment I've ever been with him off camera where he's spending his time grousing about people he hates. Ever. He's talking about the people and the country he loves in his private time. Trust me. And people know
Trust me.
in a country
I hate
that's been
him
taken over by a leadership
passionately
class that actually
in
despises them
private
and their
time.
values and their history and their culture and their customs, really hates them to the point that it's trying to replace them. They know someone who actually has affection for them, and that's Donald Trump.
Try
And
to
it's requited.
replace them.
It's requited. They know. When you go to McDonald's,
That's
he's working
Trump.
for the man trying to keep the most popular person out of the bar.
That's
And that's
Trump.
Donald Trump back in the city that
That's,
produced him with no embarrassment at all in a room.
This is replacement theory.
They spent 10 years telling you Trump is a hater. Do you feel that on him? No, you don't. Because it's not there.
People
I've
in
spent a
that
lot of
room
time with
don't
Trump.
go there.
And there's not
that
one moment
he
I've ever
says
been
that
with
he
him
hates
off
feel it.
camera where he's spending his time grousing about people he hates. Ever.
Please.
He's
Ever
talking about
check
the
his True
people and the
Social,
country he loves
Twitter?
in his private time. Trust me. And people
You see his
know
Twitter. You see
in a
his True
country that's been
Social.
taken over by a leadership class that actually despises them and their values and their history and their culture and their customs, really hates them to the point that it's trying to replace them.
Trying to replace them.
They know someone who actually has affection for them, and that's Donald Trump. And it's requited. It's requited.
It's
They
requited.
know. When he goes to McDonald's and serves fries, like, he's not faking that at all. That's why that worked. Democratic media consultants are like, how is that working? Because it's real. That's why. And the second reason that people love Trump, and I put myself in this category, it's why I'm here today, is because he's liberated us in the deepest and truest sense. And the liberation he has brought to us is the liberation from the obligation to tell lies. Donald Trump has made it possible for the rest of us to tell the truth about the world around us. And that's the single most liberating thing you can do for people. If you want to enslave people, if you want to degrade them, force them to tell lies. And they have. They forced us to lie about everything at gunpoint, effectively. They put people in prison for refusing to lie. And not just the obvious lies that men can become women or Vladimir Putin blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. No, honestly, he did. January 6th was an insurrection. They were unarmed, but it was very insurrection-y. Not even the obvious ones, but the big lie.
So that one's included in the lie that it was not an insurrection. We have a lot of evidence against that.
You know what the big lie is? The big lie is that they're impressive. That's what the big lie is. That the people in charge have somehow earned the right to rule over you, and they haven't. And you know that. These are the single most useless people in the United States. They have no skills whatsoever. They've got 3/4 of the money, and they didn't earn it. They set up a system precisely for the purpose of awarding themselves wealth and power when it's undeserved. You look at Liz Cheney and you ask yourself honestly, what skill could she possibly have that allowed her to send hundreds of thousands of people to their deaths? Did she earn that? I don't think she did. No fair system would make Liz Cheney powerful. No fair system would make Larry Fink rich. No fair system would elevate someone like Kamala Harris to a presidential nomination. She's never been accused of doing anything useful. She has precisely no achievement. She's a nominee without getting a single vote.
She's been elected over and over and over again doing impressive work.
And powerful, and then they have the gall to lecture you.
Liz Cheney was elected just like everybody else, and that's her right to make that vote.
Jobs, who pay your taxes and work 40 hours a week,
Trump doesn't pay his taxes.
You that you are somehow immoral. And Donald Trump has empowered the rest of us through mostly just sticking around in the face of their hate and abuse and persecution. He has given the rest of us the right to call BS on the charade. No, you are not better than us.
Again, BS on the charade. We have his own text saying what he thinks about Trump. This is not what he has said that he thinks about Trump in private. We know that he lied about the Dominion election machines because they were losing viewers, so they lied and they were caught and proven and had to pay almost $1 billion, and Tucker lost his job. That is facts that erode the credibility that he has in what he's saying, but more importantly even is this Pittsburgh synagogue shooting. This is in my area of Pittsburgh. I grew up nearby. I spent a lot of time there, passed by this synagogue many times. Tree of Life, Squirrel Hill. Congregation was attacked on Shabbat. Morning services, October 27, 2018. The perpetrator killed 11 people and wounded 6, including several Holocaust survivors. People that survived the Holocaust got shot in Pittsburgh. It was so for being Jewish. It was so far been the deadliest attack on the local Jewish community in American history, seconded by 2019 Jersey City shooting committed by a Black Hebrew Israelite. Those guys are tough. The perpetrator, identified as 46-year-old Robert Gregory Bowers, shot multiple times by police and arrested on the scene. Bowers had earlier posted anti-Semitic comments against HIAS, formerly Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, on the online alt-tech social network Gab. Dor Hadash had participated in HIS's National Refugee Shabbat the previous week, and they participated in a religious thing referring to Central American migrant caravans and immigrants. Bowers posted a message on Gab in which he wrote that HIS likes to bring invaders in that kill our people. I can't sit by and watch my people get slaughtered. Screw your optics, I'm going in. He was charged with 63 federal crimes, some of which were capital crimes. He pleaded not guilty. 23, he was found guilty on, again, when people commit crimes and they're found guilty, it's not a witch hunt. They're not being persecuted. They're not out to get all Republicans or all white people. They're not, this guy murdered people, shot people, because they were Jewish, and he thought that they're bringing immigrants into this country to kill us, to replace us. I think he had a longer manifesto type thing also. Sentenced to death by lethal injection. He separately faces 36 charges in Pennsylvania. Virginia Orthodox. Nothing Columbia. A lot of anti-Semitic rising tensions, U.S. midterms, rising online attacks that occurred in 2016, with the midterms being a rally point for far-right extremists to organize efforts to spread anti-Semitism online among the populace. So this is in Pittsburgh. This is spreading amongst people that I grew up with, my city. 57% rise. A lot of hate rise, including Muslims, African Americans, as reported by FBI. That is a rise in crime rate during Trump's term. Hate crimes. Doubled in thing. 2017, widely publicized United Right rally, Nazi symbol, slogan "Blood and Soil." Again, a replacement theory. Jews, should we just go right to that? Jews will not replace us. Let's keep going. Claiming George Soros was a billionaire supporting it. Do we want to go into the 3 Glocks, Colt AR-15, semi-automatic, and semi-automatic pistols? I don't want to hear all the details. 11 people were killed, including 3 on the ground level, 4 in the synagogue's basement on the day, with 2 brothers and a married couple. At least 6 others were injured, including 4 Pittsburgh police officers. 5 people were transported to Presbyterian Hospital. 4 required. 1 was treated, released, transported Mercy. 2 was taken to Allegheny General. Research specialist, 75, a dentist, an active congregant at the synagogue for more than 60 years, family physician, brothers who lived together at community home for people with disabilities. Oh, that's right, they were the greeters. These kids with disabilities, kids. That's my ableistic view. A retired couple, salesman, substitute school teacher, accountant, who was leading services at the time of the shooting, retired real estate company owner. And 2 patrol, 2 SWAT, 3 by ricocheted gunfire, another by glass. This guy's from Baldwin, not too far. According to accounts which were given by co-workers, analysis of his social media posts, his conservatism became radicalized as white nationalism. At one point, Bowers was fascinated by right-wing host Jim Quinn. I listened to Jim Quinn growing up. He was influential to me. At a later time, became part of aggressive online provocateurs of the right-wing fringe. He was deeply involved in posting comments, gab, conspiracy theories, discussed Jews were assisting evil Muslims to take over the United States, friendly to neo-Nazis, white supremacists, alt-right, Jews are the children of Satan, the Lord Jesus has come in flesh, the cover picture used by neo-Nazis, 14 words, Hell Hitler, white genocide conspiracy theory, that they're coming to kill all the whites. Diversity means chasing down the last white person. Said supporters of QAnon conspiracy theory were deluded and being tricked. So, I deny the Holocaust. often reposted. Yeah. 4 men behind the beating of DeAndre Harris. Unite the Right was later arrested. Denounce African Americans, racial slurs, lynching white women. George Soros. Target practice, which is blocks. All right, we don't have to keep hearing all about it, but this is where these ideas go to, or at least it did in that case.
No, you are not smarter than us. No, you do not deserve what you have. You probably stole it. No, you're not going to bully me into silence anymore. And I can promise you at this point, 9 days out, when Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Elon Musk and Tulsi Gabbard and pretty much every high school senior and college shorty girl in the country has come out finally say, yeah, I am for Donald Trump, actually.
Every
When the
college
entire
sorority
country
girl
has realized there is nothing
high school
embarrassing
senior.
about this. What's embarrassing is to take a perfectly great country and destroy it, as they have. I'm not ashamed. You should be. At that moment, it's going to be pretty tough for them 10 days from now to look in the eye to America with a straight face. It's going to be pretty hard to look at us and say, you know what? Kamala Harris, she got 85 million votes because she's just so impressive.
So she is impressive. A lot of people think she's impressive, at least. I think she's impressive. So maybe I'm deluded and a lot of other people are deluded, but we think she's impressive. You might not think she's impressive. Biden got how many votes? So, yeah, I mean, Kamala is going to get 80-some million votes. And some of that is going to be because she's impressive. But some of that is also going to be people that are voting against Trump. And that is much greater of a part of my thinking than it is than how impressive she is. I am definitely in support, but even more so, I'm against because of everything that Trump says and does. And so, and when you disparage her as being low IQ, Somalian, what do you say? There's no way this, immigrant woman from California could get that many votes. Yes, immigrant women from, not immigrant, she's not immigrant, but multi-ethnic parents were immigrants, which, let me just say, you're calling her Samoan, Malaysian. She's Jamaican Indian. I have been to Jamaica many times, and I think they are some of the proudest, in a good way, proudest people I know. They're super clever and creative. They're, the people that were brought there, enslaved and sold. Some of them escaped and lived in the mountains with the native Arawak Indians that never got conquered by the Spanish or the British. Only part of the empires that remained independent, at least what I was told that. But the Maroons, they were called the escaped people, and the native people, cockpit country, where the fastest people in the world come from. I mean, there's so much strength in these people, and her dad is one of the, he's a professor emeritus at Stanford. He's worked with multiple governments. He's not a capitalist, and I don't know what he is in personal life, but his teaching is on Marxism and things like that. And it's not Kamala. She's not even all that close to him, and the only thing I've ever seen from him is him criticize her for saying that she smoked weed before. Her mom is from India. Some of the strongest people in the world as well. I mean, these people are, able to accomplish so much in tough situations with beauty. I mean, they create beautiful scenes, beautiful art, including in their religion. I mean, there's problems in every country and every place in the world, but I felt so cared for, loved, appreciated by Indians in ways that is different than other people I've met. And so Kamala's mother came. She ended up becoming a researcher that had breakthroughs in cancer detection, I think. I don't think it was in treatment. Maybe it was in treatment for breast cancer. She was a pioneer. She was brilliant. Both her parents were brilliant. If Donald Trump wanted to follow through with his idea of brilliance and success is in the genes, then he would have to admit that she is all that. If he couldn't recognize it from her record, or how easily, how clearly she was able to manipulate him with her words at the debate. He was the one that was being a puppet for her to play around with. And I don't think there's any strong way to disagree with that if we look at the record, what she did, what he did, and how it affected people's perception of them both. And their actions played it out. He knew he lost, so he went to the spin room himself. That's very strange. When Biden lost, he went to a party and tried to spin right away. Trump went even further. He went right in, talking, doing interviews, trying to create his own spin. So what is Tucker saying? He's saying that there's no way that we could think that Kamala Harris would get 85 or whatever million votes. That is a setup for election to now. I've heard it from people that denied it last election. There's no way that op-ed said in this way. Do you really think that Biden got all his votes? Are you kidding me? Do you think it's possible, that he didn't even have the rallies? Well, for COVID. Well, yes, I really do think. I think, and the evidence backs it up. And it's because I'm looking at the evidence, not looking at propaganda tool of saying there's just no way that it's possible that a woman,
high school senior and college shorty girl in the country has come out
Shorty
finally
girl.
saying, yeah, I am for Donald Trump, actually. When the entire country has realized there is nothing embarrassing about this, what's embarrassing is to take a perfectly great country and destroy it, as they have. I'm not ashamed. You should be.
The country's not destroyed.
At that moment, it's going to be pretty tough for them 10 days from now to look in the eye to America with a straight face. It's going to be pretty hard to look at us and say, you know what? Kamala Harris, she got 85 million votes because she's just so impressive. As the first Samoan, Malaysian, low IQ, former California prosecutor ever to be elected president, it was just a groundswell of popular support. And anyone who thinks otherwise is just a freak or a criminal. At this stage of the game, after 9 years of listening to their lies and finding every single one of them totally false, no, it's not safe and effective, and no, she's not impressive.
Yes, it is safe and effective.
It's
Where's
very
the evidence
hard
against?
for me to believe the rest of us are going to say, you know what, Joe Scarborough, you're right. You're right. She won fair and square because she's just so impressive. I don't think so. And to me, that is liberation. It's the freedom to say what's obviously true as a free man and not a slave. And I just want to say thank you, Donald
Not
Trump,
a slave.
for that.
Not a slave. You could lie. People, you've been lying a long time. And you're not in prison for it. You got off the stage quick. let's get a little sense of some of the stuff that Tucker is supporting here.
Today, there's a chapter of the Ku Klux Klan, the modern-day Ku Klux Klan, that has come to Charlottesville and filed a permit for a protest at this park that we're standing next to, which was renamed by the city council in Charlottesville. Previously it was Jackson Park, and now it is called Justice Park. And it was part of an overarching mission that we've undertaken over the last year to finally tell the truth about race in Charlottesville. And that's put us on the radar of some really far-right groups that totally disagree with that mission about finally getting it right about the element of systemic racism and white supremacy in our history.
We're here to confront white supremacy and the KKK when they come to town, and we're here to protect one another and to protect our community. So the parks that I recently voted to be renamed, we're at Justice Park, and we want this today to be a site of real justice. People have voted to take down the statues, and we demand that that happen immediately.
I know that there's a lot of people shouting, but there's also a lot of supporters here too, you know, that believe they're here because while we're here, which is the monuments. We're tired of the government officials taking out our history. We just want it to stay.
So their history, those statues were put up, you know, in memory of the Confederacy to, you know, sort of keep that element of the hierarchy and, you know, ideology of slaves are inferior. That was a rally prior to the famous rally. The next one, Unite the Right, they came back with more numbers, and this is the night before. This is the night before part of it. So again, what is the message? I think this is the message that Tucker likes to share.
Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us!
So that's blood, white blood versus non-white blood.
Our streets! Whose streets? 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 Our streets!
You got mace? Yeah. By who?
My Connie.
Trying to figure out what's going on now. It's too late, bro. Y'all just be ready for tomorrow. Y'all couldn't have a couple people that was out here tonight. Just be ready tomorrow at least.
So this guy, the crying Nazi, as he's known, is from Keene, New Hampshire, just up the road.
Who drove how long?
He went to jail, got
12
out.
hours from our car.
And,
driving from north of the border. So.
Here.
Oh, you came down from Canadistan. If I was doing the radical agenda in Canada, I'd probably be arrested for it, right?
Yeah, well, in Canada, hurting people's feelings is basically illegal. I mean, it's not really criminal, but
unless they're white males.
So when did you get into, as you said, the racial stuff?
When Trayvon Martin case happen, you know, Michael Brown and Tamir Rice and all these different things happen. Every single case, it's some little black asshole behaving like a savage, and he gets himself in trouble. Shockingly enough, whatever problems I might have with my fellow white people, they generally are not inclined to such behavior, and you know you got to kind of take that into consideration when you're thinking about how to organize your society.
In Oklahoma City.
Okay, so exactly, you have to go back to Oklahoma City to talk about a white act of terrorism,
Elliot Roger,
right?
Dylan Roof.
Okay, so now you've managed to name 3 people, and I'm pretty sure Elliot Roger wasn't explicitly white, by the way. But the thing is, you remember the names of white bombers and mass shooters, okay? Can you tell me the name of all 19 hijackers on 9/11 off the top of your head? You can remember Dylan Roof's name. You can remember Tim
whether
McVeigh's
white
name.
people were capable of
I
violence.
didn't say capable. Of course we're capable. I'm carrying a pistol. I go to the gym all the time. I'm trying to make myself more capable of violence. I'm here to spread ideas, talk, in the hopes that somebody more capable will come along and do that. Somebody like Donald Trump who does not give his daughter to a Jew.
So Donald Trump, but like more racist.
A lot more racist than Donald Trump. I don't think that you could feel about race the way I do and watch that Kushner bastard walk around with that beautiful girl, okay?
Can you talk a little bit about the right adopting the politics or the political style of the left?
We don't have the camaraderie. We don't have the...
So this is later. The anti-protest, the anti-racist protest is when one of the neo-Nazis, drove through them.
People are hurt, but there are people on the ground being treated by the medics. There's people running up the street screaming and crying. There's many people on the side injured too. It's a really horrific sound.
Let's take it over from here.
5 in critical condition. The suspected driver, 20-year-old James Alex Fields Jr., is behind bars.
The first response from the White House came not from the president, but the First Lady. She tweeted, "Our country encourages freedom of speech, but let's communicate without hate in our hearts."
We condemn in the strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence on many sides.
On many sides.
On many sides.
Senator Ted Cruz put out his own statement.
So, equating the neo-Nazis, Jews will not replace us, with, and there is the people reporting it from the inside circle of his that they try to get him to only focus on condemning the neo-Nazis, but he said, no, these are my people. And they are on his side. By other people, Ted Cruz
calling the attack a grotesque act of domestic terrorism. Senator John McCain tweeted, "White supremacists aren't patriots, they're traitors."
Racism is evil, and those who cause violence in its name are criminals and thugs. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly.
There's no
now, in the other group
evidence
also,
about
you had
all
some
the
fine
others.
people, but you also had troublemakers. I think if we continue to create jobs at levels that I'm creating jobs, I think
No more
that's going
problems.
to have a tremendously positive.
No more problems. No more problems. All you just need is jobs. So let's hear a little bit more how Trump responded to.
But we're closely following the terrible events unfolding in Charlottesville, Virginia. We condemn in the strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence on many sides. On many sides. It's been going on for a long time in our country. Not Donald Trump, not Barack Obama. It's been going on for a long, long time. It is no place in America.
You're putting what you're calling the alt-left and white supremacists on the same moral plane.
I'm not putting anybody on a moral plane. What I'm saying is this. You had a group on one side and you had a group on the other, and they came at each other with clubs, and it was vicious, and it was horrible, and it was a horrible thing to watch. But there is another side. There was a group on this side, you can call them the left, you've just called them the left, that came violently attacking the other group. So you can say what you want, but that's...
Trump is obviously pretty mad here. Is he mad about the violence and the hate? Or is he mad that people are criticizing him and saying that he said something wrong?
It's the way it is.
From both sides, too. You said there was hatred, there was violence on both sides.
Well, I do think there's blame. Yes, I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both sides. I think there's blame on both sides, and I have no doubt about it, and you don't have any doubt about it either. And if you reported it accurately, you would say.
Kill the person. Heather hired
Charlottesville. They showed up in Charlottesville.
Excuse me.
To protest.
Excuse me. They didn't put themselves down as you, and you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
On both sides,
You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name. No, George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down, excuse me, are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now, are we going to take down his statue? So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history. You're changing culture. And you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people...
The people that are neo-Nazis and white supremacists are the ones that are saying to the media, you're changing history, you're changing culture.
That group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly.
The press
now,
has treated
in
them
the other group
for being
also,
in that group.
You had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers, and you see them come with the black outfits and with the helmets and with the baseball bats. You had a lot of bad people in the other group too.
I'm sorry, I just didn't understand what you were saying. You were saying the press has treated white nationalists unfairly?
No.
I just didn't understand what you were saying.
No. There were people in that rally, and I looked the night before. If you look, there were people
with the tiki
protesting
torches.
Very quietly the taking down of the statue of Robert E. Lee. I'm sure in that group there were some bad ones. The following day, it looked like they had some rough, bad people, neo-Nazis, white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. But you had a lot of people in that group that were there to innocently protest and very legally protest because, you know, I don't know if you know, they had a permit. The other group didn't have a permit. So I only tell you this. There are two sides to a story. I thought what took place was a horrible moment for our country, a horrible moment. But there are two sides to the country. Does anybody have a final? Does anybody have? You have an infrastructure.
What makes you think you get an infrastructure bill? You didn't get health care.
Well, you know, I'll tell you, we came very close with health care. Unfortunately, John McCain decided to vote against it at the last minute. You'll have to ask John McCain why he did that. But we came very close to health care. We will end up getting health care, but we'll get the infrastructure. And actually, infrastructure is something that I think we'll have bipartisan support on. I actually think Democrats will go along with the infrastructure.
Obviously, infrastructure never happened under Trump. It did happen under Biden. So, yeah, the Democrats were willing, but he was unable or unwilling. This isn't exactly with that whole thing, but along the same lines, the demonizing and, you know, saying immigrants are coming this is Lee Greenwood doing a concert in Oregon not too long ago.
Patriot is somebody who loves their country unconditionally. No matter who you are in this United States, the only thing we hope for is that we can stop illegal immigration, because the people that are coming through to kill you. We don't know who they are. Certainly, if we can do that, all the rest will work out. In 1983, actually in 1981, I joined the Lakewood MCA with Reba McIntyre.
Okay. Immigrants are coming to kill you. Jews will not replace us. And we're the peaceful ones. We're the innocently protesting. I don't know how much I could take. Especially this guy. Jeez.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage professional wrestler Hulk Hogan.
I am a real American. Fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American. Fight for what's right. Fight for your life. When it comes crashing down and it hurts inside, you gotta take the stand. It don't hurt to hide. If you hurt my friends and you hurt my pride, I gotta be there. I can't inside. I am a real American.
This is something I loved from Hulk Hogan as a kid. Seeing him do it as this old man. He's having a hard time. Having a hard time. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. And there's a shirt on me. All right. It's like I don't know how much we want to hear of Hulk here. But like many people in this whole circle of speakers, is he's been accused of domestic abuse, making racist comments, and lots of other stuff.
The energy of all these trouble maniacs is the most powerful force in the universe. And today, this is Donald Trump's house, brother. You know something, Trump maniacs? I don't see no stinking Nazis in here. I don't see no stinking domestic terrorists in here. The only thing I see in here are a bunch of hard-working men and women that are real Americans, brother. You know, when I hear my president and our president, Donald Trump, speak, he sounds for real, brother. He sounds like he has a heart of gold that's all with USA. But when I hear Kamala speak, it sounds like a script from Hollywood with a really, really bad actress.
Spitui.
You know, Kamala is responsible for the border crisis. And Kamala is also responsible for inflation. And then you know something? She acts like she's the victim. And then all of a sudden, she flips, she flops, she spins and turns it around and acts like she's gonna be the damn hero. But we all know Trump is the only man that can fix this country today. And with Trump as our commander-in-chief, peace through strength will fix all the problems in the Middle East. You know, I've been coming to this building month after month after month, and I've seen sold-out crowds over and over again for over 40 years. And for 40 years, I've always asked the question, what you gonna do? Over and over and over again, what you gonna do? Well, today, after feeling the energy in this building, I finally got the answer. And the answer is, vote for Trump.
I can't believe he's wearing his glasses.
So now, I got a couple of questions for you. What you gonna do about the border invasion? What you gonna do about inflation? What you gonna do about keeping America safe, brother? And what you gonna do about putting God in our homes, in our country, and our schools? So I guess we're all on the same page. So I got one final question for you. What you gonna do, and who's gonna make America great again? God bless Donald Trump. He's our next president.
All right. I think he does his dance.
I am a real American, fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American, fight for what's right, fight for your life.
All right. From one crazy to another crazy. I feel like I need to point out, that synagogue guy said the QAnon people are crazy, and yet Trump is embracing QAnon as well. And it's all wrapped up in this, so might as well know about it.
Republican Senate candidate there, J.D. Vance. And Trump has given hundreds of rallies. This one
there you go.
In Youngstown, Ohio. It was in support of the Republican Senate candidate there, J.D. Vance. And Trump has given hundreds of rallies. This one was a bit different. You might have already seen this footage already. Take a listen.
It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and it is hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will stand up to the radical left lunatics and rhinos, and we will fight for America like no one has ever fought before.
Hybrid of a salute, altar call, kind of. Obviously, the video is creepy, weird, unnerving. It is worth taking some time to explain why, though.
We begin tonight with
right before our eyes, the de facto leader of one of two major political parties. We've got two parties. One of them is led by that man right now. And he is embracing fully a violent authoritarian cult mythology. It's one that explicitly imagines its political foes being killed. You see, the song playing in the background of that rally is not mere mute music. It sounds identical to a song that has been adopted as something of an anthem by supporters of the QAnon conspiracy theory. If you go online, the song is known by an acronym, which is also very common in the QAnon world, which stands for Where We Go One, We Go All. That's a slogan that comes up a lot in QAnon world. The folks holding up a single finger in a kind of salute have been interpreted by some as referencing the one in that title, thus signaling their support for QAnon. And this is the most explicit Trump has been in his embrace of QAnon. I mean, of course, he's winked at its supporters for years. He praised QAnon believers during a press conference back in fall of 2020.
During the pandemic, the QAnon movement appears to be gaining a lot of followers. Can you talk about what you think about that and what you have to say to people who are following this movement right now?
Well, I don't know much about the movement other than I understand they like me very much, which I appreciate. But I don't know much about the movement. I have heard that it is gaining in popularity. I've heard these are people that love our country and they just don't like seeing it. So I don't know really anything about it other than they do supposedly like me.
At the crux of the theory is this belief that you are secretly saving the world from this satanic cult of pedophiles and cannibals. Does that sound like something you are behind?
Well, I haven't heard that, but is that supposed to be a bad thing or a good thing? If I can help save the world from problems, I'm willing to do it.
So that was the sort of standard, having it both ways, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, doesn't sound so bad. And, this was kind of part of the pattern. He very deliberately refused to condemn QAnon during an NBC News town hall just weeks before the 2020 election.
Let me ask you about QAnon. It is this theory that Democrats are a satanic pedophile ring and that you are the savior of that. Now, can you just once and for all state that that is completely not true and that disavow QAnon in its entirety?
What do you think he's going to do? I know nothing.
I just told you.
I know very little. You told me, but what you tell me doesn't
He
necessarily
knows about
make
it. He's
fact.
been told about it.
That.
He's playing
I know
into
nothing
it.
about it. I do know they are very much against pedophilia. They fight it very hard, but I know nothing about it.
They believe it is a satanic cult run by the deep
study
state.
The subject. I'll tell you what I do know about. I know about Antifa.
So, of course, Trump is running against the deep state now and has been, and so it plays right into that, and he encourages that way of thinking, and just the craziness of Trump being a person who has been a sexual predator of children, young people, going in changing rooms, telling them he's going to be dating them, possibly evidence from Epstein that he was having sex with kids, and obviously a lifetime of uncontrolled sex with as many young women as he can. So for him to be a person that would be standing up to it when he's never repented of it.
And I know about the radical left.
Now, you can see how that went, right? So at the time, some folks chalked that up to Trump's refusal to denounce anyone who supported his presidency, which makes sense, right? If someone says to Donald Trump, like, there's this cult of people that believe you're the savior of all mankind. Like, what's he going to say? I don't like that? Okay, that was the past.
I would.
But something's changed in the last few weeks.
That's crazy.
Really changed. His embrace of this movement, of this cult, has become much more deliberate, much more explicit. Trump frequently uses his off-brand Twitter platform, sort of knockoff Twitter platform, to repost memes and other posts that are just explicitly QAnon, including that slogan I referenced above. One significant one was this one recently. This included this meme captioned, "The storm is coming."
Yeah, so Trump posted
Maybe
had the
seemingly
Q on his
innocuous
shirt.
phrase is actually a real dog whistle for something very dark. Although, again, to explain all this requires to give a little context to QAnon. Now, we have, of course, referenced and covered this conspiracy on the show in the past. You can't cover politics without bumping into it, the folks who were at January 6th. We tend to not go into the specifics quite deliberately because it's delusional stuff. But QAnon's not a harmless conspiracy theory. There's all sorts of people who believe all sorts of stuff. It's not like people think the Earth is flat or
shaman,
the moon landing.
shaman.
It's an explicitly violent mythos,
and
very kind of religion-like.
One of my
its
childhood
sort of
best
main
friends
tenet.
was a big Q
It lacks
believer.
one coherent ideology, but it's based on a number of posts that originated based on a number of posts of an anonymous message board online, early days of the Trump administration. And this anonymous poster on this forum was pretending to be a high-level government official with Q-level top secret clearance. That's hence the name. And the adherents of this conspiracy theory generally believe some variation of the following. The government and media are secretly controlled by a cabal of Satan-worshipping pedophiles who run an underground, worldwide child sex trafficking ring. They may or may not harvest the blood from children during secret rituals. The so-called deep state is covering up for that cabal. And, this is all familiar stuff, right? The Rothschilds and that kind of Masons and all that stuff. And in this mythos, Donald Trump is the only one who could stop them. And there's this kind of eschatology, if you will, to this, a judgment day, right? The judgment day, the moment of reckoning, is called the storm. And it's on that day when Trump will round up his enemies to try them for their supposed crimes and then publicly execute them. So that's what they're all waiting for, hoping for. That's deliverance. A deliberate, explicit call for the murder of Trump's perceived enemies. I mean, I guess they get a show trial first. And this kind of dark delusion has already led to some really dark stuff. Criminal, sometimes violent behavior. In 2018, an Arizona man blocked the Hoover Dam with an armored truck full of weapons in order to bring attention to QAnon claims. Last year, a California man who, according to the FBI, claimed to be, quote, enlightened by QAnon, murdered his 2 young children after coming to believe they were tied to the conspiracy. Just last week, a Michigan man fatally shot his wife and injured his own daughter after, according to his family, becoming enthralled by QAnon, going down the rabbit hole, so to speak. That alone should be enough to say the conspiracy is dangerous, and the beliefs are vile. They're not the kind of thing you want to flirt with publicly. But Donald Trump's not the only prominent conservative to promote QAnon and its adjacent beliefs. And when you see the people at that rally, you understand that, like, there's a lot of people out there who believe this.
Yeah. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Here's one that sticks with me. According to text messages sent to Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows after the 2020 election, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas Ginny, a prominent conservative activist, believed that Joe Biden, his associates, and members of the media, quote, are being arrested and detained for ballot fraud right now. And over the coming days, will be living in barges off Guantanamo Bay to face military tribunals for sedition. Now, that's a deeply disturbing delusion. And also, what?
Meadows turned over.
But it
his
only makes
text
sense in the context of the
when it
QAnon
is.
vision of MAGA Judgment Day. That's what it would look like. And again, this wasn't just some rando on the internet. The wife of a sitting Supreme Court justice who was in text contact with the chief of staff of the President of the United States in the days following the election and before he led a coup against our government. Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia explicitly praised QAnon before winning elected office. Last year, Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut made this point in a hearing with FBI Director Christopher Wray that public figures embracing this violent conspiracy theory pose a real threat to the country.
I would like to ask you whether the threat posed by QAnon, and as you well know, adherents of QAnon were among the rioters, very prominently, who stormed the Capitol, whether the continuing threat is worsened when prominent elected officials, including members of Congress, endorse the QAnon theory.
Well, certainly we are concerned about the QAnon phenomenon, which we view as a sort of loose sort of set of conspiracy theories, and we've certainly seen domestic violent extremists of the sort that you're describing who cite that as part of their motivation. Obviously, the folks who engage in this kind of violence draw inspiration from a variety of sources, and we're concerned about any source that stimulates or motivates violent extremism.
So, I mentioned I had a lot of contacts that were involved in this, but especially my childhood best friend. And they really believe this. So it's, in my mind, important to know as much about it and how it's influencing people and overlapping with Christianity and so forth. Actually, let me throw up real quick. This is from intelligence, DHS. Some domestic violence extremists are calling, preparing for civil war, raising risk of anti-government motivated violence. So this is just recently that was published. So what they're seeing online and through their informants, I guess, interpret a potential U.S. civil war differently based on mobilization timelines, targets. So anyway, just to say that there is people that are looking for this. I don't read everything right now, but actually I liked it when it was on their website better. I guess they downloaded it. But here's more about QAnon.
That there is a cabal of pedophiles, including prominent Democrats and media elites, running the world, drinking the blood of babies. And only Donald Trump can stop them. They also believe that JFK Jr. is leading their resistance movement against the baby-eating hordes, despite the fact that he's been dead for more than 20 years. That bonkers idea, which used to be relegated to the darkest corners of the internet, has now become mainstream
and he's sort of like this semi-celebrity.
Republican Party. They even got some Congress members in the faith. That was evidenced this weekend at a rally in Youngstown, Ohio, where after years of playing footsie with the conspiracy theory, Donald Trump gave a full-throated embrace, specifically during this disturbing and just downright creepy moment.
A Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting irregularities and fraud. And we have a president who is cognitively impaired and in no condition to lead our country, which may end up in World War III.
in that clip where he's speaking like coming is shorthand for something really dark that he's not saying out loud. This is a way for him to point to violence without explicitly calling for it. He is the prince of plausible deniability. In fact, just last week, Trump told conservative radio host Hugh Hewitt that if he is indicted over his theft and mishandling of classified documents, the nation would face, quote, problems in this country the likes of which perhaps we've never seen before. Meanwhile, Republicans are silent because even though he's not in office, Trump and Trumpism have metastasized throughout the Republican Party like a cancer.
So he was indicted.
So much so that Republicans running for office this November are taking a page directly out of his playbook. The Washington Post reports that out of 19 of the most closely watched statewide races in the country, a dozen Republican candidates have declined to say whether they would accept the results of the elections that they are competing in. Joining me now is Will Bunch, syndicated columnist for the Philadelphia Inquirer and author of After the Ivory Tower Falls, and David Korn, Washington bureau chief for Mother Jones and author of the new book, American Psychosis. Thank you both for being here. And Will, since you're at a disadvantage of not being sitting here at the desk with us, I'm going to... People like Greg Abbott, you have like Terry Demonstrano, who is a Christian.
People that have embraced it. Well, I mentioned Pizzagate. So this is a QAnon tragedy. The Democrat copying Senator Wiener's personal email jump desk that came here. The Spearfish attack with leaks published some but message. Other conspiracy theory connected to it. Considered a predecessor to QAnon, generated another offshoot conspiracy theory, fossil trip. I don't want to read everything. So this idea of control use, and Hillary Clinton, she's a go wars, carried it very times, which is a crazy cult, and it turned into a lot of harassment of the owners of this pizza shop all the time, and then the guy coming criminal, trying to investigate it, came with a gun, pleaded guilty, paid a fine, and sentenced 4 years. Apologized. There's another making threatening phone call. So in England there's a Pizzagate, so it spread. It's after the arson attack. So yeah. Okay. It keeps going. Oh yeah, Michael Flynn, Trump Circuit and National Security Advisor, posted multiple tweets. So I don't know if we get to talk about Michael Flynn, who Trump pardoned for lying to FBI about his relationship with Putin, Russia. He very much has gone into QAnon and all these different things as well. Having like revival Christian meetings. I'm going into like all of this stuff because there is nothing like it. Bush was a very vocal Christian, and he had an attorney general that was very vocal Christian. I knew people that would do his Bible study with him, and he led in a very Christian kind of way in terms of things he prioritized and valued. But he wasn't having any rallies and having crazy ideas that are lies and demonizing. He like did his job as Attorney General. There's no other time that we had so much crazy all around, and for Trump to embrace it and elevate it, to the people that broke into the Capitol, a lot of QAnon people, global spread, so it's crazier and crazier. We want to do QAnon, just want to do some updates. This is how you find out news better than X or anything like that. It's Pizzagate, according to 4chan, previous and on September 11th, Clinton Foundation, Princess Diana, the origin spread. Let's see, mainstream. Where are you at? Well, it's getting long. Oh yeah, holy crap. That's a QAnon Wikipedia page. I haven't gone on it. Oh crap. Return, so QAnon was brought back by Elon. Way to go. Well, defended the QAnon shaman, the guy with the horns and the prayer, calling him to be freed, documented a surge of QAnon in May. This is May of this year, and it's having a resurgence. Son of Freedom, Epstein didn't kill himself. Oh, crap. So even though I don't think of it much at the moment, QAnon's probably pretty big. He drops. Okay. So these are any, yeah, that's enough. That's enough of that crazy. We can listen to Dr. Phil or show you that this is who this guy is. Yeah, top 10 shocking.
Dr. Phil can certainly entertain, but it's also incredibly shady. Welcome to Ms. Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 behind-the-scenes Dr. Phil scandals. For this list, we're looking at the biggest scandals that plagued the production of Dr. Phil's self-titled talk show.
And you turn us into a giant circus. So, what was next to you?
Number 10, locking employees in a meeting. By the sounds of this story, the Dr. Phil office is not the greatest place in the world to work. A former employee named Leah Rothman sued Dr. Phil in 2016 for false imprisonment and wrongful termination. According to her, Dr. Phil grew so enraged after someone allegedly leaked information to the press that he locked employees in a meeting, screamed profanities at them, and threatened them by saying, quote, "If you f with me, I'll f with you." Rothman subsequently went to HR to discuss the issue, only for them to side with Dr. Phil. According to Rothman, she was, quote, forced to quit her job, eventually leading to the 2016 lawsuit. Number 9, chasing guests. Now, we don't mean that Dr. Phil literally chases guests around the set. In this case, chasing refers to allegations that Dr. Phil and his producers scour the internet for the most tragic and attention-grabbing stories. This can reportedly involve manipulating guests and their families, persuading troubled people to appear on the show, and exploiting mental illness for ratings and profit, which we will certainly get into later. Dr. Jeff Sugar, an assistant professor of clinical psychiatry at the University of Southern California, calls his tactics, quote, callous and inexcusable. According to him, quote, Dr. Phil shows us that there is no depth below which he will not sink to improve his ratings.
Every time you bring guests on the show, you exploit them and spread whatever problems they have to the whole world. You think that's helping them?
Yeah, keep telling yourself that. You can go.
Number 8, shady weight loss program. Turns Dr. Phil is a modern-day huckster. Beginning in 2003, Phil released a shady and unscientific weight loss program whose supplements cost $120
Pills are not regulated.
This included the usual things like shakes and energy bars, and depended on by Phil's own family members. When the testimonials are from the creator's family, you know something's fishy. The program was immediately pegged by experts as being total nonsense, and it was shelved in response to an investigation by the Federal Trade Commission. Phil was later sued by those who bought his products, and he settled a class action lawsuit for $10.5 million. Number 7, criticism of his methods. Experts were quick to point out that Phil is not a physician in response to his weight loss program. Turns out many of his colleagues don't consider him much of a psychologist either, describing his methods as simplistic and ineffective. We mentioned that Dr. Jeff Sugar isn't a fan, but neither is the National Alliance on Mental Illness, who has called his therapy, quote, unethical and, quote, incredibly irresponsible. They've accused him of, quote, a breach of professional ethics by making bold assessments without proper evaluation, insinuating that a problematic child showed tendencies of a serial killer such as Jeffrey Dahmer. Needless to say, Nani was not happy about that particular diagnosis. Number 6, he doesn't have a license to practice psychology. For those of you who look to Dr. Phil for psychological advice, just remember that his very status as a psychologist has been brought into question. In 2006, Phil surrendered his psychology license in Texas following numerous controversies and ethical malpractices. This includes an ethics charge by the Texas State Board of Examiners of Psychiatrists in 1988 after Phil hired a former patient in a part-time capacity. He does not currently hold a license. Practicing psychology without a license is a felony.
One thing I've noticed is that
gets around this with
licensed psychologists and psychiatrists
are merely getting
have been adding quite a few acronyms at the end of their names.
The Calpo lawsuit. In 2005, a recent high school graduate, Natalie Holland, went missing in her The last people to see her alive were local residents Yoran Vandersloot and brothers Deepak and Satish Calpo.
Despite being arrested on suspicion, the Cowbell brothers were never charged with a crime due to a lack of evidence. The brothers later sued for defamation, stating that their segment, quote, was manipulated and later broadcast as being accurate. Specifically, the show had used a hidden camera interview edited to change their responses. The case was later dismissed only 1 week before the trial was to begin. To this day, Holloway's disappearance remains unsolved, and she was declared legally dead in absentia in 2012.
After the video.
Number 4, bailing a criminal out of jail. This is a fantastic example of the show chasing guests. Back in 2008, a producer for the show bailed teenager Mercedes Nichols out of jail for $30,000. Nichols was 8 teenagers who had been arrested after meeting another teenager and filming the altercation. The teens were facing charges of misdemeanor battery, kidnapping, and witness tampering. However, the show decided to drop Nichols from the program following a public outcry. According to the show's spokeswoman, quote, certain staff members went beyond the show's guidelines in bailing a criminal out of jail. They also stated that the employees were spoken to and the show's guidelines were reiterated. So nothing really happened then? Number 3, exploiting celebrities and mental illness. Dr. Phil has been criticized on numerous occasions regarding coaching legal celebrities. When Britney Spears admitted to Cedar Sinai Medical Center, Dr. Phil showed up at her room. According to him, her family had asked him to intervene, but Britney was not on board, and after Dr. Phil issued public statements about her family against him too.
The bottom line here is that Dr. Phil no longer has a license to practice psychology because he elected to retire his license. So he has no legal or ethically to maintain confidentiality in any event.
He was accused of trying to exploit a patient and locked plans to take a show the following week. Almost a decade later, he interviewed a pretty well-shown ball. Many people felt the interview was highly inappropriate, with both Rome Barrow and Vivian Kubrick, daughter of Stanley Kubrick, calling Phil's conduct cruel, shameless, and exploitative. Number 2, allegedly enabling addicts. Addicts looking for help are Dr. Phil's bread and butter. According to reports, the show sometimes enables. In 2017, a saving George Brook's dad and the Boston Globe revealed that numerous guests have complained of being enabled. One guest, an alcoholic named Todd Herzog, stated that he arrived sober only to be provided vodka and Xanax backstage.
Not even almost okay.
No.
You know who I am?
Yeah, of course I know who you are.
And guest Caitlin was pregnant at the time, going through heroin withdrawals.
Inside, that baby is high on heroin.
She's not high. After Caitlin's mother sought help, a producer allegedly put Caitlin to Skid Row so she could acquire heroin. Caitlin's mother was later reprimanded by Phil for enabling her daughter. Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notifications.
That sounds like that.
You have the option to be notified
Girls,
or
whatever it is that you did.
switch on notifications.
Exploiting
Number
people.
1, he's been sued a lot.
He
Touched on a
still
few of
exploits
Phil's legal
people.
woes, but believe it or not, there are many more. Perhaps the most bizarre lawsuit came from Shirley McDue, who claimed that Phil held her captive, brainwashed her, forced her to be a room with a naked man, and touched her breast. In 2011, Phil and his wife were sued by the French janitors after their dog attacked and injured her. He was also sued for defamation by memorabilia dealer Tom Riccio after promotion for the show described him as the ringleader in crime and showed him apparently agreeing with the host to use an edited footage. Do you agree with our picks? Check out this other recent clip from his video, and be sure to subscribe to the latest videos.
Alright, so that's the guy. After the Hulk and Tucker that Trump has speaking at his rally.
I stand up when the flag goes by. I put my hand on my heart when they play the national anthem. And I'm so proud to see so many people take time out of their day to come out here and stand up for this country. And strangely enough, I'm not here just to stand up for Donald J. Trump. Bush doesn't need me to stand up for him. He's got boots. He's got lots of these different groups that are shared, and between them, they have impeached him, indicted him, raided him, shot him, and sued him.
Who shot him?
He is still standing. He just keeps on coming because he loves his country too.
Oops, that's all I wanted.
I can be honest and say, I can agree everything. I can say, oh, agree everything that Trump does. I mean, come on. Nobody agrees with everything except somebody else does. Like, no human is perfect. We don't strive for perfection, we strive for excellence. But you don't have to love everything about someone in order to love them. And the last thing he needs is some celebrity endorsement. What the hell? I know a celebrity with. And celebrities don't know so,
why are you there? Trump loves celebrity endorsements.
Oh, everything so, why am I here? Well, I'll tell you why I'm here. I'm here to talk to and stand up for the people who have declared their support for Donald J. Trump, or they got found out, or they want to do what they're doing today. Because you have to know countries that have people around Donald J. Trump, they can't intimidate like student fire about it. And you know what I mean? It's short that up being bullied. And now we're talking about something I know a hell of a lot of. Never in my wheelhouse. And bullying, when you seek to harm somebody, you seek to intimidate, coerce, cause distress, fear, risk to their well-being, and it can be physical, verbal, relational, or cyberbullying. And it's always wrong. You say, my friend, it's always wrong. You bully somebody. And that's what critically when you hear this. It's probably because the people have to bounce power. And I told him, he's better than us. I told him, it's so hard. It's whoever he talks to, they are my fault. They got to be like this. They're saying everything else. He's just bad. And the same thing's true. When they're terror, all him bad, him, is that really? It's like, it's about he doesn't bounce around. It's just like, when he tries to me, that's it. And he's paranoid. He's mom now. He was like, this beyond it. And what's happening in this country right now, that's not okay. And that's taking an opportunity.
Oh, yes.
This country with hard work,
Griff.
on equal outcome. Not the so hard work. It's to hard work. And let me so out. I was with my wife of it. And I was complaining about it. And spin on supposedly news. And I was listening to all this media spin thing. But I don't even ask you what you want the media to do something about it. Just give your reason the world combined. Why don't you do something about it? Well, she was right. And that's why I launched the network, because we want people to think for themselves. You guys aren't dumb. You don't need to be told what to think. You just need the facts. And you're here because you have facts, right? You're here because you recognize the legacy media and its answers and give you a truth. And when they start getting there, they lost their moral.
But legacy was the boss, right? The main media legacy.
Did you read anything or hear anything in the media criticizing it? No. But you watch what happens tomorrow morning when people find out I came here to talk to you.
I don't think I heard anything about him. I think we heard a lot of stuff. I don't know anything. We haven't heard anything about you, actually.
Oh, your job is like you. For all our government has said we'll pass no laws to end on our freedoms of religion and speech. So that's law, but we're muzzling each other. What is going on? We have a law that protects free speech, so we start taking it away from each other? Are you kidding me? We can't allow that to happen. We cannot encourage it. And let me tell you something about bullying. Bullies are bad, right? Let me tell you what else is bad. Bystanders. If you are a bystander, if you are watching somebody get picked on, if you're watching somebody get bullied, and you don't do anything about it, you're just as guilty as a bully that's doing the bullying.
That's why I'm here. I'm a bystander, and I'm saying the same.
I have talked to so many children in schools that tell me the worst feeling they've ever had is being bullied and feeling alone and abandoned when they are picked on and intimidated, when they wish even one person, even one other kid would step up and say, hey, come sit with me at lunch. Don't sit in a stall in the bathroom and cry your way through lunch and eat alone. We're not going to let you be alone. And it's the same thing with adults. Adults don't want to be cut out of the herd and be like alone. Number one need was acceptance. Number one area is rejection and bullying. On that. We must find out for you. We must be critical. When you see somebody being picked on, then you got to be willing to step up and say, hey, I'm with you. Don't let that happen. You got to know why you're strong on issues. You got to know why you're strong on safety and family care for men and women and law and order and your core values. Where you're educated in our military. Know why you're being bullied. Don't be a bystander. You can't let it happen. We say America, that's all you got to push all that. You got to stand those that have targets about.
But man, yeah, he's persuasive, and yet that's why it's probably really good to watch his top 10 scandal or shocking moments, because that's what he really is. What he's saying gives you an image that isn't true about who he is, what he really thinks.
There's only one of the 4 days in our history was 9/12/2001, not 9/11. We all know what happened on 9/11. Well, it was 4 days 9/12, because on 9/12 we all woke up and we were all Americans on 9/12. If you were American on 9/12, stand up right now. You were American on 9/12, stand up right now. That's who we are. That's who we are. And the difference between winners and losers is winners do the losers don't want to do.
Isn't that so much better?
Help on who want to vote.
Get
No
people up on their feet.
one should be alone. No one should be independent. No one should have their business like If you know somebody's getting a business behind, you should give them insurance that business still.
Well,
someone advertising your business. You should know the rest of your life making sure that advertisers boycott until I do the right thing. You need to let people know this is over. We're going to unify this country. We're going to not be intimidated. We're going to go out and lead by example. Let's quit complaining about what it is and doing something about it. If your neighbor wants to vote the other way, say fine. Go vote the other way. I'll love you anyway. Let's lead by example. If they want to do it, they'll do it. Love it anyway. But as for you,
anyway, all right.
I don't want you to just listen and say, nice talk, Dr. Bill. I want you to march in your life. I want you to march with your beliefs. I want you to not be intimidated. Don't be shocked. Don't just take 5 people with you. Like I said, the difference between winners and losers is there's 2 things they go do. And what they do is they take action toward known outcomes. They deal with truth, they set goals, and they go out with passion. And it's time for us to bring it home. It's time for us to bring it home. It's time for us to be winners. Winners, winners, winners. I started by telling you I love this country. I love this country, and I love you for this country. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
He's going to be the soft.
And before I leave, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next Vice President of the United States, Senator J.D. Vance.
The soft right-wing news source.
Well, it is an honor here with all of you at Madison Square Garden. Think about the World History. America is supposed to celebrate heroes of the history inside California. This free stand is baseball time. Muhammad Ali faced Joe Frazier in fight history. It's where the king Elvis Presley played for 8,000 screaming fans. It's where the immortal Kobe Penny Iron Chicken led Hulkamania run wild. And now, the eve of the most important election in our history, the greatest champion of them all, Donald Trump, has come out square.
Great champion. Why is it always
now,
this?
in just 8 short days, we're going to turn the United States President Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States. Now, my friend, I've got the easiest job in American politics. Think about this. All I got to do is like what life was like when Donald J. Trump was President of the United States. We had peace. We had prosperity. Take-home pay was running the fastest it had in 40 years. Inflation was 1.5%, the lowest in a generation. Gas and groceries were affordable. And when Donald Trump was president, we had them secure more in the history of the country. Then Donald Trump was in short days.
Right?
I'm going to be surprised a little bit the folks who are going to black person. They're talking, they're also going to go bad. No. Well, let's compare with their tools. He's got the history of American politics. He got against the You won't get out of that.
What?
Our friend wants to convince the American people that Kamala Harris is going to somehow fix the very problems she's been creating over the last 1.5 years. He got to pretend that Kamala Harris didn't open up some war and let billions of illegal incidents that we know she did. He got to pretend that Kamala Harris didn't pass the vote on $1 trillion in new spending, which created the worst war bills in the history. He got to pretend that Kamala Harris has ideas that are out of America. Now, if you'll bring them, and I mentioned a lot of them, please say pretend walls because it's going to be impossible. Kamala Harris acts like she's going to change when she's been this for 4 years. She said she fixed everything. Kamala, it won, 1,400 days ago. What the hell you been doing at time? Now, my favorite Kamala Harris is that we tell you her specifics. I'll make life more affordable, groceries cheaper. Say, well, I'd rather do the last thing. Because Kamala Harris, how are we going to close down the border? Because for 4 years you've left it wide open. You say, well, I've been happy for a lot of work. Let's prove that. Anyway, the same Kamala.
All right, so Paul speaker, full throated. Let's hear a little bit of who JD once was. Whoops.
Right, I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, wasn't always a MAGA advocate. Back in 2016, Trump. There is definitely an element of that. J.D. Vance wasn't always a MAGA advocate. Back in 2016, Vance was an outspoken critic of then candidate Trump. There is definitely an element of Donald Trump's support that has its basis in racism or xenophobia. I don't know who I'm going to vote for. I'm definitely not going to vote for Trump because I think that he's projecting very complex problems on simple villains. But Vance predicted a Trump loss. Those are the lists for people who think like I do, that, look, we told you so. To all these white working class voters, we told you so. We told you that Trump was going to be our candidate. We told you that you were an idiot if you voted for him. And in now deleted tweets, J.D. Vance called Trump reprehensible. Fellow Christians, everyone is watching us when we apologize for this man. Lord help us, Vance wrote. Privately, Vance was even more critical, messaging a friend that Trump could be, quote, America's Hitler. But fast forward a few years later, when Vance ran for Senate in Ohio as a Republican, that's when he unveiled a new persona, Trump defender.
Are we having a good time? It's a great day the president back in Ohio.
I did change my mind about Donald Trump. He's been the greatest president of my life. I have absolutely got to thank the 45th, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, he wanted to write a story that this campaign would be the death of Donald Trump's America First agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, it ain't the death of the agenda. Vance's MAGA pivot resulted in him winning a seat in the Senate.
And we won big.
And now plays alongside Donald Trump on the 2024 Republican ticket.
And there's more that came from, but I got it. Vance talking straightforwardly and Vance spinning.
Harris didn't answer the question. You didn't actually tell the American people how you're going to fix what you wrote. Like, I'll be honest with you, even though that Donald's answer, I'm not sure she ever Donald. And I think our president, Donald J. Trump, is probably working with Kamala Harris as.
There's no reason why she did work other than just
now, I will say one thing in Kamala Harris's defense. She does one thing very well. Look at this. You guys, you already so far, but I will say this, everyone shows picks up 100,000 votes. Now, we're, of course, in one of the proudest big cities in the United States of America. So you know the problem with a softball interview is that you've got to be able to hit a softball still. And that's the problem with Kamala Harris is I don't think that she can hit a T-ball based on what we've seen over the last couple of weeks. When she was asked what she would do differently compared to Joe Biden, she said, nothing comes to mind. She's running on how she's going to be different, but she couldn't name a single thing that she would do differently than Joe Biden. Now, I will say, that could be the Kamala Harris official campaign slogan. Kamala Harris, nothing comes to mind. The other day, CNN asked if she had made any mistakes as vice president. And here's what she actually said, and I'm quoting word for word. She said, in my role as vice president, I probably worked very hard at making sure that I am well versed on issues, and I think that's very important. It's a mistake not to be versed on an issue and be able to answer a question. Now, I have no idea what any of that means, and frankly, neither do any of you. That's what else she says. Now, she may not be able to name any mistakes, but the American people sure can. And 9 days from now, we're going to tell Kamala Harris, you're fired, go to San Francisco, leave alone, get down to the White House. Now, together, Donald J. Trump and all of us as part of this movement are going to unleash a golden age of American prosperity. We're going to make life affordable again in the United States of America. We're going to put the American dream of homeownership within reach for millions of American young people. We're going to secure our border and we're going to keep our families safe. We're going to protect your right of free speech and religious liberty. And we're going to do it all thanks to the leadership of one man. We have to remember that one man, Donald J. Trump, 8 years ago, he had everything. He had fame, he had fortune, he had family, he had friends. But he gave up the easy life to save the United States of America. When they couldn't get him, they tried to bankrupt him. When that didn't work, they tried to impeach him. When that didn't work, they tried to put him in the middle of prison. And when that didn't work, they even tried to kill him. But sure, the American flag still waves. Donald Trump still stands. Great to win. Great to make America great again. God bless you all. Thanks so much. Let's do it.
So this is active conspiracy theory. They tried to bankrupt him, imprison him, impeach him, and kill him. Specifically, people did all those things. And what if impeachment also was connected to imprisonment, whatever? Maybe there's some overlap, but on the surface, there is an overlap. Most clearly, they try to kill him. So they keep spinning that. I don't know. I'm not going to get. Another woman. And nepotism. Not just because I'm speaking, but just the RNC. Spokesperson and various
the greatest president we have ever had is right
nepotism
behind the
aspects.
This is politics. It's about this family. It's hard.
Family.
We love you too. We love you too. This is so important to look at this family in the world. We are fighting for a country we love. We are fighting for the American. We are fighting for the Constitution. We are fighting for liberty. And that's what we mean.
been out there every single day for the last 10 years. They've tried everything they could to destroy father, to destroy us. During Dossier's Russian hoaxes, they tried to impeach him twice and went after his Supreme Court nominees.
Those are true.
They threw him off of Facebook, they threw him off of Twitter, they threw him off of Instagram. They tried to take away his First Amendment. Guys, they tried absolutely everything. They weaponized every gay, every atheist,
insurrection on
every
Twitter.
exactly that. I'll grab the teacher name.
You posted the call.
They tried to put hundreds of millions of Americans who absolutely adore the guy. Guys, it's been political law for every second. And then somebody fight him. Every time he stands up, he says, fight, fight, fight.
Okay, somebody.
And how do you think it feels to them as we're back in Madison Square Garden in the world?
One person pulling back that part.
Guys, I saw the Rangers here win the cup in '94. You believe the entire party who has failed at taking down Donald Trump, an entire party who has failed at taking down his family, they're sitting there on those cameras right now, watching all of us, watching all of you. Almost 200,000 people this night. The streets, Fifth Avenue, Holding, from Cook Tower, all the way to Madison Square Garden. 10 people deep. How much for love there is in the greatest city in the world? Guys, he's going to win. We're going to win. And not only is he going to make America great again, he's going to make New York City great again. So on behalf of my family, thank you. Thank you for being our greatest ally I've ever possibly part of. Thank you for 10 incredible years. I want you to know, I think on behalf of my entire family, I want you to know that we will never stop fighting. Father will never stop fighting. Father will never stop fighting. I'll never stop fighting. We live in the greatest country in the world. You're not going to allow this to slip away. And I'm going to guys that stays in this nation. All right, here.
So I want to get on to other things. I feel like.
Are you all done with this just yet? I'll say a few things about with everybody here. Can I just say how honored I am to be the co-chair of the World Financial Committee, guys? I'll tell you something. We're making sure that we have free, fair, and transparent election and nobody cheating in 2024.
Actually, trying to get people in positions to overturn the election in Golden State.
It is we people who choose our president, and we're choosing Donald J. Trump. And I gotta say, it was incredible to be here in Madison Square Garden, in New York City, the greatest city on earth, in the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. Because if you think about it, New York City made Donald Trump, right? But Donald Trump also made New York City. He changed the skyline of the city, rebuilt it. Remember when I put an ice skating rink, Walnut Rink in Central Park? Donald Trump rebuilt the ice skating rink for New York City.
That's not his
Under
skyline.
budget and ahead of schedule, if I'm not mistaken. Because that's how we could do things from him. And we know it's doing it, Donald Trump put his heart and soul right here in New York City. Sure, this is the city that made him a household name. This is the city that put Donald Trump in so many rap songs, by the way, right? And really made him the American
If you
dream.
hear
But
them,
I'll tell you something. Being a New Yorker
not
is something that
necessarily
teaches you how to be tough.
you want.
It teaches you that doesn't matter how hard you get hit. You get back up and you keep fighting. When they impeach you, you keep fighting. When they indict you, you keep fighting. When they take a mugshot of you, the biggest mugshot in the history of the world, you keep fighting.
I mean, she just mentioned the mugshot. Mugshot is because he was indicted for crimes. There's other times where he could have got taken a mugshot and they bypassed it, but in Georgia, RICO case, 19 people charged, and Rudy and Trump and all his folks all got mugshots because of alleged crimes. That has never happened to a president before because we never had a president that did that before. It's not a unique thing about our justice system right now. It's a unique thing about Trump, and is enough of a reason to say he shouldn't. In fact, I just sort of want to skip right to the Brad Roethlisberger, audio of him threatening and bullying, trying to get. Oh, the next sign is up there. And then Dana White. I have a video set up for Dana White, but I don't think I want to show it. That's a billionaire. And then Elon. The Dana White video, it's just too horrible to see him slapping his wife in public a couple times. He's the head of the UFC or whatever fighting thing is, and big guy, and in public he's slapping his wife. And it doesn't matter if she hit him first or what caused it. It's wrong in any case whatsoever. And when you add to that the body size, his violent ability, and the aspect of it being in public. Trump kept on saying, no, I couldn't do it because it was in public. This was in public. It happened to be caught on someone's camera that was filming. But if it wasn't, how likely would it be known? And does Trump know that? Yes, he does. He was on a podcast was it the Joe Rogan one? Yeah, they were talking about Dana White, how good friends they all are, and how Dana White came back from a vacation with his wife in Italy to do this. You could hear Dana White refer to that, I think. And Trump's like, and it's nice that they got away, considering. Well, what is it considering? Is the video of him? Sorry, it's not laughter. It's craziness and shocking that this video came out. It's from this last New Year's Eve or whatever, and so he knows that this happened, and he knows that because of that, he should have a nice vacation with his wife. He knows about these people, and still he chooses these people to represent him on this stage. Why? Because he doesn't care that Dana White was slapping his wife this past year. He doesn't care. I have, RFK just had 3 more alleged affairs from this past year, on top of the affair with a reporter that got her fired, and I don't know if she lost her engagement to another famous reporter, people that were respected and had a good career, and RFK blew up his own marriage, and reports of him abusing a nanny, and texts came out of him apologizing but not admitting, and and then he goes on a podcast and says, "Well, I wasn't an angel when I was younger," or something like that. So I'm not, there's just so much, and the point is, why is it so much? Why is it, just more common than not for the people around Trump to be, highly testosterone men shouting, and very made up women speaking and praising, and it's a continuation of his life. His handlers trying to get the Miss Teen USA to go and talk to him, telling the soap opera actress to give him a hug. People are always enabling him to get what he wants and act like he's all the greatest and the best in whatever it is, because he demands it. This is what he asks, and if he doesn't, he is a bully. He is a threat. And we could listen to his, I believe, a direct threat on Liz Cheney's life. The idea that, plausible deniability, well, she's a war hawk. And so that's what, that's why she's criticizing me, and that's why I'm going to criticize her and say that she needs guns trained on her face, because that's how then when she is better at making decisions for going to war. She's not criticizing him because she's a war hawk. There are war hawks that are in Trump's camp, and whatever policies that Liz Cheney has had internationally or her own election, she gave up winning. She won her seat, I think 72%. She was the third highest ranking member of the House, and because she chose to alongside many other people, criticized Trump after January 6th, but unlike everybody, she didn't give up on that truth, that what he did was wrong. And because of that, she was a part of the select committee that investigated and reported, as well as Adam Kinzinger, another Republican, former Tea Party, or came in with the Tea Party, I'm pretty sure. And these people gave up their seat, accepted a life of threats and difficulties to stand up to Trump. And Trump doesn't like that, because when people are not loyal to him, when news criticizes him, it's fake news, it's the enemy of the people, it gets booed and gets jokes about being shot. Donald Trump was just shot with a rifle trying to target on his face. He's going to turn around and say that Liz Cheney, whom again he has said needs a military tribunal and to be treason and executed. That's the penalty that he's looking for, and he's referenced that in numerous times throughout the years. That's not a fake thing. When he himself is shot, when he gets people with guns to act on his behalf at the Capitol, threatening the life of so many people, including his vice president. And then you hear him afterwards say that he loves his people. If we could play the background videos, they're really good to show that he was being coached by Ivanka to say he lost the election or the election is over, and he decided to take that line out last minute because he wanted to keep the grip going. So much and so much. But the clearest crime from the election interference was his phone call with George Raffensperger, the Secretary of State in Georgia. Hour-long conversation. He also had tried to pressure the investigator into election fraud. It might have been the FBI. That phone call is also recorded. Same types of tactics, but it's over and over again lies that are investigated and found to not be true. These people are telling him that, and he turns on them and says, this is dangerous that you're doing this. This is a crime that you're doing this. This is a guy that doesn't follow the rules, and he gets everyone around him to say what he wants and use whatever tactics that are commonly used. The common thing that they're saying now is no more wars, no more wars. That is a principle that definitely is relevant. The American First Committee, American Isolationist Pressure Group, they didn't want to go into World War II. They had 800,000 members. It's very coalition of Republicans, Democrats, Marxists, different things. However, it was controversial for its anti-Semitic and pro-fascist views of some of its most prominent speakers, leaders. After Pearl Harbor, it was dissolved. Anyway, so America First is a phrase used currently with Trump and has its history in the same type of things that we're seeing right now. Let's see.
When an assassin's bullet strikes you, you don't lay down. You get up, you stand strong, and you keep fighting, right? Now, in case you guys don't know, Donald Trump likes to go places nobody expects him. Anybody hear about a little rally up the street in the Bronx? Yeah. Does anybody know the last time a Republican president campaigned in the Bronx? It was Ronald Reagan, and ladies and gentlemen, he turned New York red. I'm just saying. It is the honor of my life to be part of this movement. And Eric is right. This is not just about politics. We are all a big family, and we're a family who loves this country. And I can tell you something, 9 days from now, it is going to be the sweetest comeback, because we know the art of the deal. We also know the art of the comeback from Donald Trump that this country has ever seen. Everybody get out, vote early, take a friend to vote. Let's make America great again. We love you, New York.
Yeah, Ben White, he jumped. Actually, yeah. Let me hit this guy real quick, and then we're gonna.
Doge, Madison Square Garden, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the greatest capitalist in the history of the United States of America, Elon Musk.
Right.
Dark Gothic MAGA. He wore a black MAGA hat at the rally in Butler. Trump says it became the most popular hat that they were selling afterwards. This rally, he changed it from the normal Make America Great to, I think it's called Fraktur lettering, Fraktur font. It is a Gothic font that was used on the cover of Mein Kampf, adopted for much of Nazis, propaganda, and a few other things. We could look up the Wikipedia on it, but he knows that this is being called a Nazi rally. He knows, smartest man alive, knows that there's a history to this event, and he knows what that hat means. It's not. You might not hear the dog whistle, but dogs hear the dog whistle. There are people that know exactly what that is. As soon as I saw the hat, I said, that's not the same hat. And then he called it that. Dark Gothic. Why did he point it at? Why did he make a big deal about it? Because it's symbolic of what this is about.
Well, the energy in this room is incredible. What a great group of people.
So I've only got one question for you, and then I'm getting out of here because this is your stage. Well, we set up Doge.
Yes.
How much do you think we can rip out of this wasted $6.5 trillion Harris-Biden budget?
Well, I think we're doing at least $2 trillion.
Yeah! $2 trillion.
Yeah, so Elon likes to brag that he was a Democrat 3 years ago. He had this major falling out. He talks about it. A lot of other people talk about it. I remember him complaining at the time. He wasn't invited to the White House for an EV conference. And he felt disrespected. And that seemingly is a true reason why he got pushed off. However, he also is very clear that he does not like regulation. He's in current fights with the government over regulation. He is apparently the largest person financially dealing with the United States government. I think $15 billion in contracts, and is hoping to get even more, help take over what he can from Boeing and get his trip to Mars funded, and oversee his own regulations and financial dealings. That is what Trump is giving him, the ability to take his own hand and cut and slice and dice and make the government however he can. And if he could take $2 trillion out of the budget, well, Trump is promising that the money that gets in the budget is going to come from tariffs, which means from the people, not the billionaires. And he's going to, take away things from us. So we pay more and we get less if we follow Elon's plan. Elon has, acknowledged just in the last couple of days that this plan will crush the economy. It will hurt things, but he thinks it will make things better in the end. That, to me, is magical thinking. I don't trust that Elon, who is in conversations with Putin, made promises or at least heard pitches for his satellite system to not work over Taiwan for the benefit of the Chinese, which is the major deal, the major chips that are used in the high-end AI and things like that are happening in Taiwan. America is not able to produce them yet. We're working towards that with the CHIPS Act. But it's a national security issue besides a moral issue. So we don't want someone who is in it for themselves. And Trump and Elon have become, cult leaders, icons, bigger than life. And do we want to hear any more?
I mean, at the end of the day, you're being taxed. You're being taxed. All government spending is taxation. So whether it's direct taxation or all government spending, it either becomes inflation or it's direct taxation. Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that. We're going to get the government off your back and out of your pocketbook. And America's just not just going to be great. America's going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing. You guys are awesome. Honestly, it's just like, yeah. I mean, this is the kind of positive energy that America is all about.
Good case. Yeah, when you're ready, sir.
Yeah. I have plans to do though. Because obviously, we were somebody who in this team. There's one out there who needs a president. So
You came never before the president addressed that category for the 24 hours after the last time.
What is the score? Oh, no.
Okay, let's get into a lot of Dominion conspiracy theories, I think, here, but definitely not some of the other. Oh, I don't know. What are we talking about?
Massive, overwhelming sweep of every swing state, even some states that aren't political states. Massive crushing victory. Everyone, friends, family, people on the street, the signs up with the hat on. Let's go.
The hat on.
And with that, it is my honor to introduce the host of meeting, Melania Trump.
I know. Put that with her. Alright, we got. There you go. There you go. There you go. Kelly lost it.
Good evening, New York City.
Where'd it go?
Hello, Madison Square Garden. Our hometown, where architectural symbols of
Okay, let's listen to her.
create a canvas for world's undisputed capital of industry.
And
Where science, alignment, fashion, and entertainment convene among an iconic range of superior design and artistic accomplishments.
so Melania
among urban citizens
has
who
been
across city streets
doing
and
a lot of her own
for
grifts.
success.
I
It
saw
is
on
you who are
her
of these great metropolis.
I saw on her financial disclosure statement Trump. I mean, I could post that here too. All right. Minto, 250 gold bars. He's selling a lot of gold too. 100,000 from the Bible. Letters to Trump. 500 from MAGA Journey. Art of the Deal is still making money off that. He's a Screen Actor Guild, so he made 90,000 annual pension. Truth Social, Pub Stock 23. Holdings worth $2 billion. That seems inflated, for some reason, but maybe not. He reports having crypto noteworthy. He's about to lift regulations on crypto. Reported $7 million licensing fee from NFT. This is a pretty key one. How did I get that? God bless the USA. Where the heck did that go? I lost it again. Oh, he's actually there singing. You can tell that's not the recording. Jeez. It's killing me. Where did that video go? Oh, there it is. There you are. There you are. Yeah, God bless Canada. It's so funny because the people started posting on it like, "Hey, I'm in Kenya. Where's my God bless Kenya?" Come on, bring the gift. There's a dance. All right, so while we listen to them, let's what's their grift in lifetime. So 7.5 million in licensing fees from NFT, and Melanie is in that. What's the NFT? Is it digital trading cards, or is that different than NFT? I don't know this stuff enough, but here's one of the things Trump is selling. Well, it's not a lot of things there. Series 4. No, I don't want this. So this is our great leader. Limited time offer. What are these? These are $99 for first edition. You get dinner with Trump. Exclusive thing. Mar-a-Lago. You get a piece of his suit from what? The first debate. The first debate suit. That's the official. It's knockout debate suit. Decisive victory. A piece of that. How much is that? How much do you think it is? A couple hundred? So yeah, these are NFTs, digital trading cards. Sneakers. Store your cards, buy your cards, receive your cards, dinner. This is creepy. Considering who that guy is. Is any of this money under the campaign? No. They're going directly to Trump. So yeah, they're going $7 million in licensing fees. Melanie earned $300 from selling NFTs. So here's the thing with NFTs. He doesn't just make money originally, but when they get sold, he keeps making money. It's a continued thing. Gold bars, investments in stocks, his clubs and everything all around. Mar-a-Lago. Melanie got $237 from speaking to the conservative gay rights group, Log Cabins. No worry, debt. You have to sneeze. Sexual assault, Adrian Carroll. There's no money to that. First is $5 million, then $50 million. I think $88 million. Yeah. Debt to New York City, more than 50 years, nearly $500 million in civil fraud. So he's a grifter. She's a grifter, so she's done her stuff, publishing her books. Signed by the author, $250 for collector's edition, $150 for a book, $40 not signed. So she's gathering as much money as she can. Grift. I got jewelry, collectibles, Christmas. Be Best. What do you got? Be Best. What is it? What are you selling? Just a video? Crossing the Future, U.S. Collectibles. On their website. Like, who wants to see this? Pro Freedom. Crossing the Future. Alright, so she got her deal going. Talk about these. I can't find them. Can I still purchase it outside? Yes! International customers, please. What is a digital trading card now? It's bogus. It was unique. Well, it's about Trump and his storied career. It costs $99 per. Can you buy a credit card? Yeah, of course. Come on. Crypto? Sure. Bring it on. All right. So that's something he's recently released. I think it's not sold any item, but you guys, I guess some of these, the Trump watch or watches, got the signature model. Let's look at the fighter, and I think they're $800 watches. I think they traced them to a sort of crappy watchmaker in Oklahoma, I think it is, or Wyoming, from like a strip mall. That's a lot of fake news. He likes to say how many that's all the time. That's a lot. That's a lot to say. So you got these watches he's selling for $800 in a supposedly crazy bad economy, crushed economy, selling them. But that's not the only watches. There's the $4 How much is this watch? Only 100% available. 3 extraordinary styles. Designed for the president. The most brilliant of metals. How much? Are you guessing? Come on. How much? How much? How much? How much? $100,000. Perfect thing for anybody that wants to influence Trump to buy. It's like a sign that you own a piece of Trump. $100,000. So $100,000 times 147. 147. I can't. 14 million. All right. That was a new thing he came out with. Regarding Bibles. This is his store. Weather made in America. Stuff made in America, not made in America. It's brand made in America. Hats he's selling for $55. Yeah, all these stores I looked into them. Venezuela prisons, and where the original conspiracy theory got started. Because there was a prison that they were trolling, the gang sort of had it for themselves for a while, and but they took it back and they don't release people out of the prison and send them to us. Just think how that would be. Yeah, so Trump loves to play these videos of incredible sad things. I've never done a video with all the sad things that Trump has done. I've posted a few things over the years, but he does it every time he can, and his stuff is true. Anyway, he lies about the no guns. There are multiple people that were convicted of having guns. This guy had multiple guns in his car, and I like these other press releases. They just the state Capitol Police was sentenced today for violating civil rights. Anyway. Yeah, this is Steve Miller, that creepy guy mentioned. Yeah, this is the law that he used to do the Japanese internment, some Germans as well. But he's gonna try to say, I have the right to just round up people that are from an enemy nation, according to him, and put them in camps and do what he wants. He also used that chart wrong. He points out there at the bottom. That's not the rate of immigration when he left. It was going up, and before he left, and so he lies about that. He often says it's also the lowest when there was another low period, but. Blood, 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 kill, 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 kill.
And for illegal aliens that are in the country, illegally, I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities illegally. Kamala's most incompetence disqualifies her from being president of the United States of America. She's grossly incompetent. You have to look at her interviews, look at what she did the night on Vegas, and just take a look. Answer a question. She's unfit for roles. Everyone knows it. No one trusts her. No one takes her seriously. Everyone knows she's a very low IQ individual. From humiliating our country in Afghanistan to the war in Ukraine to the nightmare on our border to our inflation catastrophe, all done in the video. After 4 o'clock, time to go to bed. Who isn't her? We just everything response, the worst response to North Carolina. Others say, the worst of it. That's right. North Carolina, bring in the Congress, and Georgia, and North Carolina, and Alabama, they sold the bring in. You know what happened? You look at we're taking this. 3,000 illegal migrants went into a town of 50,000 people. No, don't blame that. We're taking a look at Aurora in Colorado. How long was the vote? July? To take a look at, of course, we didn't I'm not so sure about that. But you know what? Because they tried to throw the weekend of both parties, meaning I was reading both parties' ballot, and the people of Colorado, including Democrats, are very angry. They are with the democracy. Use that term.
Use that term.
This is somebody that's a president that doesn't need a proper. We're going to tell about the law. after this helicopter. No, so the other day where Tommy got this up.
He says that almost every time, he's great on these helicopter. Not really.
What happened a lot is politicians, we have so many politicians who witness. Nobody but someone, so they're great ones. And or when Speaker, or when Tommy Cardinal here someplace in the big center of Alabama, or when any one of our literally 75, should I interview all of them? I should.
He does a lot of his rallies to call people out. After he tried to pressure after he did that in Georgia, so creepy when he called people out, positive and negative. Mike Lee, I'm not happy with him right now, or Pence. I'm still trusting him. But if he doesn't do what I want, I might not like him.
And you got to be able to. So 3 weeks ago, she was saying there was only 32 days left, right? And she's reading it like, there's 30 days, and it's done. And she went, there's 32 days. 32, 32. And I was watching. I said, this isn't really 32. She was gone. And then it kicked back on. She was gone. No, we got it. I was like, get all those people out here. Now, they don't talk about her. But I don't know. In Ohio, but we're very, very, he's doing a good job. I think he's making a win in Ohio. The problem he's got is a vote round. So he's taking Edson like he's my best friend. So he's not my best friend. Ohio's been very friendly to Trump. We would like it. Always taking it from I would bring Marinos in. I get over the additional files. Just was blowing. But I didn't have like we were saying. One thousand. It's okay. They have no one. Russia wouldn't have played us at all. Russia would have gone into Ukraine. If you told them never happened, never happened. All those people would die right now. Those people that were killed on that horrible day. But if you don't have a president that gets it, you know what else you wouldn't have had? You wouldn't have had the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, in my opinion, Afghanistan. The way they, not that they got out, we were getting out.
Most embarrassing day in history.
An embarrassment, the likes of which this country has never suffered. And because of that, Putin did us that they probably figured we were a paper tiger.
Oklahoma City.
Ukraine and the rest of the would have never happened with us.
Almost like kill your kids.
And many people, legs and arms, all the legs and arms. You don't want your son to go together the city to explain to what it means. We're trying to fight on it. If you get so we're you can listen to your stuff. Well, listen to it. No, 8 years. I don't know if to Jones, like, he managed to speak. A few years ago,
so he was experiencing just like thing he gave to our democracy. He used the terms he says. FEMA. So these are things he said that are true. FEMA is my focus. Just repeated that. They could have money community need. Large numbers of disasters, potatoes, and he's not going to run out of money. Some people who, whatever he can lie and get away with, he'll use.
You know what the truth is? I got along with all of them. I got along with Ukraine. We apples. I said, I don't know. In Europe. I ended up in Europe. And then when Biden came in, he's like, when America. So
after my video here.
What should we do? I said, what do you do? Everybody wants to go. I said, that's a massive Russian pipeline where they're going to make a fortune. When you go to Germany, all in Europe. So I said, you think they're helping NATO and spend all of that money and they're paying the person and the group of fighting? I was like, what the hell are we doing? I ended it. It was dead. And Biden never longer approved it. Look, 30 years ago, he was not considered something. So, we win. I'm not really respected. You know, it's necessary here again. First word. On issue after issue, Kamala broke it. Well, we'll fix it. We'll fix it.
So mess tonight.
I think a lot of politicians here tonight know this. She means nothing. She's really what you see around there talking about the best of my trial, middle class, family, the best of my trial. Well, that's a good thing. And what do you do? Well, 4 years. She's becoming more mad than those politicians I told you about from the different sects. She can't present Susan. She's just like, in many ways, Joe Biden. And she just said to us, told us that Joe was an option problem. Because you know about life, for those of the country below, we need to people who are running against something far bigger than Joe or Donald and far powerful than them, which is a massive, vicious, crooked, radical left machine that runs today's Democrat Party. They're just vessels. In fact, they're perfect because I'm never hard. They'll do whatever they want. I'm going to just out of this group of people.
Amorphous group of people. He's using all that. Trump got weird in here. The secret he has with Mike Johnson. There's, Mike jumped in and talked about, possibly completely overdoing the Affordable Care Act, and that's obviously Trump wanted to do that, no Obamacare.
Was so incredible. Last week I watched that come down.
Yeah, he tells the story all the time now.
And I'm talking when I'm watching television while I'm talking to this guy.
And
Wait a minute. And I see his fucking board fire and flames.
So the secret against Mike Johnson seems to be this idea of trying to stop the election, but we'll see what they end up saying. Probably nothing.
So I'm just very looking back, and I have no screen on, and there's a rocket coming down. It was beautiful white weather, but it's burned from the fire, the flame, and it is, and now it's coming down like it's like 20 stories lower, so it's massive, and it's going down. And it's like one of those people. This hold on, by the way, you know, people it's hot in the air. Oh, they're the worst. They are not worse. So right there, I want this to oh, there's no, we're still getting this again. Coming out, bang, that was under working, but it's not good.
All right, trying to grab a few things here. Ready? I don't know.
How does size do you recognize this is not like
You can say stop things. I found another one of the big bands talking about Trump that I wanted to watch because of a little bit more of this message he sent, which I think is
also potentially thus one heartbeat away from leaving the country. J.D. Vance was also the former roommate of State Senator Josh McLaurin. Today, Josh McLaurin, he handed us text messages from Vance to McLaurin, and McLaurin told us that J.D. Vance we're seeing on stage this week isn't the J.D. Vance he knows. Is former President Donald Trump America's Hitler? That's what his current vice presidential running mate questioned in 2016. Here's the text Senator Josh McLaurin says is from J.D. Vance, which reads 16. Here's the text.
I'm not surprised by Trump's rise, and I think the entire party has only itself to blame. We are, whether we like it or not, the party of lower income, lower education white people, and I have been saying for a long time that we need to offer these people something, and maybe even spin our middle-class black people in the process, or a demagogue would. We are now at that point. Trump is the fruit of this party's collective neglect. I go back and forth between thinking Trump is a simple something like Nixon, who wouldn't be that bad, it might even prove useful. I guess that's what he's going with. Or that he's America's Hitler. That might be more to the case. That's pretty scary.
Quote, I go back and forth thinking Trump is a cynical expletive like Nixon, who wouldn't be that bad and might even prove useful, or that he's America's Hitler. That text from the now vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance sent to his law school roommate Josh McLaurin, who called the Vance then to the Vance now arguably the biggest flip-flop in American politics.
It's one thing to flip-flop, but it's another thing to do so with so much gusto, in such a dramatic way, after having laid out the case so insightfully for why Trump is a big man.
McLaurin, who is out of the country, is Georgia State Senator representing North Atlanta. I called him up. What do you feel like you know about J.D. Vance that others may not know?
I roomed with him for a year.
Roommates 2010 to 2011 at Yale Law School. His text from 2016 is in year Vance went on the Charlie Rose show and said this.
I never got there like him.
So what changed? We reached out to Vance's team for answers. They did not respond. But in 2022, former President Trump, seemingly unfazed by Vance's characterization of him, said Vance just didn't know him.
He said some bad things about me, but that was before he knew me. Then he fell in love.
McLaurin believes Trump chose Vance as his VP pick because they have an aligned brand. President Biden sees the same.
He's a clone of Trump on the issue.
McLaurin, who has not spoken to Vance since 2016, just wants voters to make sure they know the true J.D. Vance.
I think I want Americans to have as much information as possible to make the right decision this year and think about the direction that our political culture is headed.
And again, we did reach out to J.D. Vance's team about some of those comments and not get back to us. However, J.D. Vance, he's been asked about these critical comments about Trump in prior national interviews, including the Hitler he had to be denied that he made it. And again, Van Philly Brass, Republican National Convention this week, he won. Down that point.
So all you mentioned that Democrats are calling Trump Hitler. There is clear indication that J.D. Vance, the person who's now his VP, because Pence, who stood against Trump for the January 6th insurrection and was threatened with. Actually, let me quickly grab that if I have that here. This is one of those sort of shocking kind of things. Is it? Yeah. So why is Vance there? Because Pence is not. Pence is not someone who Christians respect, look up to, agree with, and he's saying that his faith and his principles do not allow him to vote for Trump. Maybe he won't vote for Kamala, and I would say that's a much better choice to at least not vote for Trump, to write in someone else, to leave it blank, or to vote against them. This is crazy audio. If you're not aware and never heard, the crowd was chanting "Hang Mike Pence" during that time. Trump is watching. He sends a text or a tweet, that says, yeah, Pence didn't do the right thing, and he's on the outs. And people read that and they went after Pence. And so months later, reporter Jonathan Karl is interviewing him, and he brings this up. Listen to how Trump responds to that.
from an interview with ABC News' Jonathan Karl at Mar-a-Lago back in March. Asked him whether he was worried about Vice President Mike Pence's safety during the riot. Mr. Trump then said it was, quote, common sense for rioters to call for Penn to be hanged.
Were you worried about him during that siege? Were you worried about his
No,
safety?
I thought he was well protected, and I had heard that he was in good shape. No, because I had heard he was in very good shape. No,
There was a chance. That was terrible. I mean,
he could have. Well, people are very angry.
They're saying hang.
Because it's common sense, John. It's common sense that you're supposed to protect. How can you, if you know a vote is fraudulent, right?
Yeah.
How can you pass on a fraudulent vote to Congress?
He wouldn't.
According to the former president's
He
own
would want to
administration,
stay.
the 2020 election was the most secure in American
He would want to
history.
stay
There
in
was
power.
no evidence of any widespread voter fraud.
He ran against Trump for president because he wanted to be president or vice president. But going back to Trump and his Nazi stuff, this article from, if I remember, 2002. Is that too late? Where did it go? Is it not here? I need to click on something. Vanity Fair. It's an interview with Trump. Oh, second coming. God, it's not what I was looking for. I guess this is an old one. Anyway, in this interview, Ivana, his first wife, said that Trump had a collection of Hitler's speeches next to his bed and so forth. Nick Rennes. Nick is famous as one of the most popular YouTubers of white supremacy. He says just fairly ridiculous things for holy war against Jews. Part of the incels, involuntary celibate movement. Did speaking tours with all these people, Donald Trump Jr., CPAC, conservative PAC. Conservative, what's CPAC? Conservative Political Committee, yeah. Conservative PAC. America First PAC, remember, I showed where that phrase comes from. That's where Charlottesville was connected to Unite the Right. He was at January 6th. In 2022, he showed up with Kanye West at Mar-a-Lago for a private dinner, describing what made the most discomforting moment in U.S. history in half a century for American Jews. And what did Trump say about that dinner with Trump? Contacted him, was really impressed with him. Unexpectedly showed up, and I know nothing about, as he always does, quick and uneventful, to help this man, decimated members. Said Trump seemed very taken by what is impressed by 24-year-old was able to write statistics, recall speeches dating back to the campaign, paraphrasing conversation. The source said Fuentes told the president he preferred to be authentic, and Trump seemed scripted and unlike himself during 2024. You like it better when I speak off the cuff, Fuentes replied, calling Trump amazing when he's unrestrained. There's a lot of fawning back and forth, or sided. So West started getting crazy. A lot of things. He expressed no anti-Semitic views at the dinner table. Anyway, he is a pretty rotten guy. And yet, he isn't that far from some of the things that in their first pack is going on with Tucker, Fox.
You know, they say about America, they say diversity is our strength.
How precisely is diversity our strength?
You got to recognize the fact that this is a godless country. I hate it.
You're right. Godless. That is exactly right. I never talked about that, but it's true.
Black people are violent. You know,
they have chaos and violence in their communities.
Send the military into the black neighborhoods, make the streets safe. They'll complain about it. It doesn't matter.
We should send in the troops if necessary to restore order.
Enough with the Jim Crow stuff. Who cares? Oh, and to drink out of a different water fountain. Big fucking deal.
Oh, 67 years ago. It is ancient history now.
Russia. Can we give a round of applause for Russia?
And why should I root for Russia? Because I am.
The fundamentals of our worldview. A society where boys and girls get married as teenagers and start having kids.
We need these ladies to get married. And it's time to fall in love. Just settle down, guys. Go put a ring on it.
And have big families and a high birth rate.
We have to do something to increase our birth rate, or the vacuum that's created will be filled by people that don't believe in our values.
We live in a big Middle Eastern bazaar. We're a big fucking Middle Eastern bazaar. People sitting on blankets and selling cockroaches on sticks.
We have a moral obligation to admit that we're poor, they tell us, even if it makes our own country poorer and dirtier and more divided.
And white people are done being bullied.
Discriminating against and denigrating, just denigrating people.
Trump's got to get there and never leave. Flag Trump one more time, and then stop having elections.
President for life, that sounds good. Maybe we're going to have to die.
Trump just said Sunday morning in Lancaster. No, it was in the afternoon or evening. Where was he? North Carolina. He was confused where he was. He kept on making a mistake, but he mentioned that he shouldn't have left the White House, which obviously goes against the argument that Trump peacefully transitioned because he left. And yeah, obviously he didn't peacefully transition. He didn't have a unity with the other presidents there for the inauguration of Biden. And he likes to say, like he did Sunday, that he didn't lose the election and that he shouldn't have left. He's talked about this idea of president for life, of being elected for more than 2 terms. And what was another one that this made me think of? I forget. Sorry. So that's Nick Fuentes. That's some of the overlap. Keep with the overlap theme. Let's see where this goes.
We pledge to you that we will root out communists, Marxists, fascists, and the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals. I'll use the word animal because that's what they are. You have no choice to lose country. You're going to lose your country. Does anybody believe in genes? You guys believe in genes?
That's my lot.
I believe it. In the genes. And we have to have the scum that we have to deal with.
All right. The day is moving forward. I have a lot more I want to share, but I'm going to try to finish up some of these scariest parts of this election. The night of broken glass. I posted this with the video that I have here because when I heard this, couldn't help but think about this. This was a early, called a pogrom, how you pronounce it, a violent riot incited with the aim of massacring or expelling an ethnic or religious group, particularly Jews, termed in an English language, yada yada. So it was a multiple night. That's what the 39 MSG rally was supposed to do, and it did. There was, attacks on Jews in particularly New York around that time. But this was something that Hitler got the Hitler Youth and German citizens to go and, did I pronounce it wrong? Kristallnacht, I think it's pronounced. So yeah, the pretext for attacks was assassination of a German diplomat. But there's always a pretext. Oh, they're attacking their children. Over 7,000 businesses were destroyed, 30,000 Jewish men were arrested, incarcerated in concentration camps. No event in history German and Jews between was so widely reported as it was happening. So this is in 38. Estimates of fatalities are buried, 91, particularly much higher. And it's significant by suicide. One thing that's often not mentioned is, there's a few people that died at January 6th. Ashley Babbitt was shot because you could see through the window. My congressman from Massachusetts was just, down the hall trying to get out, and they broke the window, and the police on the other side said, "Stay back." And people said they got a gun, but Ashley Babbitt kept on going in. She was an 18 radicalized person. Sadly, she had pulled business. She served in the military, and she got radicalized. There was one police officer that day that died. The next day, had been hit in the head by a fire extinguisher. I'm not sure if that affected his death, but certainly he was injured and he died the next day. 4 other police officers died in the next week or two by suicide. Often not mentioned. but I often think about those people and their family. Why would 4 of the police officers that were attacked by their fellow Americans because of a lie by their president, why would they commit suicide? Were they just such weak people? Generally weak people don't become Capitol Hill police officers. Generally these people are more patriotic than the norm, stronger than the norm, stronger than me, more patriotic than me. And something about that day caused them to kill themselves. I see this number of all these deaths by suicide after this attack on these Jews by their fellow German citizens. People are affected by the trauma, by the attack, by the heartbreak of seeing people they know and love turn to hate and violence. And I don't know how many people that affects, but I think of those 4 people at the Capitol Hill, and I think those deaths are on Trump's hands as well. I don't think, when they talk about, if Trump was president, Ukraine would not be attacked. Ukraine would have been taken over if Trump given Putin as he has said he would and looks to do if he becomes president. That's more violence, that's more power for a pretty bad guy. So I think of this route heard of as a critical knock.
It's a beautiful today over there. We looked at this morning, Wall Street, right across from the stock exchange. They gave me notice. They said, we're going to close because the shelves, they literally, the people walk in, they just everything they want, they walk out of the store. What the hell's on? See, we have to let legal jobs, and they have to be extraordinarily rough. And the funny thing with all of that stuff,
Trump has said before that he thinks that business people should be allowed to shoot. He didn't say it in this one, but he said it in other times that they should be allowed to shoot thieves in the back for petty crimes. Here he's saying police and maybe others, National Guard, whatever, should come out. ICE. He's talked about ICE being his sort of personal violent force to go after immigrants. Well, this is him saying what he thinks America needs. When we talk about love, unity, this is Trump's idea of what will bring that about.
you see these just walking out with air conditioners, with refrigerators on their back. The craziest thing, the police aren't allowed to do their job. They're told if you do anything, you're going to lose your pension, you're going to lose your family, your house, your car.
That's nonsense.
The police want to do it. The Border Patrol wants to do it. Border Patrol, they're incredible. They want to do it. They're not allowed to do it because the liberal left won't let them do it. The liberal left wants to destroy it, and they want to destroy our country. One day.
By the way, this is in Pennsylvania. This is a really weird speech because this guy, is he still there? He already. It looks like he left already. I have a screenshot. They're all standing, these 3. He sticks a nip of, what is it, the red wax on the top. Maker's Mark. Is that Maker's Mark? He sticks a nip in her hoodie pocket and then leaves. And then I don't know how to do this. He gives it to him and he gives it to her and passes around this nip this guy is having. Anyway.
Like one real rough, nasty day with the drugstores as an example. Where when they start walking out with, she created something in San Francisco. $950 you're allowed to steal. Anything of that
is a felony. Everything below that's misdemeanor. That's normal law. There's cutoffs for that. There's no allowed to steal. No one's allowed to steal up to $950.
You were prosecuted. Most of the time, because you can steal whatever you want, you go away. But you see, originally, you saw kids walking with calculators. They would calculate. They didn't want to go over the $950. They would calculate, adding it up. These are smart people. But they have to be taught. You had one really violent day, like a guy like Mike Kelly, put him in charge. Congressman Kelly put him in charge for one day. Mike, would you say, you're right here. He's a great congressman. You say, Mike, that if you were in charge, you would say, oh, please, don't touch them. Don't touch them. Let them rob your store. Let all these stores go out of business, right? They don't pay rent. It's a chain of events. It's a very rough hour. And I mean real rough. Where we'll get out, and it will end immediately. It'll end immediately. Joe Biden became...
If Trump had a dog, how do you think he would discipline the dog? One real rough hour? But this guy did me. Where do you go? He's better. I think this is one of the speaking for a bunch of people did leave. Is he still behind? Is this behind? Where did I go? I think he must be. happen with weird, but yeah. All right. I don't honestly. I showed this. So Trump calling for violence, long history and experience. Hitler called for violence, long history and experience. Trump refusing to tell the January 6 people to stop rioting for 3 hours until it was over. It got under control. Biden released a statement calling on Trump to, send people home. It's very forceful. Little video for Biden, and then Trump made his video. What I like to see is the behind the scenes, because it just shows who Trump really is. Not the person that we just see, fumbling around or being funny or however he's being, harsh. And anyway, he's a showman. He knows how to put on a show.
Home in a peaceful way. The president was urged to stick to this script, but he spoke off the cuff. Eric Hirschman and Nick Luna went with the president to film a message in the Rose Garden. Let's hear what they had to say and see the never-before-seen raw footage of the president recording this video message.
Yeah, so he didn't use...
Ultimately, these remarks that we're looking at here as Exhibit 25 were not the remarks that the president delivered in the Rose Garden. Do you know why the president decided not to use these?
I don't know, so I do not know why.
Did the president use any written remarks to your knowledge, or did he just go off the cuff?
To my knowledge, it was off the cuff, sir.
Good check. You're right, sir.
You tell me
when you're ready, sir.
Who's behind?
Who's behind me? The guy is worried about the shot of a door opening behind him more than he's worried about the Capitol being stormed, people being assaulted, arrested, their life ruined, the family's ruined for his lie that he knew was a lie from the whole beginning. But who's behind me?
I mean,
okay. He's gone around. We're all clear now.
He's gone. All right.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had a election. Who's saying?
Who's hurt? Police?
I know your pain.
Congressman?
I know you're
women?
hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it,
Not just
especially the other side.
Everyone knows it.
But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So home. We love you. You're very special.
Very special.
You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
When I got there, basically the president just had finished filming the video, and I think he was basically retiring for the day.
Was there any discussion about the president releasing a second film?
Not that I recall. And then when he finished his video, I think everyone was like, day is over. And people were pretty drained.
Were pretty what?
Drained.
When we say day over, I mean, there were still people in the Capitol at that point, weren't there?
There were people in the Capitol, but I believe by this stage, law enforcement, I have to go back and look, but I believe law enforcement was either there moving in or going to take charge. I just say people were emotionally drained by the time that videotape was done.
Emotionally drained?
So what did Trump do, going forward? He issued another statement this next day that I think it's important to see as well. But he has now gone on to repeatedly promise to pardon all the people serving time for all their violent and attempts to stop the election, to cast out the votes of tens of millions of people, because he didn't want to leave the office and admit that he lost. He also has another grift, made a song with them, with I guess the Pledge of Allegiance and the January 6th people singing from jail, and he's played that song and calls them patriots. They were not patriots, even though they were, some of them surely trying to have the right heart. They got lied to in their head by Trump.
He addressed the nation from the Rose Garden. Let's take a look.
This next day.
I would like to begin by addressing the heinous attack yesterday.
That's heinous.
And to those who broke the law, you will pay. You do not represent our movement. You do not represent our country. And if you broke the law, you can't say that. I'm not gonna, I already said you will pay. The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defied the seat of dust. It's defiled, right? See, I can't see it very well. Okay, I'll do this. I'm going to do this. Let's go. But this election is now over. Congress has certified the results. I don't want to say the election's over. I just want to say Congress has certified the results without saying the election's over. Okay?
But Congress is certified. Now Congress.
Yeah, but I didn't say over. So let me see.
You understand how this guy thinks. He's crafting his words to keep power, but not get in trouble. And he got a lot of backlash from January 6th. I'd love to do all of the Lindsey Graham story if we can. But this is how he thinks. I don't want to say this. That word is too hard for me. And let me just make the world fit into my what's right for me.
Go